Hello, howdy, hi, welcome. Come on in. It's so early. I wonder how many people are actually going to be awake. Awake and available for such an early stream. Oh, I can make you guys bigger. Hang on, let me make you a little bit bigger. Of course, my favorite magical girl anime, Pokemon. I know, I'm so embarrassed that I forgot to change the stream title from last time. I'm like, no, they're all gonna make fun of me. Listen, Pokemon are basically magical girl mascots if you think about it. Not too hard. I want to be brief because it's going to be a bit of an endurance stream. I want to try to at least rank all the way through Hoenn. Which is still a lot. That's still a whole dang old lot of Pokemon. But I'm ranking Pokemon on their designs. So it's not if I like them or not. It's how good I think they look. I finally figured out, oh, idiot, because I was like, how do I want to rank Pokemon? You know, and how about the thing I'm kind of known for? Designs. So, yeah, that's what we're doing today. Having a grand old time doing it as well. I hope so. I want to try to be brief with each Pokemon because, like, One Taker very kindly did the math for me. If I spend 1 minute on every Pokemon, if there's 1,000, which I think there's more, I think it's like actually 1,025, but if I spend 1 minute on every Pokemon, that's like 17 hours or some shit. So, you know, I want to try to be as brief as possible with every Pokemon, but I also want to make sure we understand why every Pokemon goes into the tier it does. So, let's rock and roll. And I'm sure at some point we'll take a small break to talk about the Nintendo Switch 2 release, but let's get into the Pokemon first. Starting up with Bulbasaur. I like Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur might be my favorite Kanto starter. And he's a pretty iconic little guy. A solid color palette, but with those nice, bright, poppy eyes. It's easy to, like, kind of bullshit. Like, if without any reference you ask someone off the street to draw Bulbasaur, it's pretty... They do a decent job of, like, capturing the essence of him. There's so few details, but, like, but not in a boring way. I think Bulbasaur's an A. I think we can go higher, but this is a strong start. On today's episode, Twiins will be driven into madness by offering 1,025 opinions and arguing with her chat about them. Yes, this is why I started early. Ivysaur sucks. Ivysaur is one of the worst so a lot of middle phase starters suck a whole lot. Ivysaur is just not that good. It's not interesting enough to really differentiate it from Bulbasaur, but it doesn't capture that nice simplicity that Bulbasaur has. I think Ivysaur's gotta go into C tier. Listen, it's just weaker. He just gets a little big, a slightly bluer color palette. I like the idea of the bulb beginning to sprout, but it's just not that interesting. Venusaur, however, is fucking awesome. Venusaur is the perfect, like, you look at these two, and that transition from Bulbasaur to Venusaur is like, that's perfect. I love that. He goes from cute guy to big cool guy, and with a gigantic tree flower, they used to fuck around with their plants a lot more in Pokemon. Tree flower is rad. I think Venusaur is excellent. Honestly, all the final starters for Kanto are almost definitely going to go into S tier, so don't worry about it. Not all middle phases are bad. Some are just worse than others. The Bulbasaur line peaked in Ivysaur? I cannot agree. Ivysaur doesn't have enough of an identity by itself. Mega, now we also do have some Megas and Gigantamax forms. Mega Venusaur, I think, is lame. They kind of just, it looks like a kid designed this. And not like in a amateurish way. It was just like, how do we make Venusaur Mega? Oh, you know, we just like make it more vines and leaves and flower. And it just ends up, being pretty limp compared to normal Venusaur. It doesn't really feel more powerful. If anything, it looks more like just like an Alolan variant. Hello, welcome, come on in. So we're gonna put it in. Is it bad? No, but it's a C tier. I am live. I'm so early. It's because we're trying to get through most of the Pokemon today. G-Mag's Venusaur makes me sad. What is that silhouette? That is a great point, Dill Pickle. Gigantamax Venusaur is... So I understand the idea of, like, the flower kind of taking over, but not, like, in a parasitic way. But this is not it, Chief. I understand. I think they wanted to sort of recreate Bulbasaur's silhouette of, like, you know, of a bulb shape, but they just made him look dumb. He's half of a circle. He's covered up. He needs a haircut. The idea is excellent. The execution is not. So that's gonna be a D tier for Gigantamax Venusaur. Mega Evolutions I tend to like better than Gigantamax. I agree. I think some Gigantamaxes can be cool, but more often than not, I agree. I think Megas are a little bit better. Charmander! Now Charmander is another really solid one. Is he as good as Bulbasaur? He's super iconic, but everyone always thinks of Charizard before Charmander. I think Charmander's a cutie pie. I like Charmander. At the end of the day, this is just an orange lizard with some fire on his tail, and I do like that. I think we should have more Pokemon with open flames on them. But I think the rest of the line might be a little stronger than normal old Charmander. Kanto and their egghead starters. They do really got eggheads. There aren't enough orange lizards. You're right. Their colors were a lot more exciting in Kanto as well, I feel. But I don't know. I've never taken that much time to explore all of them. Charmeleon, I'm conflicted by. Because, like, I think this is... Honestly, no, I'm not conflicted. I just talked myself into it. I think this is the best of the middle evolutions of the starters for Kanto. Charmeleon looks like a teen. You know, he's got an angry red color palette now. His limbs are all, like, too long and gangly looking. The one horn is a good signifier for his more draconic form down the line. What happens to Charmander at the end? What do you mean? I'm calling it now. Mid-volutions will be mid-tier everywhere. Well, I think Charmeleon is better than Charmander. So, you're gonna have to pay up, Messiah. Charmander's last form. Oh, I see. That's the Gigantamax. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Yeah, I like Charmeleon. Charizard is iconic. One of the most iconic Pokemon. Up there with the likes of Eevee and Pikachu, honestly. It is Game Freak's special little Meow Meow for some reason. And while I... you know, get bored, like most of us, get bored of the Charizard supremacy. I think Charizard's design is fucking awesome. It is so cool. Very few Pokemon are as striking as Charizard. Both cute and cool. Like, it is both like a squishy little guy and also a cool kaiju. And I love the teal in the wings. Absolutely peak. It is so hard to surpass Charizard in terms of fire starters. Yeah, absolutely peak. Which is what makes his Megas, we'll put them both up here, real letdowns. Oh my god. So Y is absolutely the worst. Mega Charizard Y it's kind of like Mega Venusaur, where it's just like, oh, we make him spikier and the wings kind of bigger, and it is just lame. That is just a lame way to approach it. And X, it has its own collection of problems. Turning it black and blue is cool. I'm pretty sure that is its shiny colors for normal Charizard, which is nifty. But that doesn't look like Charizard. It is the biggest, like, deviation from the normal version of a Pokemon by completely altering the color palette, which I think if some of it was black, it would work out better. I'm not ranking shiny forms. No, maybe some other time. I can do that. But we're just ranking what we got. Good question though. So I do like it better than Y, but I think I can only put it in a B. It's like, it's cool, but I hate that how different it is. The blue is way more distinct. It just makes me feel like, this could have been its own Pokemon. Yeah. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it? Gigantamax Charizard is also very exciting. I think it's one of the better Gigantamax forms. It's certainly better than Venusaur, giving it sort of like a kingly wreath of flames. Like, it feels very otherworldly now. Like, it really feels like it's going even further beyond. I think I like it better than the Megas, but not as much as normal Charizard. We're gonna put that into A tier. Better than Venusaur. Damned by faint praise. Did they really just make Rattata black? That is a lowland Rattata. That's so it's also a dark type. Isn't that nifty? We'll get to that, don't worry. But first up, let's handle Squirtle. Squirtle is, what a cute guy. He's another incredibly similar Pokemon, like simple Pokemon. I think I'm gonna put him in B tier. This might be my Bulbasaur biased showing. I think Squirtle's really swell. I don't think he's bad by any means. This is just another, that's just a blue turtle. It's so simple that if you ask a rando on the street to draw Squirtle, if they miss one feature, then suddenly that's not Squirtle anymore, that's just a blue turtle. So I like him. I like Squirtle, I think they're cute. I'm pretty sure I had a Squirtle toy. Everyone had a Squirtle toy. But, yeah, just a little too simple for my liking. Wartortle is crazy. I love Wartortle. Wartortle absolutely goes up here with A, alongside, you know, we'll stick them all together like that. Alongside Charmeleon. Even though it's whack. Like, the fuzzy ears and tail, where'd that come from? Where do they go? Those make no sense. Those baffle me and befuddle me. But he looks so cool. I wish that we had a diverging evolution path, where in one world we can get Blastoise, and in the other form we can get weird fuzzy turtle, because it's I want to know where that's going. And they lucked out in that they completely dropped all those cool design ideas and then made it a cannon turtle, which is okay, where'd the fuzz go? I don't know, but we put artillery on the Pokemon, and that makes it automatically incredibly cool. We all like Wartortle's tails. Listen, Wartortle's tail is one of the coolest things in Pokemon, and it's just such an anomaly. A little trippy to what? Do you know what I think would be fun? Doing, playing a driving game where I just play music I have access to, and then I play DJ between songs, and I have a filter over everything, so it sounds like I'm speaking through the radio. A cool idea I had. I don't know how to make this, how to do that, but at some point. Based on Japanese myth where a turtle grows a tail made of seaweed. That's nifty. How fun. Boss, we made a Digimon by accident. Keep it. But yeah, Cannon, Blastoise. Blastoise otherwise would have been incredibly boring. That's just a big turtle. But they put cannons on it. So that's fucking sick. Here's a hot tip. Put guns on your Pokemon, and they become cooler. However, okay, but I'm about to eat those words. Mega Blastoise, just like the other Kanto Megas, I think it's the best of them. I think it goes into B tier, but it's just too much canon. It's too much canon. But in a goofy way. He looks goofy now. I don't like him. I don't hate him, but I don't like him. Really, Mega Blastoise is just, the alpha beta version of the far superior Gigantamax Blastoise, where he becomes a full battalion. He is a fully kitted out ship, ready to shoot you down. He's got cannons all over him. He looks like an enemy in the Wind Waker. I love this. This is one of the best Gigantamax designs. Genuinely, I'm gonna ruffle feathers. It goes right up there alongside normal Blastoise. That's one of the best Gigantamax forms I've ever seen. It just looks impractical. It does look impractical. Mega Blastoise looks like he can't even aim. This Blastoise looks like the world would end if those could just run around wherever. The Mega should have gotten the ears and tail back. You're so right. Messiah, go work for Pokemon. Caterpie. Caterpie is just a tomato caterpillar. Look them up. They look exactly like this. Caterpie is impressively cute for being a grody bug. I don't like bugs. But Caterpie, that's a cute little guy. I would pat him on the head. How iconic is he? I mean, you see tomato caterpillars and you think Caterpie now. You don't even, no one looks at this and thinks, that's a tomato caterpillar. They go, that's Caterpie. I think he's really solid. I can put him in B tier. A tier? B tier. Metapod is boring. Sorry, he's just shapes with an eye. Metapod's boring. There's nothing to say about Metapod. Butterfree, so pretty. A lot of the butterflies are very pretty. And Butterfree's color palette of the purple and blue and red, like body and stuff, is so cute and striking. What a cute little guy. It's super iconic. I think it's not S tier worthy, but I think Butterfree can absolutely go into A tier. It's just so simple, so easy to see, so clear. Now I want to nickname Caterpie Tomato. Butterfree will not be anywhere near as popular if Ash didn't have one in the anime. That's true for every Pokemon Ash catches. Arguably. But I think Butterfree also got a real boost in popularity through Twitch Plays Pokemon. So, good Pokemon, they stand the test of time. Gigantamax Butterfree is interesting. They focus on the wings. It's giving Mothra from Godzilla, which isn't a bad thing. I like Mothra. It does mean that we lose the thing I liked the most about Butterfree. It's hard to see its body. Is it bad? No, it doesn't fill me with joy. I'll put it in C tier. I don't know, I still hate Muck. I like Muck. But I like Ash's Muck. I will say. Weedle is cuter. I like Weedle better than Caterpie in terms of design. It's more unique, more distinct. The little spikes make it feel more like a Pokemon and less like just a real life animal. Is it an A tier Pokemon? In terms of design, or is it a B tier Pokemon? Does it go alongside Gigantamax Charizard? No, but I will keep it above Caterpie. This isn't predominantly like, best up here, worst down here, but sometimes we do gotta be, I guess we'll be pedantic like that. But I think this order works pretty well for the rest of all this. Great. Kakuna, more interesting than Metapod, just because, you can discern, a face, and because in early games, this little part here, this, center part, was, actually, little claws that it would, fucking cut you with or some shit. That's weird. That's crazy. I think they've dropped that design idea, but I get more of a character out of Kakuna than out of Metapod, so still bad, but better than him. Also, I'm gonna put Venusaur over there. Beedrill! Now, Beedrill's interesting because what a cool little bee guy. It's the same level of, solid simplicity with Butterfree. It feels less magical, for lack of a better word. So that is just a bee. But they put the giant drills on its hands. Those things are iconic AF. The gang run into Beedrills constantly because they're scary bugs with giant fucking drills. And that's fucking cool. So absolutely Beedrill goes up into the A tier. What a solid design. Mega Beedrill, way less good. Mega Beedrill looks like an enemy in a different game. That's a Final Fantasy enemy right there. They went too far with the drills. It actually looks a lot like Poiple's evolution when we eventually get to the Ultra Beasts. But it's just not nearly as good as these, and I think this is Mega's big problems. Everyone likes Mega evolutions, but I think predominantly the overcomplication of perfect, simple designs are just actively uglier. I'm gonna put this into C tier. It's worse than Weedle, I'd say. It is a Mega Man enemy. You're so right. You're absolutely right. Pidgey, that's just a bird. That's just a bird. Pidgey inspires nothing out of me. Pidgey's just a bird. Pidgeotto is just a big bird, but with very pretty plumes. I like the plumage. I like its cool hairdo and cool tail. That's nifty, but is that much better than Pidgey? No, not really. I'll put him up here. Just a bird trying to steal your picnic. Exactly. At this point, I'm shocked that Ash didn't just use a repel. Ash didn't buy items. I'm shocked Ash had Pokeballs. Bird but with cool people eyes. Pidgeotto, Pidgeot. Pidgeot is a cool big bird. I think he's the coolest of them. Like, and it's not like an exciting design, but it's like, well, that's a cool bird. You know what? Cool bird. I like him. He can go there. Cool bird. C tier. Okay, Mega Pidgeotto. Pidgeot. I genuinely need to say the line in its entirety. Pidgeotto, Pidgeot, in order to remember which one is which. Just in terms of name. Pidgeot's Mega form is one of the better Megas because it's not simple in a classy way. It's simple in a boring way. So, zhuzhing it up with an exciting anime hairstyle and blue-tipped wings, like, that's exciting. Wow, look at how, that's so cool. Look at this long-ass plumage he's got. Like, way more fun, way more cool. He can go up into A tier. No, but I think he can go pretty high into B tier. He can separate the starters from the megas. Cool bird, Bri. It's such a cool bird. We'll handle the Rattatas at the same time. They're pretty similar. Normal Rattata is not poison type. The purple fur is cool, but it is misleading. I think they just made it purple so that the villains can use them. You prefer emo Rattata? I like that they gave him a funny little mustache. Little dark Alola Rattata, and I like that it actually properly conveys its typing a little bit better, but the purple one is a lot more iconic. I think they go together in the B tier. They can stick together. And then Raticates, so I think dark type, Alolan Raticate loses a lot with these big stupid cheeks. I think normal Raticate, like, that is just a rat. But I don't know, it's a pretty iconic looking rat with those big old honkin' chompers. The color palette sucks. I hate that it loses its purple palette. Like, it looks like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So I think both of them are worse than their pre-evolutions. I think they are both going to go into the C tier. Spearow. That's just an angry bird. It's more interesting looking than Pidgey, and that's annoying. I always thought the Spearow line looked cooler than the Pidgey line, but it's demonstrably the worst bird. I'm gonna keep it in D tier, but above Pidgeotto. Also, I need to move, actually, Kakuna and Metapod. They should not be that high. Okay. Best bird in the early games up ahead. You mean Fearow? I do like Fearow a lot. I always liked Fearow. I like that it's long and goofy. That is just a goofy big bird. And what a forgettable Pokemon. That Fearow, like, never gets to play. And can you blame it? It's just a big brown bird with, like, a funny beak. They get way more creative with birds later down the line. Pharaoh knows Drill Peck. Your argument is invalid. Listen, I like Pharaoh, but it's not how much I like the Pokemon. It's how good it looks. And Pharaoh looks boring. I think I have to put it alongside Pidgeotto. It hurts, but it's the truth. Ekans is snake backwards, did you know? Hoi 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 hoi. Anyway, I think it's goofy that it's got a rattle, but it is, like, it's not a rattlesnake. I don't know, I don't know. I've got weird opinions about Ekans. I don't like that it doesn't have teeth. Have you ever noticed that? That it's just like a gummy mouth with no teethers? At least in its official art. Cool purple snake. I like that it's purple for no reason. I know it's poison type. So yeah, I like that it's purple, but it is just a snake. And because of that, it's kind of like Squirtle, where if you miss one feature of it, honestly, if you draw Ekans perfectly, it might still just be like, okay, that's just a snake. I think I gotta put it in a C tier, unfortunately. We'll put it behind Pidgeotto, yeah. Maybe it's like toothless and can retract its teeth? Maybe. Some snakes can do shit like that, so that's fair. Staraptor will soothe my rage. Yeah, there's a lot of boring brown Pokemon. I think that was a limitation of the hardware. But that's okay. Arbok is rad. Arbok is super cool. The hood having a face on it like that. I'm just disappointed that the face doesn't change more often. And not like Rorschach in The Watchmen. Like, I wish that different regions had Arbok with different faces. But that's a personal point. I think, what a cool guy. I think, you know, super iconic. I love Arbok. Is it just because Jessie had one in the anime? Perhaps. But it's a really solid design. I'm glad they went with Team Rocket having Arbok and Weezing over, like, Sandslash or whatever the fuck Butch and Cassidy had. So I think Arbok's really solid. I think it can go up into the A tier, right alongside a lot of the starters, honestly. 256 color options, and that is not a lot. Pikachu! Listen, Pikachu's an S tier design. There's a reason why, and yes, it does go all the way up there at the top. It's iconic, and there's a reason why they went with this over, we'll just jump to Clefairy. Clefairy was originally supposed to be the mascot. That's a Kirby enemy. Clefairy's great, you know? I'm gonna call it probably a B tier design. That's alongside, you know, some of the starters. But it's just, Pikachu has so much more going for it. A perfect color palette, perfect allocation of colors. Anyone can draw Pikachu. It's so iconic, and there's just no denying it. Versus Clefairy, who we'll just handle real quick. Clefairy looks nice, but at the end of the day, that's just a pink circle. So the choice was clear. Gigantamax Pikachu is stupid. It's just big Pikachu, but big lightning rod tail energy. I understand wanting to do a Gigantamax for Pikachu. I feel like this is a pretty lame way to do it. I'm gonna put it in the B tier. Raichu! I love Raichu's design. So, I think I am incredibly disappointed that they don't have more Raichu shit, because I think this color palette is way more fun. This, like, it's kind of perfect. Kind of like how we talked about with Bulbasaur and Venusaur. Raichu, as an evolution for Pikachu, it's just darker, but not being, like, edgy, with a cooler, like, shape for the tail. The simplicity of Pikachu is doing it a lot of favors, but I also really like Raichu. I think Raichu absolutely can stand alongside its pre-evolution. Clefairy walked so Jigglypuff could run. Exactly. Alolan Raichu, I know it's got its fans. I don't like it that much, honestly. I think the rounded edges feel, I don't know. I forget how Alolan Raichu looks. Other than the blue eyes, it's just sort of like it's like Temu normal Raichu. You know what I'm saying? It's not terrible, but I don't know. I feel like it's sanded down all the things that made Raichu interesting, and by proxy, Pikachu. Pikachu isn't, it doesn't have a rounded tail, and I understand. I just don't like it all that much. I don't like the color palette much either. I'm gonna put it in a B tier, and Allison can beat me up for that later. Oh, everyone ignore the bot. I dig the surfing on its tail thing, but it doesn't scream psychic. It doesn't scream psychic. It screams water. I constantly forget that it's psychic type. The only thing that helps it do that is that it floats technically in the game, but all fish float. So, like, it doesn't even help. That you're so right. I wish it was maybe purplier. Like, had some kind of purple something going on it. Or pink. I don't know. Blah. Sandshrew, what a cute little guy. What a weird little guy. That is a shrew made out of bricks so that it's sand. And you know what? It's everything on the tin. I think Sandshrew is pretty solid. A little forgettable, but I absolutely like Sandshrew. Sandshrew, yeah, can go right there. That is as good as Squirtle, I'd say. Alolan Sandshrew, I mean, this is a great regional variant. It is Sandshrew, but they made it white and altered its design slightly to make it look like it's got a fluffy coat on. That's perfect. That's so cute, because now it's an ice type. I love that. That could go right next to a normal Sandshrew. It's psychic? Yeah. It's electric psychic. Sandshrew really misses out from not having any natural ground moves by level up. Why even make it ground type? Yeah, they were weird about ground and rock in Kanto. I don't know what their problem was. Sand Slash is another really excellent evolution. It's just like, okay, and now the shrew is spiky. It is hedgehog. It is bigger and with the big cool claws. I like that a lot. I think it goes right next to Sandshrew and next to the Sandshrews as well. Yeah. I think they can all chill together in the B tier. Or are they A tier? Do you think they're A tier? Yee. I'm thinking really hard. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, I think they can go into A tier even. The whole dang collection of them. #1 Sandshrew fan, apparently. The Nidoran line, oh my gosh. Let's do this male and female at the same time. Well, how cool. I love the Nidoran line. What the fuck are they? Little rats? Little rat guys? Little spiky rats? They look like they wouldn't be furry. They look like if you touch them, it would be like lizard skin. I think designating male and female without it being the boy is blue and the girl is pink, and in fact the girl line is blue and the boy is purple, that's whack. And I think they both still successfully convey their poison typing. Which is really, really nice. Personally, I prefer the Nidoran male line over the Nidoran female line. I just like its, like, spiky kind of horn a little bit better. The females give more rat, the males give more bunny. Weirdly, I don't know. But I really like them. I think they can go into A tier. A tier? B tier. They can go into B tier. They can go next to, Clefairy. Clefairy and Blastoise up here. Nice. Nidorina and Nidorino is where we start to see more divergences. I like that Nidorino is quadrupedal and Nidorina is not. It implies that the males are more animalistic. A more ooga booga versus females being like, I'm educated enough to know how to walk. Yeah, I think these are solid middle evolutions. I think they bridge the gap between cute little boop boops and big kaijus really solidly. You can see the path really clearly laying out before you. So I think they are also, though not as iconic as the first stage, it's just the truth of it. You see the middle evolution so rarely. It's just inevitable, but still really, really good up there. Nidoqueen and Nidoking, I love the Nidos. I love how they are clearly connected, but also so distinct. I think it really validates them being different Pokemon in the Pokedex versus, you know, further on down the line, we'll have male and female, like, across the board, and even some variations between them, but Nidoqueen and Nidoking feel like related, but different Pokemon. And you immediately recognize them. They're hard to draw as a kid, but you can get the idea of them across successfully, even as, you know, like you grab a random person off the street and go, draw Nidoking, draw Nidoqueen, and they can probably get the major points down. You can still convey them, even as, like, with a shitty sketch. I do think they deserve to go into S tier. Absolutely. I love the Nidos. Girl got her PhD in walking upright. Clefable. Yeah, because I already did Clefairy. Clefable is, pretty ugly, I gotta be honest. I like Clefable in that it is just Clefairy but bigger and with wings. I like Clefable because it has that duality with Gengar. Clefable is just kind of ugly. It's just kind of boring. It's not enough of an evolution. It makes me feel like there should be another. Like, there should be a third evolution. This feels like middle evolution territory to me. I don't like it as much as Clefairy. I think Clefable is a C tier. Just older Clefairy, you're so right. Oh, time for Ninetales, but first, Vulpix. So, Vulpix is super iconic, and I do like, okay, so the Alolan variant does the job perfectly well. That is Vulpix, but what if it was an ice type? It's not super distinct, but I think that's okay. I think the, like, regional variants that stray pretty far away from the normal, like, original type can be a little, like, I think it could have just made your own Pokemon at this point. But I like them both a lot. I think they're absolutely, B tiers. I think they can stand alongside Charmander and Squirtle up there. Easily. Ninetales! What an ethereal looking Pokemon. So fancy. What a distinct Pokemon as well. You think Fox Pokemon, and there's a good chance you think of Ninetales. It's shonen, it's shoujo, it reeks of that, like, 80s to 90s aesthetic of things, where you just, like, they gave it big cool hair for no reason, and what a cool color palette. I really talked myself into Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales, I think, doesn't hit as hard. Maybe just because we already know Ninetales. But I think it's also really, really good. It's just missing something. Maybe they go a little too ham with the whooshy flowy effects. Maybe I'm just biased. Maybe it's just nostalgia. But that's how it is. It's still great. I just think the simplicity of the original helped it a little bit more. Am I the only one thinking that Ninetales is originally going to be part of Psychic type? Yeah! It has, like, psychic powers in the anime, but it's not psychic typing, and then the Alolan form didn't even do that either. So, kind of weird. I think it can learn some psychic moves, though, which I like that. I like when Pokemon can learn moves outside of their normal types. Jigglypuff line. Jigglypuff is so fucking iconic, and for no fucking reason. Like, in a world where this would just be another kind of pink squish'em alongside Clefairy, Jigglypuff has been given so much time in the spotlight to be a star. And that's just a Kirby enemy. But you know what Kirby enemies are? Iconic. Absolutely iconic. I think Jigglypuff goes all the way up there. Oh no, behind Blastoise. But yeah, Jigglypuff is just so recognizable, so perfect. You draw a circle with big goofy eyes and you either think Kirby or you think Jigglypuff. Maybe it is Maybelline. Wigglytuff is also really cute. I think Wigglytuff is a better, like, big squishy evolution versus Clefairy and Clefable. These two lines have always been very connected in my head. I think they might be right next to each other in the Pokedex. But, you know, in a world where you only got, you know, your two pinky squishies, Clefable, this is kind of lame. Wigglytuff, that's a big rabbit guy. And we went from funny little squishy cat circle to a big rabbit guy, but with all the same perfect features. I don't think it's as iconic as Clefairy, no, as Jigglypuff, but I still really like Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is Superfly. What am I doing putting a Alolan Ninetales right there? Hang on, you can go behind Charizard, and you can go behind Wartortle. Okay. Jigglypuff viewed from above. Zubat, that's just a bat. But I do like... What's up with these tails? They're not feet. Why doesn't it have feet? Why doesn't it have eyes? That's all weird. I want to know more. Is it a good design? I guess it's not a bad design. B tier. B tier. Above the bird. Yeah. What's up with that? That's crazy. But it's so recognizable. Golbat, what a freak. They really went, okay, now just make it bigger. And then they gave it funny feet and a humongous mouth. And it's like, you did the job. You know, success. They go together because they're basically the same design. Oddish. That's just a little guy. I like that it's blue. And the red eyes, what's up with that? There was a time where Pokemon were just circles and then you slap a thing on top of it. A circle with fire, a circle with water, a circle with just leaves. I think he's really cute. Really cute, simple guy. I think he translates to a lot of things. Like, I think I've seen potted plants, you know, designed with the pot designed to look like Oddish. Super iconic color palette. I really love Oddish. What a little guy. He can go up here right next to, you can separate the Vulpixes, absolutely. Gloom, less good. The drool is perhaps its most recognizable feature. How unfortunate. The rest of the, like, no one, if you ask someone to draw Gloom, they draw this face, and then they don't know what the flower is doing. This flower, it's just, like, kind of too complex. It's like, what's going on here? It's a worse color palette. I don't like this blue and orange. I don't know. It's good that it feels poisonous still, but it's just not as good as Oddish, I gotta say. That's a right there kind of Pokemon. Actually, that's a right there kind of Pokemon. Vileplume, perfect. 10 out of 10. They stuck the landing. They got back to that simplicity that we saw with Oddish, but they made it that big stanky death flower. That's a real flower. I forget what it's called, but it smells like a rotting corpse, and I'm pretty sure it only blooms like once a year. Real flower, super cool, and for it to choose a flower that smells so noxious as a poison type Pokemon is really iconic and great, and so it can go right up there. Right next to its pre-evolution. Listen, I am an expert on rotting corpses. Paris of Pokemon I forget exists every single day of my life. Unless if I think about parasitic mushrooms. This is also me right now. Figuring out that that's why its name is Paris. Because it's parasitic. It is a parasite. The mushroom takes over. I think Parasect is more interesting than just Paris. But with the empty vacant eyes and the mushroom completely taking over, an actually good iteration of what it looks like they were doing with Gigantamax Venusaur. Exists only to teach my Smeargle Spore. I like the color palette, but other than that, it's just kind of a weak design. Parasect is higher into the C tier, but still only a C tier Pokemon. Venonat's crazy because it's all the good features about Butterfree that we talked about, but they're not related. That's weird. They're not even the same type. That's weird. I like Venonat, though. I love its compact eyes. I like its cute, funny little face and hands. That's another Kirby enemy. And you know what Kirby enemies are? Pretty fucking iconic. I think that can go stand alongside right next to Wigglytuff. For sure. Venomoth! Who fucking cares? That's an ugly fucking moth. I hate how muted Venomoth is. I hate the carapace of Venomoth. I don't like that it lost its compact eyes as Venomoth. Venomoth sucks. Suck on eggs, Venomoth. You can go behind Metapod. Twins with a parasitic figure of her husbando. That makes no sense. Tajiri's favorite Pokemon may be Poliwag, but he clearly enjoyed making bug Pokemon in Gen 1. Listen, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense there's a lot of bugs. Because Pokemon originates from bug collecting in Japan. Where little kids will go out and find, like, beetles and stuff, collect them, and then have them fight each other. Which is fascinating. A fascinating pastime. Not a bad thing by any means. Diglett! What a little freako. What a little weird guy. I love Diglett. So simple. Like I said, they'd just be like a circle, but with an element. That is a long circle sticking out of the ground. The fact that we don't get to see the rest of Diglett, I love that. It's shrouded in mystery. It's simple. It's easy to draw. Absolutely S tier, and I'm not even joking. Alolan Diglett. I mean, it's just Diglett with some funny little hair. I think it's the same picture, so I can put it right next to its. And I like that since it's in a sunny Alola, it gets a tan. That's normal Doug Trio. That's just 3 Digletts, and I gotta be honest, the evolutions where it's just multiples of a thing smushed together, they don't inspire me. I think it's not as fun as just Diglett on its own. But not bad. I think that can go behind Alolan Ninetales, for sure. Alolan Diglett, the fact that they gave it a long, pretty surfer locks is kind of hilarious, but also I think it looks worse this way. I think that can go into the B tier. Above the Raichu, though. It's not giving steel. I can understand how the hair, it's like, oh, the hair is like the steel. So I can see that path, but if you don't know, you wouldn't guess steel. How long is Diglett? That is a great question. They pop out of the ground pretty far sometimes. So, I don't know, probably like a foot, a foot long. You can buy them for $5 at Subway. Meowth! Another Pokemon that's been given a lot of time to shine because of the anime. Which is great, because otherwise this is just a cat. I understand the idea. Meowth is, like a, what's it, a Maneka-Neko? Is that what it's called? The waving cats with coins that you'll see at shopkeepers a lot. They entice you to come in. That is the gimmick with Meowth. That's why he learns Payday. It's why he's, even in this pose, he's waving at you to come inside. Which is cute. Which is lost on a Western audience, but it is cute. But, I don't know, he's just a cat. I feel like there's more they could have done with that idea. A tier? B tier? Yeah, I think he's a B tier. I think B tier above the Zubats. Not actually bipedal. I don't know, that seems to be retconned these days. I feel like every Meowth walks around on its hind legs anymore. Like Alolan Meowth. This is just how they look. Worse. I don't understand the sassy pose. It's a dark type now, but they just kind of made it like a gray. Weird sassy pose. We've lost the gimmick of it being, the waving cat. Uglier pattern. I don't like its face. C tier. Oh my gosh, I forgot that we've also got a Galarian variant of Meowth. I hate this one. It's supposed to become a Viking. I think it's part steel. That's not clear at all. We lose the Meowth. Like, this feels like this could have just been its own Pokemon, but then they slapped a coin on its forehead and said, look, it's Meowth. I think this looks bad. It's an ugly color palette. Absolutely hate that Pokemon. Gigantamax Meowth. Why'd they give Meowth a Gigantamax form? Is it just so it could do shit in the anime? Probably. The fact that it becomes super long, a wacky wavy inflatable tube man, that's goofy, and I kinda love that. Is it good? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. It's better than Gigantamax Pikachu, I'd say. I think that can hold the line at the bottom of A for right now. Hello, welcome, come on in. We're at Meowth. How long have I been streaming? Ooh, I'm not going as fast as I should be. Persian, that's just a bigger cat. Persian has always been boring. In a world where I like cats, I really always wanted a much cooler cat in Kanto, and Persian is just not it. That's worse than Meowth, I'd say. That's just a cat. That can go next to Pidgeotto. Pokemon time! Alolan Persian is fucking ugly. The giant head is bad. The Alolan Persian looks so bad, I am forced to push normal Persian up a tier, because they cannot exist in the same tier. Alolan Persian is fucking ugly. I hate its face. I hate its head. I hate it. I get that it's supposed to look cute. It doesn't. Mission failed. Could make an F tier. I might, if something strikes me as being so bad. You know, if I feel like I'm clogging up the D tier too much. What's wrong with it? Look at it, it's ugly! Psyduck, an iconic little guy for being just a duck. A duck with arms, though, so that's pretty cool. I think, you know, A tier. Psyduck, you know, he's iconic in a world where he didn't need to be. Golduck, a cool guy, not gold. What's with the fucking name? Also just way less memorable than Psyduck. It's to the point that sometimes I forget Psyduck even evolves. He'd be a solid guy if he wasn't, I don't know. If he just doesn't look like Psyduck, and that hurts him a whole lot. I don't like him as much. He can be in, C tier. Mankey, that's just a monkey. That's just, I guess he's a platypus, yeah. A platypus duck guy. Mankey's just a monkey. Mankey's just a monkey. He can go next to Caterpie. He can go above Caterpie. No, he can't. I decided. Primeape, now that's a Pokemon. See, that's not just a monkey. They gave him wrist accessories. If you give your Pokemon any kind of clothes, that's interesting. And Mankey does not. Primeape does. Well, a little angry little guy. He does kind of feel like he should evolve again. Which he can, but only in Paldea. As it is, I like Primeape more than Mankey. Is he an A tier design? No, but I think he's around the same level as Vileplume. He can go right there. Growlithe. Complex. Something about Growlithe. It's impossible to, like, remember the details of Growlithe. I like Growlithe's cool stripes, because he's, like, a tiger dog. People seem to miss that. He's not just a puppy. He is also tiger. He is tiger puppy, but also fire. Why? I don't know, but that is the truth. Fire tiger puppy, who, it's just, like, there's just enough going on that he's a little hard to remember. I think I'm gonna put him in a high C tier. I think he can separate the line between the Venusaur and Ivysaur. The Alolan version, cute, I understand. No, it's Hisuian. The Hisuian version, cute, and I understand. Making him this, you know, there's like lion statues that can be seen at the doors and gates of places. And Fire Tiger Puppy didn't fit in the early gen character limit. I understand, and I like this more red color. There's a lot of, like, this dull orange in Kanto, and they weren't afraid of saturation later on. But, I don't know, I feel like it's just not quite as strong as the normal, but not by a whole lot. I think it can just kind of go near Golduck. Arcanine and the Hisuian Arcanine, these are great. Arcanine is what so many Pokemon were, which is, we got little Tiger Fire Puppy, and then we made it really big. Arcanine is pretty fucking iconic, but it's another one that's kind of impossible to remember all the details for. I think it's better than Growlithe, for sure. I think it's around this Pidgeotto. Yeah. Like, right behind Golbat. Hisuian version kind of suffers from the same issues where it's kind of difficult to remember all the details, but with a way cooler color palette that is higher than normal Arcanine, if you ask me. That can go up here, next to the starters, genuinely. Maybe behind Vulpix. Nope, above Vulpix. That's cool. That is a cool design. I prefer cats to dogs, but I do like Tiger Puppy. It's all the best features of both, I say. Poliwhirl! Poliwhirl, what a cute little guy. That is just a tadpole. They even have these, their bodies can be see-through, and they have guts that are in the shape of swirls. That's where the hypno pattern comes from. Isn't that nifty? Pretty iconic, honestly. And it was Red's starter. Like, Red had a Poliwhirl before any other Pokemon in the manga. That's crazy. So I think Poliwhirl is an S tier design. I think it absolutely deserves to go up here. No, that's Poliwag. My bad. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. So sorry to mislabel Poliwag. Poliwhirl, I don't understand why the spiral suddenly goes the other way, but how mad can I be? What a fucking stunning design. This is a Pokemon. This is peak Pokemon. Big eyes, goofy hand mittens. They've given it gloves. They've given it funny legs. Where's its mouth? It doesn't get one. How does it eat? Through the swirl, I can assume. That goes above Venusaur, honestly. I didn't know I was such a huge fan of the Poliwag line, but I guess I am. Poliwrath sucks. That's just angry Poliwhirl. I saw I saw someone describe it once as Poliwrath looks like he would yell at waitresses. That's so right. That's a D tier design. If you don't do anything with your evolution, like that sucks. Poliwrath, I like the fighting type getting stapled onto him, but they didn't do enough with Poliwrath. They could have at least changed the color a little bit more. Nar, Poliwrath is good. He's a good. I like Poliwrath. He does not look good. Abra, complex. Abra is a Dragon Ball Z character. I like it a lot though. Psychic cat, but like it feels special. It's kind of hard to draw. Ask someone to draw Abra, and they probably do the face, and then they don't fucking remember what goes on with the rest of the design. So I think that can get it into B tier for sure. I love the yellow. I feel like that yellow feels so special. Kadabra, great improvement. The big tail, I love that. The Fu Manchu mustache, what's up with that? I love that. Spoon, excellent. Now, it's also got lines on its stomach now. What are those? Why doesn't it have those? I don't know. But it's good. That can go, yeah, that goes, we'll separate the buggies with Kadabra. And then Alakazam is one of the most iconic Pokemon, honestly. The crazy mustache, the weird ears, like they don't even look like ears. The two spoons, absolutely iconic. I adore Alakazam. And it isn't even bolstered by strong anime presence. It's just a good design. It does kind of have an exoskeleton thing going on. Mega Alakazam is kind of dumb. I understand. You know, it does look like, oh, an aged wizard. It's just not as good as I think the rest of the line, honestly. It's a cute enough idea. Maybe I'm just a mega hater. It's still going down. It can stay there. Yeah, there was a lawsuit. Well, it was Kadabra in its entirety. Uri Geller is an IRL magician who popularized bending spoons, and he argued that Kadabra was ganking off of his image. Eventually they settled that, and I think he chilled out finally. But yeah, there was a lawsuit with Kadabra for a while there. Machop! That's just a little man. But, like, what's up with the head things? The whole Machop line, I gotta be honest, I adore these guys. They're fucking excellent. Machop is perhaps the most boring, but he's still so iconic. His weird rib lines is confusing. The fact that he's, like, just a guy, but also a lizard, that's great. We don't get just guys much anymore in Pokemon. Eventually, I'm gonna have to supersede the starters, I'm pretty sure. But Machop's not the one to do it. Machoke, weird. More lizardy. And then we will lose that lizard face. But they've given him pants. And I like that he's got lines on his arms. It always made it feel like his muscles are so, like, swollen big that he's torn his skin open. And I don't know if that was ever, like, confirmed. But that's how it feels. Big, cool, strong muscle lizard is excellent. I love him. And then Machamp with the 4 arms, the weird face, the weird toes, the blue color. We just don't get Pokemon like this anymore. Where it's just like, why is it like that? I don't know, but it's excellent. I absolutely adore Machamp. I like Machamp more and more every day. Yeah, absolutely adore that guy. Gigantamax Machamp is okay. It's one of the better megas, I guess. It's just big and like, you know, its fists are like super powered, I suppose. It's better than just making it like a Super Saiyan, which I think would have been a boring option to do. I'll put it into B tier. Yeah. B tier design right there. Next up, oh, okay, hang on. We'll do Bellsprout first. What an iconic little guy. The fact that he's just like roots is crazy. His little head, what a weirdo. He is so memorable. I love Bellsprout. Bellsprout's a freak. I absolutely love him. Is that a B tier design? Is that an A tier design? I think it could be an A tier design. I think it can go up here with Butterfree. And now I'm going to leave you on Pokemon number 69. That's right. Weepinbell? Yeah, Weepinbell is number 69. I'm gonna leave you here, and we're gonna have a short bathroom break. So, I'll leave you with the scary music that I know you guys like so much. And I will return and we'll discuss Weepinbell. So feel free to share your thoughts on the Weepinbell line, and I'll be back in just a second. I'm back. Here I am. Weepinbell is fine. Weepinbell is the necessary bridge between Bellsprout and Victory Bell, honestly. It is just kind of whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It is just whatever. It is notable for being Pokemon number 69, and that's kind of it. I think it's weaker than Bellsprout's goofy guy and weaker than Victory Bell's big cool plant guy. We'll put it into C tier alongside Gloom. Victory Bell, big cool plant guy. I like that its mouth is on the top of its head because it's, you know, a pitcher plant. It is just a pitcher plant, but with eyes. I like Victory Bell a lot. I think it got a lot of good screen time being alongside James in the anime, and it deserved that. Tentacool! I like Tentacool. I've always liked Tentacool and Tentacruel, which is just Tentacool but bigger, sharper, more fang, more tentacle. Yeah, I've always thought these guys were annoying in the game. Yeah, you're trying to surf somewhere and you just accosted by an army of tentacles. Hate that. That's annoying. But the designs, the gemstones on them is what I think really does it. The cool blue color palette is nice, and then the gemstones adorning them is like, mwah, chef's kiss. It really elevates what would be just, like, a jellyfish, you know? And then a bigger jellyfish. I do think Tentacruel deserves to go higher up. I think Tentacruel can be in the A tier. Geodude! Geodude! What a cool name! Hilarious name, I love Geodude. Oh, and we'll talk about a Alolan version as well! Alolan Geodude gates the electric typing alongside rock. Rock ground. Rock ground and then rock electric. And it's magnetic, which is cute. Adding kind of like one of those Harry Henry, you know, old school magnetic games that none of you would know about because you're all too young. It's a cute way to approach a rock type guy. Geodude's hilarious. I like that he floats. I like that he's just arms. What's with that? We don't get stuff like that. Everything needs to have arms these days. Arms and legs and a mouth, and I like that in the old days. Pokemon just didn't have all the features you needed. They just floated. How do I feel about Alolan? It's pretty similar. I think it can go right next to normal Geodude, honestly. Graveler, I forget exists constantly. Graveler is... that's just a rock. It's Geodude, but less interesting. It's bigger. I understand what they were kind of going for, but I think it's just kind of boring. We're gonna put Graveler into the D tier, honestly. And Alolan Graveler doesn't do anything to fix it, so it is what it is. Golem, weird that we've taken a bit of a turn. Suddenly we're a lizard. Suddenly it's a lizard guy, and the Alolan version gets a fucking cannon. I'm pretty sure it shoots Geodudes. That's weird. And a beard. That's weird too. I think I like the simplicity of normal Golem better than bearded cannon version. So normal Golem, it's weird, but it's not bad. I think it's still a B tier design, but just not as iconic as normal Geodude. The Alolan version, I think that's a D tier. I think that can go alongside the Gravelers, honestly. Ponyta and Galarian Ponyta. I like horses. I was so close to being a horse girl growing up. I really fancied, mostly it was Epana's fault. Epona, as I guess she's more colloquially known as from Zelda. I've always liked horses. I wanted to be able to ride horses. I wanted a horse, and then I realized, no, I just wanted to ride horses. And I love unicorns. And Galarian Ponyta really pushes that unicorn. Like, they changed the shape of its face. It looks, and like, its whole body's proportions are weirder. It looks more like a My Little Pony character, like, in terms of proportions now, versus Ponyta. OG, that's just like a normal pony, and they're both really great. They're both really excellent. I think they're super solid designs. That's just a horse on fire, and kind of like how I said with like Oddish, and like with Diglett. You know, if it's just a thing with an element on it, that's great. We need more open flame Pokemon. I've said that before too, and I think it perfectly conveys its new fairy typing so well in the Galarian form. So those can go together. What's up, Butt Butt? Butt Butt is one of the cats. It's Pippin. What you looking at? What do you think you see? Oh, let me give him a pat on his funny little head. He walked away. I also don't know where Vincent's gone. I'll worry about that later. Got to ride a horse once on a Girl Scout trip. His name was Scout, and he was the prettiest horse ever. I also got to ride a horse once. I think it was for someone's birthday. I remember so little. But I remember it was fun. Rapidash. It's just flaming unicorn. That's amazing. And Galarian Rapidash. Beautiful. Ethereal. Ephemeral. Gossamery. What an amazing way to, like, it feels like a more, like, straightforward unicorn design, and that's so brilliant. Basic unicorn, fairy type, and it gets everything across perfectly. I adore Rapidash. And I think they are both some S tier fucking designs. Hell yeah. I love horses too, so I like both variations of the Rapidash line. OG because it's got cool fire mane, and the variant because it's cotton candy colored hair. Exactly! They've tapped into all the coolest, best cool things you can put on a horse. Fire and cotton candy hair. You know, lady lovely locks and literal flame. Slowpoke! What is it? I like the pink. I like the pink. You recognize Slowpoke when you see it, but it's, you know, it's not the most iconic design out there, I'd say. I think that can go below the Nidoran line, yeah. I was originally supposed to ride a horse named Moose, but he was so big and I was so small they switched me to a smaller horse. Galarian Slowpoke is stupid. What's with the yellow? I don't like it. That's dumb. I don't like that. Slowbro, what a design. Oh my god. Incorporating the shell as another element to it. Like, if it had already just been Slowpoke stands up and gets, like, you know, a little bit deeper of a color palette, then that would have been pretty cool. But adding the shell gives it so much character. So much. There's so much lore and interesting, like stuff to discern out of Slowbro. The Galarian version, having it be vored by the shell, is an option. And that's only one of them. Like, these are both Galarian Slowbro. One turns the shell into a gun, and I think that's kind of dumb. And the other one has the shell taking over, but not even really. I don't know, I think these are both less good. I think this is a better one. I think that's a C tier idea being conveyed. This one I think is, it looks uninspired. I think that's still C tier, but pretty damn low. Magnemite, what a little weird guy. That's just metal shit put together. You know, nothing too crazy. Not bad, just nothing too crazy. Magneton, better, because it's just more interesting as three stuck together. It's almost an antithetical situation as Diglett, where a Dugtrio just being three of them, it's like, oh, well, that's just three of them. But Magnemite being three of them, it's like, oh, well, you know what? When there's three of them, that's pretty nifty. So Magnemite can go yeah, right there. Yeah. Farfetch'd! That's just a bird. A bird with angy eyebrows and a leak. That's a boring ass Pokemon. That's worse than Pidgey. No, it's slightly more interesting than Pidgey because of the leak, but that's just a bird. And then we get that's Galarian Farfetch'd. Automatically more interesting. Like, it's still just an angry bird, but giving the leak an upgrade, making it a humongous leak. Suddenly, instead of just being a bird with a prop, it's like, that's a character, you know? The Galarian version is so much stronger than normal old Farfetch'd. And thank goodness, it helps that it evolves. Actually, I think I'll put it in C tier. Yeah, already way better than normal Farfetch'd. Excited to get to Surfetched later down the line. Doduo, just a two-headed bird. Not too bad. It's a kind of a boring palette. Just a lot of boring old brown Pokemon in Kanto. But one of the more iconic ones for sure. Absolutely goes up there with the the Nidoran line, I'd say. Dodrio, I don't know, something about it is it's clearly kind of cooler than Doduo, but I don't know, something about it. Doduo's always felt so iconic. Dodrio feels like, I don't know, it just doesn't hit me quite as hard for some reason. I think Dodrio is still solid, but it can go a little further down, below Caterpie. Seal, that's just a seal. That's just a seal with a horn on its head. It's just a seal with a horn on its head. Dugong! It's not a dugong. It is a cutified dugong. Really more of just a sea lion. It's a bigger seal, I suppose, but it's still not a very interesting design. Grimer, it's just sludge, and I like that. I like that. It's just like, hey, that's just sentient sludge. Easy to draw, easy to recognize, shockingly distinct from Ditto, which is good. Yeah, Grimer's swell. I like Grimer. Alolan Grimer being this horrendous green and yellow. I don't like the yellow. If it was all green, I would like it more. But the weird yellow lipstick is like, I don't know. I don't fuck with that. I think that makes it a worse iteration, personally. Muck is a very similar case, I gotta be honest. So Muck is just more sludge. I think that's disappointing as an evolution. It does look stronger than Grimer, but it's just the same thing but bigger. So I don't like that. I think that's pretty lame-o. Alolan Grimer, however, is now multicolored with its disgusting teeth shit, which is way better. You know, it really feels like something has changed. And I guess, you know, Alolan Grimer also had teeth, but I didn't like the yellow. And now it's like really multicolored. And it makes it feel like oil. Like an oil slick, which, you know, that's way better, way more interesting. So, you know, we're gonna stick them with their, with not the right muck. They swap. I wish I could get normal Grimer and then a Alola Muck. Seal and Dugong are so just blah. Honestly, I think I've put them too high. I think they should go into the D tier. Shelder, what a little guy. The thing that saves Shelder is the tongue, which is a weird sentence, but it's the truth. So otherwise that's just a shell with eyes, which is fine. The tongue gives it some character. The tongue gives it life in a world where it would have gone into the D tier, but that doesn't mean it's amazing. I like the color though. Cloyster is, well, that's just a cloister, but with an angry face and a sharp horn, and it's complex. All this complex bullshit going around is nifty. Excalibur, I hate to tell you that. That's just what pussies look like. I know you wouldn't know. But pussies just look like clams. So get over it. Cloister looks cool. I like it. I like it better than Shelder, for sure. I like the angry face. I think that can get it up next to the Nidoran line. Hell yeah. Ghastly, that's just a circle. There's a lot of just circles in Kanto. Angry circle with gas. I think the fact that the eyes go over the edge of the circle adds a lot. I think it really makes it feel ghostly, in a fun, cool way. So, solid ghost type in a world where it's like, what do you do without just drawing like, you know, a sheet ghost? I think Ghastly is a smart way to approach our first ghost type Pokemon. Haunter's even cooler. The hands, oh man, the hands are, what's up with that? I like that it kind of solidifies as it evolves, makes it feel like it's becoming bigger and stronger. So I think Ghastly's super iconic. Or Haunter rather, excuse me, super iconic. It can go up there next to like Wigglytuff and the Machop. Gengar is another one of the most iconic Pokemon, I gotta be honest. I like its duality with Clefairy, but really all that does is help Clefairy. Gengar stands on its own as one of the most iconic designs in Pokemon. As it is. I'm gonna move the Diglett down, I think. I think Diglett can just scoot a little bit down the S tier line. Gengar it's perfect in its simplicity. And perfectly conveys its typing. Gengar Mega is dumb. I don't like this. I don't understand. I don't understand why now it's grounded and weird. Why now it looks like it would be zipping across the track as a hazard for Sonic to jump over in, in a Sonic game. I don't like the red. I know it's supposed to kind of convey like the fire is of hell kind of a deal, but I don't like it. I think that's bad. Mega Gengar is like a funhouse, I guess. That's kind of funny, I suppose. No, it's Gigantamax. Gigantamax Gengar is kind of funny, I suppose. Twiins mentioned a sheet Pokemon. A sheet ghost. Stereotype gamer. You know, where as kids, you grab a sheet, you cut some holes for your eyes to look through, and you look like a ghost. Let's not bring up the KKK for no fucking reason. How about? Huh? In relation to something motherfucking the Peanuts kids did. The KKK isn't funny and shouldn't just be brought up. Ho ho ho. Tee hee hee. Mega Gengar looks boring. I don't like it. I don't like it as much as normal Gengar. It's better than... No. Gigantamax Gengar is better than Mega Gengar, but it's not excellent by any means. That can go below Shelter. Onix! That's just a rock snake. And honestly, that is cool. I like Onix. Onix is clever. That's a unique design. Distinct. I like him. Especially the fin on the top of his head. That's neato. Onix can, he's above Geodude. Fight me. And Drowsy? Okay. Drowsy's, funny pants. Like the brown pattern on its bottom is okay. It's confusing, I guess. But it's better than if it was just all yellow. It is just a yellow tapir. So cool that it's yellow, but it is just a tapir. Hypno, what a weird guy. What a weird little guy. I like him. That's just like a funny little man. The fact that his nose is so long, and it makes sense, because it's still tapir coated, is goofy and hilarious, but now it's also like a cat, so the long nose kind of doesn't even make any sense. I think he's as cool as Arcanine. Yeah. Krabby's just a crab. That's just a crab. It's just a crab. It's not even an interesting color. Kingler is just crabby but a little bit bigger on one side. Kingler's boring and stupid. Gigantamax Kingler is Kingler ready to eat. It's kind of got too much going on, but I think it's the most interesting iteration of this line. That can go at the top of D. Krabby, the crab Pokemon. No shit, Pokedex. Exactly. Voltorb. Okay, so normal Voltorb is kind of almost boring, really. That's just a circle with angry eyes. It's nice that it is Pokeball colored. That's really what saves it. And then Hisuian Voltorb is like made out of wood because that's how Pokeballs used to work. And now it's got cute little eyes. That's fascinating. This is all really fascinating. It's interesting in the world of Pokemon, but they are just circles. Electabuzz is just the same thing, flipped upside down, and now it's got Krillin's face. It's always looked like Krillin to me from Dragon Ball, and I'm not the only one that's thought that. The Hisuian version is very much the same thing, but now it's got the angry eyes. Oh, I think these are boring. These are boring evolutions. I don't know what else I would have liked, but I don't know. These do not inspire me. I don't like them as much as the originals. Execute. They're actually seeds. They're not eggs. That doesn't explain the one in the back that's broken open. Maybe they've got shells like peanuts. Yeah, that's just a collection of eggs. That's not a whole lot going on there. Worse than Dugong. Now, Executor Now that's a tree. Early stream, yes. I gotta get through as many Pokemon as I can. I want to get through at least Hoenn. Yeah, they're seeds. That's why they turn into a tree. Doesn't it make sense? Yeah, Executor is way more interesting. And I've, really become #1 Executor fan in the not too distant past here. Because the Pokemon TCG Pocket, it is just a tree, though. It is, like, weaker than Venusaur. I like the 3 heads. That's nice, but it is just a tree. I'm gonna put that under Ekans, I say, in the C tier. Now, Alolan Executor, 1, adds a tail with another face on the bottom, and makes it a palm tree. That's crazy. Making a Pokemon really big or really small automatically makes it more interesting, if you ask me. That's a B tier Pokemon right there. That can go right next to Clefairy. But Egg, that's just the English name. The Japanese name leans into the seed thing a lot more. I guess in the West they just decided to say they were eggs instead. Cubone! What an iconic Pokemon. That is some peak Pokemon. Like, it's very similar to, like, Charmander's design in terms of the body. Where it's just like a guy, like a critter. This little monster kind of body is peak Pokemon, honestly. I think Cubone and the skull, so iconic. What's behind the skull? I love that. I think that's a great design Cubone's got. Marowak, I think, is as good as it could get with an evolution. It's kind of just the same thing, but the skull has really solidified itself onto the Cubone. Do I like it as much as Cubone? No, but it's not bad. I think it can go just lower down in the A tier. Alolan Marowak makes it a fire dancer and also a ghost type, and it conveys that really well with the color, and now its bone is on fire. I think that's cooler than normal Marowak, but still not as cool as Cubone. So, what a fascinating combo that we've got here with the Cubone line. Hitmonlee, what a freak. I like its legs. In the manga, they're springs that extend. That's not really ever something that happens in like anything else, but that's neato. Why doesn't it have a real head? That's a body. And then instead of a head, they just put a face on the torso. Also, it doesn't have a mouth. What's up with that? I love Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee's design makes me ask so many questions, and I don't ever get any answers for them. Actually, I'm gonna keep it in A tier, but I am gonna put it above Venusaur. It's finally happened. Hitmonchan is less interesting. The little, like, fighting toga, it feels, I don't know, just, it doesn't make it fit very well with Hitmonlee in a world where they're supposed to be kind of a double act. They go together. They're actually evolution branches now with Tyrogue. I like the boxing gloves though, so it's not as good as Hitmonlee if you ask me. It's got a little too much, like, the shoes. That's weird. It's just a little too much. But still a really solid design. I think that can go above Alolan Dugtrio for sure. In the B tier. I think I ought to be saying the tiers I'm putting things in more often. Lickitung! What an awesome design. What a freak. Why is it pink like that? Pink and yellow? What's with the circles on its knees? What's up with its funny thumbs? For being like, we're gonna make a Pokemon that it's a tongue attack. Okay, that's weird. But sure, fuck it. Why not? I love this guy. I think he goes right up with like Onyx in the B tier. That's a solid design. The B tier, it's getting kind of big, but that's okay. Wheezing and coughing. Coughing, I think they have to go right next to Ekans, honestly. It's really, they really do go together. Wheezing's pretty, like, coughing, what is it? Just a circle, little pile of gas? It needs to go into the B tier. Wheezing and coughing, I think, are better and stronger than Ekans and Arbok, but I do like Arbok a lot. Where did Arbok go? Oh, man. There it is in the A tier. Yes, Weezing can go alongside. Actually, right under Arbok. I think adding the second face helps a lot and keeps it from being just coughing but bigger. The Galarian version is fascinating. Giving it a funny mustache, giving it a weird top hat that are also smokestacks, but it's a fairy type. So instead of polluting the world with its smokestacks, it's like, I think it actually cleans the air? Question mark? I don't like it as much as normal Weezing, I gotta be honest, but I don't hate Galarian Weezing. I think that can go a little bit closer to coughing in the B tier. Rhydon and Rhyhorn are complex. So, which one is which again? Rhydon is the pre-evolution. That's too much going on. I think, Danny said it best when in their, the Game Grumps were sleep deprived and playing Pokemon for like their 12th hour. He, said his head is weird and then described him as looking like a staple remover. And he does. It's too geometric. I can't discern Rhydon, so he has to go into the C tier. Oh, Rhyhorn. I'm sorry. I've always fucked up their names. I don't know what my problem is. Rhyhorn is bottom of C tier, I gotta be honest. He's not boring, but you ask someone to draw Rhyhorn, and they cannot. Rhydon is much better. Rhydon is the first Pokemon designed, actually. Well, fun fact, that's what the statues look like. Is, Rhydon. And he is much better. He kind of stands alongside, pretty close to yeah, he is iconic. He's very similar in my head to the Nido line, where they're funny, kind of spiky kaijus, but in an approachable way. Still cute, but very cool. And yes, you can ride on these nuts. But irrelevant. Chansey! Chansey, being funny egg guy, Chansey kind of fits alongside the likes of Clefairy and Jigglypuff, which is a weird pink squishy guy. Very egg-focused in design, which is good. I like that. I like that a lot. Chansey is pretty damn iconic. I think, yeah, in the top of B tier, next to Lickitung. A tier? Chansey can go into A tier. I shouldn't be so reserved with the A tier, I don't think. Tangela. Tangela is fucking great. I love Tangela. Tangela is such an iconic Pokemon. Being a massive, this, like, dark teal. First of all, they're not green vines. Even though it's, so why? Well, that's weird. And then, funny red shoes. That's a Kirby enemy. And you know what Kirby enemies are? They're iconic. So yeah, I think Tangela absolutely. And then just eyes, just black eyes. Pokemon loved doing that shit back then, and I think it's perfect. I absolutely love Tangela. No notes. There's no way to improve Tangela. Kangaskhan. And then Mega Kangaskhan. So Kangaskhan is, I don't understand why it's named after Genghis Khan. I don't know, that's weird. I like that it's like a kangaroo. You know, a kangaroo, but like, cool kaiju guy. I think Kangaskhan is hurt by having no evolution line. It just stands on its own. But the baby is really fun. It's another one that's kind of difficult to draw, but everyone recognizes Kangaskhan. I think Kangaskhan absolutely deserves to go alongside the likes of Psyduck in the A tier. Versus, okay, Mega Kangaskhan, the kid comes out of the pouch. It's the exact same design, but now the kid gets involved. Which is really fun, actually. I think, I can't really, it's not a different design, but having the kid get to play too is really cute. So it has to go right next to normal Kangaskhan in the A tier. Horsey! That is just a seahorse. That's just a blue seahorse. It's, I like that it's blue. D tier. Seadra. See, now that's an angry seahorse. It's an angry blue seahorse, and also it's like a little gun. Like its mouth is like patoo, and that's nice. You know, they added enough to the seahorse to get it into the C tier. And next up, Paris. You're not wrong though. Kingdra is really, that's king shit. We'll get to him. Goldeen, that is just a goldfish with a horn on its head and pretty eyelashes. So, hi D tier, but still the D tier. Okay, Sea King as well, that's just a fish. That's just a normal fish. That is a normal fish. I like Sea King. I like its color palette more than Goldeen. That's just a fish. It's just a fish. Staryu, pretty iconic. Avoids being just a starfish, which technically it's sea star, but and Starmie. They avoid being just a sea star with the golden accoutrement in their center and the red gems. It makes them feel so special and fancy. No faces. Again, I love that. There is no face on this. I like that in the anime it blinks when its HP is low, and also in the anime they sound like just men going hiya, and that's cool. I do think Starmie is the stronger design with the more points and the purple, but Staryu is also really, really good. So Staryu, I think, can go slap into the A tier, right next to above Haunter. Yeah, in the A tier, and then Starmie, we're gonna put in S tier, A tier. I think it deserves to go in S tier, right under Ninetales. I like Seeking, but that doesn't mean it's a good design. Mr. Mime, what a freak. I love that they decided to just have a mime, and it's just a mime, but also it's so Pokemon-y with the red cheeks, these weird circly bits at the limbs, the fingers are freakish. It looks like an enemy boss in Pokemon, in Kirby. A Kirby boss. Yeah, what a weirdo. I love him. It's like, what a weird choice. Yeah, absolutely. A tier. That can go right under Doug Trio. Mr. Mime Galarian version. I hate this. They took all the things that were good about Mr. Mime and ruined it. His legs are too thick. His arms are too thin. His headpieces are too... This looks like a crummy, like... Poppy's Playtime enemy. This is a Poppy's Playtime character right there. I absolutely, I do hate that. We're gonna add an F tier, I think. We've got 2 Pokemon that I hate, so it's time to make an F tier. Hang on. F, and we will make it this ugly purple color. For the ones that I just hate. She's doing it! Scyther. Oh, so fucking cool! Who chooses to make a praying mantis bladed? Psychos, and I love him. I love Scyther. There's a bug type that other bugs wish they were like. Where's Beedrill? He needs to go near Beedrill, I think. Yeah. They go together in the A tier, for sure. Jinx! I think Jinx's new purple color palette is more interesting than the black one it originally had. It feels more psychic-y, which is good. She's kind of weird. Both an opera singer and, like, a scary snow ghost. Jinx is iconic, but I feel like for all the wrong reasons. I think Jinx can go into bottom of C tier. Electabuzz, love this guy. And Magmar, we're gonna talk about them at the same time because they do go together pretty often. Electabuzz is, I think, a cooler design, being an electric yellow tiger guy with lightning stripes and weird funny antennae. Versus Magmar, which I do also like. I like the fuzzy arms. And it's unfortunate that it does have a butt forehead. But being a flaming duck, that's hilarious. Also, more open flame Pokemon. Love that. I think they gotta go together, and I think they're going into the A tier. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty high up here, too. I think they can go with Cubone in the A tier. Nice. Pinsir! Pinsir's just a bug, but they Pokemoned him up a lot by giving him this scary face. I like the scary face a lot. It's what saves Pinsir from being kind of just, you know, just a beetle. I think he can go next to Cloyster in the B tier. It may be weird, but I enjoy both Alolan Persian and Galarian Mr. Mime more than their Kantonian counterparts. Wow. I can't understand. Maybe it's because the Kantonian ones are boring to weird. But congratulations. Mega Pinsir, I kind of hate. They just gave it wings. I don't know. I feel like this kind of fucks up its really good silhouette. I'm gonna put it into the C tier next to Mega Beedrill. Why am I yelling? You're right here. I don't need to project. The mic is right here. You can hear me if I talk normally. So then I won't blow out my voice. Tauros, that's just a bull. Love Tauros. Like, it's cool because it's a bull, but it is just a bull. That's a D tier design, honestly. But no, that's above Krabby, absolutely. Mega Pinsir is trying too hard to be cool. You're so right. The Paldean Tauroses are hurt by, so there's 3 of them, but they're very similar. It's tough to tell. Their horns are different, their tails are a little different, and they've got like a little bit of a color on their manes. I like that they're now black. They are still just bulls. They can all cluster around normal Tauros. It's the same thing. Magikarp, bad by design. That's such a smart idea. It is just a koi fish. Oh no, I've got the hiccups. Hang on. I need water. Okay, so yeah, it is just a koi fish, but that is the point. It is supposed to be unassuming and goofy looking, so then the evolution into Gyarados hits harder. So it's that, like, and also I gotta say, it's pretty iconic. Like, it's not just like Goldeen, you know? The big goofy eye helps a lot, and its long whiskers are doing a lot for it too. And then you get Gyarados, which is another one of the most iconic Pokemon designs. I gotta be honest. It's what a cool design. Everyone wants the big, cool, water dragon guy. He's awesome. He looks excellent. You see Gyarados and you immediately think of you immediately recognize him. You see other water dragon snakes like this, and you think Gyarados before you think of basically anything else. Yeah, I think he deserves to go up here. Absolutely. Mega Gyarados ruins everything. Makes him a chode. Like, he's so fat and short now. And the giant sail is not helping. Look at how they massacred my boy, you know? Is it bad? No. Is it good? No. I think it is, yeah, C tier worthy. Lapras! I've always liked Lapras. Lapras is so cool. I think the fact that it's like a Loch Ness monster, but also with this nifty shell, is really smart. Really cool. Really iconic as well. I think that's a solid high B tier Pokemon right there. Yeah, just behind Squirtle. I have a soft spot for Mega Gyarados. It may look like a Godzilla kaiju, but I love it. And then Mega Lapras is crazy. Is this another battalion? Am I tripping? Hang on, I think I need to Google Mega Lapras so I can see what's going on its shell a little bit better, cause if I'm not mistaken, that is another water type Pokemon with a full battalion. Assuming Loch Ness Monster meaning Plesiosaur. Well, yes, yeah. Plesiosaur, Loch Ness Monster, they're basically the same thing. Mega Lapras. Search. Images. No, it's Gigantamax. That's what I'm Googling here. Gigantamax Lapras. Okay, so what is this on its back? They've goofied up its shell, but I can't figure out what it's supposed to. Is it a ship? It's a ship! It's a yacht! It's a yacht! It's a yacht! It's a big ass fancy ship for people to sleep in. That's weird. It does also have sheet music. The fact that it becomes a yacht is, I mean, kind of hilarious because you surf on Lapras. I get the joke, but I don't know. I don't like it as much as normal Lapras, I don't think. But it's not bad. In the world of Gigantamaxes, this could be a lot worse. I think that can hit at the bottom of B tier. We just slide down the B tier for the Gigantamax version. Ditto! Hilarious. Honestly, genuinely, this is a perfect design. For being what Ditto is, it is an amorphous blob with a funny face. Like, they're genuinely, it's one of the best Pokemon designs. That is perfect. Eevee! Eevee is so iconic. Everyone likes Eevee. Here's the hot take. Eevee's one of my favorite Pokemon. One of my top 3 favorite Pokemon. Eevee, Mew, Houndoom. It's kind of boring. It's just like a foxy thing with like a really short face. The gimmick is that it's kind of plain now, so then the evolutions are interesting. So, and so it's kind of similar to Magikarp in that way, but Eevee is super, super cute, but just plain by design, and I don't know, I feel like I can't put it above a C tier. Even though I love Eevee, but it's just boring. It's why I never understood why people wanted, you know, a normal type evolution for Eevee, because I'm like, it would just be this again. Perfect Pokemon, what do you mean? Like Pikachu, are you sure? I think it's just kind of plain. Maybe I just don't want my Eevee biases to get in the way. I don't think I can call it an S tier design, honestly. I don't think it is as iconic as Pikachu, but I think I could allow myself to put it into the A tier alongside Magikarp. Twiins struggling to push past C tier. Oh, I forgot that I got a Gigantamax form. That looks terrible. That's really hideous. Genuinely, I hate that. Just make the fur really big. Like, tell me you don't know what you want to do with it without telling me you don't know what you want to do with it. All the evolutions are excellent, honestly. I really like every single evolution pretty well. I think between these 3, I like how pretty Flareon is. I like how special Vaporeon looks. Jolteon was always my least favorite. But they're all, like, perfectly iconic, genuinely. They're all iconic, they all convey their type super well, they all still look like Eevee. Eevee walks, so all of its evolutions can truly run. And am I gonna put all of them into the S tier? I might. And I'm gonna put them all, next to Pikachu. Yeah, I am. I'm doing it. I'm letting my Eevee bias get the best of me. And I'm gonna put them in the order, yeah. The most special looking, the best, like the one that still conveys Eevee the best, the one that doesn't have a cool tail, and so I don't know, I don't like it as much. Porygon, hilarious. It's a crummy 3D render. In a world where at the 90s, this was what everything on the PC looked like. Is crappy 17 polygons. What is it? I guess a duck. I love Porygon's design. And these, like, crappy colors as well. Like, everything on the computer looked like that. That's an easy S tier design, for sure. Oh, praise Hylix. Almanite and Almastar are such fun ways to approach fossil Pokemon. Because these shell fossils are so common IRL. And so to have them be these funny little crustaceans, these funny little cephalopods, and then it's like a cute guy, and then boogly woogly woo. Now he's big and he's got a scary mouth, and spikes. Like, these are great. These are both so strong. And maybe it is helped by Twitch playing Pokemon, giving them quite a bit of time in the spotlight, but I really adore Ammonite and Amistar. Kabuto and Kabutops. So I had a Kabuto toy growing up, and I have to admit, so I love these guys. These are again another real fossil. You can find that's a real life critter. Well, I don't know if they're still alive, but it's a real life critter that scours the ocean floor, and then Kabutops throws that out the water to be fucking sick nasty. You give a Pokemon blades, and I like them. I think Kabuto is fun, but more boring than Ammonite and Amistar. So it's gonna go into the B tier, next to Clefairy, I think. And then Kabutops is demonstrably the coolest looking one. Ammonite and Amistar, like, as a whole, are a stronger duo, but I think Kabutops is just a more fun Pokemon in terms of design. Being like a funny little like mini kaiju is cute. Trilobite, thank you. Aerodactyl, that's just a pterodactyl. Fun way to do a fossil, so not a D tier, but I don't think I can put it much higher than like Rhyhorn. The Mega, ugly. I hate that. Just slapping a bunch of rocks on it. There's way better things you could have done. That's ugly and stupid. Snorlax, another absolutely iconic Pokemon. Oh my god. Hang on. Yeah, absolutely iconic. Fun fact, if I had taken 1 minute for every Pokemon, I should be done with Kanto by now. I'm not. I guess I did take a bathroom break. Yeah, absolutely my neighbor Totoro inspo looking. Just like a big sleepy bear. I want a giant Squishmallow. I want a bed shaped like Snorlax. Snorlax is he an S tier? I think he's a little plain for an S tier, but he is an amazing high A for sure. The Gigantamax making his belly a planet. It's cute enough, I guess. It gets the job done. That's cute enough, I guess. Yeah. I don't think I like it as much as normal Snorlax. But that's not a bad Gigantamax by any means. I think that's a high B tier. Long story short, Pokemon are actually digital creations released into the world. One of the main clues is the PC box and your ability to send your caught Pokemon to them, almost like a file. There's way more, but I have to really spell it out. The birds have two forms, boring and zesty. Yeah. So, okay. Because we've got the normal Kanto version of the legendary trio, and the Galarian version of them as well, which are, I'm gonna describe it as normal Pokemon, and then, do you all know fucking Lunatics? There was a cartoon that was pretty short-lived where it was Looney Tunes, but they had edgy, really colorful designs, like black and then a pop of one color. And that's what the Galarian version gives me. And I liked the Lunatics designs, and I like these. Do I like them better than the originals? Well, we'll have to find out. Articuno was always my favorite. Articuno is a pretty ice bird. It looks, especially with its size, you have to, keep in mind. Lunatics Unleashed, bad show, good designs. It was never on at a good time. I always wanted to see it, but, so yeah, I can't have any opinions on the cartoon, but the designs, cool stuff. Lunatics, like lunatics. Yeah, but it felt like you needed a really articulate the loon. Articuno is pretty. Is it an S tier design? No. Is it an A tier design? I don't even really think so either. I think the legendary birds are high B tier for Articuno. Zapdos was always my least favorite. It just feels a little Route 1. I feel like they already had a lot of yellow and black Pokemon in the electric category. Is it a bad design? No, but I think it's only a B tier design. I think they can go near, Meowth. Yeah, B tier for Zapdos. And then Moltres, flaming bird, cool concept. Execution, it is a chicken. I think it's better than Zapdos, but not quite as cool as Articuno. I think, well, I put them both in the B tier, so I will put Moltres, above Lickitung in the B tier. Now, for their zesty forms. Okay, so I think this is a Psychic Pokemon for Galarian Articuno. I like this less, I feel like, but not a whole lot. I think it's still a B tier design, just less than normal Articuno. But still higher than normal Moltres, I think. But just a little. In the B tier. Fighting type. Psychic Fighting Dark. Okay, perfect. Fighting type. Zapdos is a more interesting flavor. I like this orange better. I like it being like, kind of like an ostrich. Versus normal Zapdos just being like an angry Tweety bird. I think that goes next to normal Articuno, honestly. In the B tier. And then Galarian Moltres is crazy. I think this color palette is fucking whack. Is it bad? No. But it is just whack. It's just whack. It barely reads like a bird anymore. Still a B tier. I think I still like it better than Zapdos. I'm gonna put it next to normal Moltres. They're so different somehow for being the same thing. That they can stand side by side in the B tier. B tier's getting big. Dratini, that is a teeny dragon. It's just kind of simple, like a little worm guy. I think nothing too special. That can go into the C tier. Dragonair, gorgeous. Everyone likes Dragonair. Always liked Dragonair more than Dragonite, honestly, and it's because it's pretty. The wingalings on its head, I think it needs to go right next to Wartortle. Where did Wartortle go? Did I put where did I put Wartortle? There it is in the A tier, and I think it can absolutely stand alongside Wartortle. It's got all the best features alongside it. And similar to Wartortle, it loses all those cool features into Dragonite, which is kind of just a dragon. Fucking given org, but orange from Dragon Tales. It's giving so Dragon Tales. But it's pretty iconic. It's so Pokemon-y. So while I always liked Dragonair more, I think Dragonite is the better design. It's just really solid. I think it stands right next to Charizard. It separates Blastoise. Sorry, Blastoise. You just have guns. It's just the truth. But Dragonite's awesome. I love Dragonite. Cute chubby guy. Mewtwo! Mewtwo really changes the game. Mewtwo is very Dragon Ball-y, but it gives us the first glimpse of the more humanoid and cool Pokemon designs that we will see more of down the line. Mewtwo is absolutely an S tier design. It is a perfect kind of bastardized clone of Mew, which is the point. Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10 design right there. Mew is one of the smart, and I'm gonna jump over the Megas real quick to talk about Mew. One of the smartest designs. It is a pink cat, but also an embryo, and it gets all of that across in a design as slick as Pikachu's. I think it's only fitting to put Mew right alongside Ditto in the S tier. Mega Mewtwo both suck. I hate both of them. They look so fucking ugly. The fighting one looks, that's a Dragon Ball movie villain. That's the level of quality we're working with. And then Y is like, how do we make it look even smarter? It's that meme of the guy with like a giant brain, you know? And he's like sitting on it. Yeah, ugly, I hate them. I've made it through Kanto. And I can celebrate by getting myself a smoothie for lunch. So I will put on the scary music for just a moment so I can go grab something to eat, and I will be right back with a smoothie in hand. So get excited for Johto. You can start chit-chatting about, throwing shade at Turles, Cooler, and Broly. Start chit-chatting about the Johto starters, and I'll be right back in a real quick second. Okay, smoothie obtained, but I have also obtained for myself a little Dove chocolate, so we can eat that too. Johto had big shoes to fill. Hang on, while I open up my Dove chocolate, I can bring up the fact that the Nintendo Switch 2 release is happening soon, and I'm conflicted. I don't know whether or not I should do a midnight release or not. A midnight release feels kind of stressful, but a part of me is like, I don't want to wait till 10 a.m. For when the store opens. Hang on, I'm chewing. That was a nice little chocolate. I like Dove chocolate because they have little messages on the inside of the packaging. And it says, pat yourself on the back. No, seriously, do it now. Which feels a little bit too, like it's trying too hard to be a funny tweet. But that's alright. Midnight releases feel so surreal after COVID. I bet I've never done a midnight release before. Which is why I'm kind of really in my own head about it. I feel like either way I'll end up stuck in line for hours. Whether that be stuck in line at midnight or stuck in line at 10 a.m. So, I don't know. I'm conflicted. But let's talk about Pokemon. I like the Johto starters a lot. I think they had big shoes to fill and they succeeded. At least for the most part. So, Chikorita. Cute little dinosaur guy. Just like Bulbasaur, but we've done it in a fun new way. With the bulbs on its neck and the leaf. This is just as good as Bulbasaur. I gotta say. Or at least just as good as, Charmander and Squirtle. Where is Bulbasaur? Yeah, not quite as iconic as Bulbasaur, but I still think Chikorita's really, really solid. Bayleaf is where we're really talking. I think Bayleaf is more, it definitely got more screen time in the anime than Meganium. I think Meganium is helped a lot by the pretty flower. It does all the things that Venusaur did right, but without feeling like just, oh, it's Venusaur again. I think Bayleaf is even better than Chikorita, and I think Meganium is the best of the three. And so, it can jump up into the S tier, under Charizard, but above Blastoise. Cyndaquil, I think, is the weakest of this generation's line. Cyndaquil is just a little flaming guy. I like the open flame, you know that, but it's just a little simple, and not in a bad way. I think it can go into the B tier alongside Charmander and Squirtle, but I think maybe down here, closer to Moltres, which is a hilarious sentence. Then Quilava is boring. Quilava is kind of like Ivysaur, where it's just not that interesting. I think Quilava is like a C tier level design, and honestly, kind of a low C tier. And Typhlosion is not much better. It really is just the same thing again. That's Cyndaquil's problem. It just gets bigger without adding anything exciting to it. So Typhlosion goes right next to Quilava. Higher than it, but it's just Cyndaquil again, but big. Now, Hisuian Typhlosion. What an exciting little guy. He gets the Psychic typing, or Ghost, but one of those, and so cool. Making it purple, like, they took an incredibly boring design and zhuzhed it up in a way that gives it a lot more life. And I think it can now stand alongside normal Cyndaquil up here in the B tier. Ghost? Okay, good. I couldn't remember which one it was, but I remember I liked it. Totodile is my favorite. I like Gators. It's a solid new version to take the water starter, I think. Just a funny little gator guy. Pretty iconic. Where did Chikorita go? I think Totodile can go under the other starters in the B tier. Croconaw is a little goofy looking. He's kind of similar to, like, Ivysaur, where it's just not doing a much new, you know, that's worthy of any praise. A C tier design. For Alligator, for being feral alligator, that's the name. I think it does that decently well. Big scary jaw, big red spikes, but I don't know, it's still pretty cute. A part of me wishes it was more feral looking, maybe a deeper shade of blue. Is it an S tier design, like Meganium? Honestly, no, I don't think so, but I think it is a high A tier. I do really like Feraligatr. But I feel like we could have done even more. I'd love, it's why I'm always like, I want more Feraligatr stuff. I want Feraligatr to get, like, a Mega and stuff like that. Who were the starters for Legends Zaw? Does anyone remember? Love Croconaw, like a Flintstones guy. I do like his funny little Flintstones toga. But can someone please remind me who the starters are gonna be in Legends Zaw? I know that was announced, but I can't remember who we got. Meanwhile, I need to stir my drink. Let me go grab a spoon really quick. There weren't any spoons in the drawer, so I'm using a fork instead. Chikorita, Totodile, Tepig, perfect. I'm so excited to see what we do. I'm so excited to see what we do with those. I'm so fucking excited. I'm absolutely picking Totodile, but it's gonna be oops all bangers, I think. Okay. I'm talking too much. I'm talking too much. The cats are hanging out in the living room. I also hope they get regional forms. If they don't, I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna throw Molotov cocktails at Game Freak in Minecraft. I was like Furret, not Sentret so much. See, I'm the other way around. I think Sentret is cute. I think it's less iconic than Rattata, but it's not bad. It gets the job done. It is a C tier design if I've ever seen one. But Furret I was always so unimpressed with. I always thought it was so, like, bland. And then as I aged, I came around to Furret. I think it's still pretty boring, but very cute. I understand why it's got such a following. I think it is right alongside the likes of Raticate in the C tier. Hoot Hoot, that is just an owl. I like the clock gimmick though, and it's standing on one foot to help convey that. That's cute. I like Hoot Hoot a whole lot. The red eyes are really striking. I think that's a B tier design, up here with Tentacool. Noctowl is boring. That's a boring owl. That is just a boring owl. And Allison's gonna hate that I said that. She loves Noctowl. It's better when it's shiny. It's good that Ash got a shiny. Allison also has a shiny. That's why she likes Noctowl so much. That was her first shiny, little bonus factoid. Ladybug! Oh my god, what a solid design for such a crappy Pokemon. I wish Ladybug got a fighting type when it evolved. Bug fighting? That would've been nice. Regal, but that's all he's got going for him. Exactly, and that's just the nature of owls. Ladybug is so fucking cute. Kind of like how I discussed with Venonat earlier. Like, it's got these cute little hands, an adorable little face. They really, they were like, we're gonna make a Ladybug be the fucking cutest thing we've ever made. And I think they succeeded. So, yeah, 1000% as good as Venonat. Up here in the A tier. Ledian is weaker. Ledian looks, it's not as cute. It's just kind of goofy looking. I don't like its funny feats. It's not terrible. It's just not nearly as good as Ladybug. I tend to forget Ladybug even exists. I think it can go next to Mega Beedrill in the C tier. I liked Noctowl until the Rowlet line came and replaced them. Exactly. Rowlet really does do everything better. Still like Hoot Hoot, but it's just the truth. Spinarak, I adore Spinarak. And I don't even know why. I don't like spiders, but something about Spinarak is just cute. I like the multicolored legs, the weird red pincers, the funny face on its back. It's like nothing looks like, it's like I don't understand how they came to all these design choices, but they come together in such a fun and cute way and pretty distinct. Spinarak really stands out in a sea of other fantasy spiders, I must say. I think Spinarak, is it an A tier design? Yeah, I think Spinarak can get up here, next to Marowak. Ariados is less strong, in terms of design. I like this color palette a lot more. And I like the silhouette a lot. I think it's still good, but it's just not as, like, immediately, like, iconic as Spinarak. I think, Ariados can sit just above Slowpoke in the B tier. Crobat! So, Golbat finally gets an evolution, a friendship evolution, and I do like that it inverts the colors. I think that's a cute way to signify growth, to make it look a little bit more stand out versus its pre-evolutions without going full ham. That's just like Golduck and Psyduck, you know? Ariados is condemned to be a bad guy's mook or a gym leader's filler at best. It's not technically true. Janine's ace is an Ariados. But you're not wrong. That is often the role it is allowed to play. I like Crobat a lot. I think Crobat is a really smart evolution, of the Golbat design. Just gotta find where I put Golbat, and then I can judge accordingly. Okay, in the B tier, I think Crobat, is it an A tier design? Not quite, but it is a higher B tier design, for sure. I think it can go right behind Lapras in the B tier. Chinchou and Lantern. What fun little designs. What an interesting way to approach, like, anglerfish kind of designs. I think Chinchou is cuter than Lantern. Lantern's just got kind of an ugly shape to it. And Chinchou's eyes and simplicity, like, it's a circle with some big old droopies. Chinchou's really cute. Chinchou's kind of like Oddish, where it feels like you can easily insert Chinchou into your life in a multitude of ways. So it can go next to Oddish in the B tier. Lantern is a little bit uglier. It's not terrible by any means. I think I just, a C tier design, right behind Magnemite. Pichu! What a smart way to do a Pikachu Prevolution. Isn't Crobat Janine's ace? Nope, it's Ariados. I know. Crazy, right? Baby Pokemon. We have introduced... Johto introduces breeding, and so baby Pokemon join the fray. Starting with Pichu. And what a smart way to do a Pikachu Prevolution. I think not having any brown on it is a smart choice. They do love this black and yellow color palette for electric type Pokemon. But then making the cheeks pink instead of red, really, it conveys baby. And then this babyish body type. It's really smart. It's really cute. I think it's not as iconic as Pikachu, but pretty damn up there. I think that's an A tier design. A high A. Cleffa. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna talk about Cleffa and Igglybuff at the same time. I always thought Cleffa was way cuter. Igglybuff is almost too simple. It doesn't look enough like Jigglypuff. I wish it had some kind of ear on it, instead of being just a round circle. Also, its eyes are red instead of blue, like the rest of the Jigglypuff line. So, I think it's just a B tier. I think it goes right behind Clefairy, versus Cleffa is the fucking cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. They just made Clefairy and then just made it just circle. No limb, only circle. It has all the same elements as Clefairy, but just fucking babyified. And its silhouette is made to look like a star. Because Clefairy are from probably not this planet. I don't think it's an S tier design, but I think it's so fucking cute. I can't handle it. It can go right next to Dragonair in the A tier. Togepi! Togepi, the egg Pokemon. It certainly does look like an egg. It gets a lot of help from the anime. Honestly, its design, it is just an egg. It's not bad, but I'm getting nothing outside of egg from this. I like that it is not a yolk yellow. I will give it that. A yolk yellow would have been upsetting. It being this pale yellow implies that it is a hard-boiled egg. C tier? C tier? Oh, it can be a B tier design, I think. A low B tier? Yeah, it can go above Golem. Yeah. Now, Togetic. Togetic is, I think, a more interesting design, despite not being as iconic. And I think that is just due to lack of screen time. I think that's the only reason why Togepi is so iconic. Hard-boiled, we eat the baby, we eat the baby. We can eat the baby. Togetic, I think, is more interesting. It's got a more interesting color palette and silhouette. And the winglings, like, Togepi is cute. Togetic makes me want to know more. Makes me more excited. So I think this is an A tier design, but a bottom of A. It can go under Chansey. Xatu, I constantly forget, and Natu, are in this generation. In my head, these are Hoenn Pokemon. Natu is fucking adorable. I think it goes right next to the other circle guys. How we kind of have a bit of a circle collection going on with Oddish and Chinchou. I think it can go behind Oddish. Cute little circle bird, and it does a good job of really setting up for what Xatu is, which is it's giving, like, a very, like, kind of cave painting, or, you know, kind of totem, design, which makes it feel mystical and special. I like that its wings cover up its body and makes it look like it's got, like, another face on its stomach. It doesn't, but it's just so cool. It's just a really smart design, and I love the green. Green on a bird? We never get that. I love thinking outside the box like that. Gimme that green, weird green psychic bird. I adore Xatu. One of my favorite Pokemon designs, honestly. I think that can go, yeah, right next to P. Right, I'm really filling up the top of A here. But yeah, right next to Pichu, in the A tier. Flaffy, oh my gosh. Okay, the whole Mareep line is a lot to explore. We're gonna start with Mareep. It's an electric sheep. That is so fucking clever. Which you probably know is a reference to, you know, do androids dream of electric sheep from Blade Runner? And, that's so fucking clever. And I love these weird, like, the weird tail and the ear parts being patterned. They used to love giving Pokemon stripy patterns like this. The whole color palette is perfect. It is an adorable version of a sheep. Like, it's not, like it's not cloven. Like, it's still almost, it's sheep puppy, you know, flavored. I think it's so smart. What a smart idea. And a smart execution of the idea. That is an S tier design, baby. Flaffy is fascinating because they made it stand up, they gave it a goofier hairdo, and they made it pink. Why is it pink? I don't know, but I like it. Do I like it as much as Mareep? Flaffy's kind of crazy. I think it is not quite as good as Mareep, but it's still really good. I think that's a high A tier Pokemon right there. Adorable. I love this. It's so weird that we went from blue to pink, and then we go to yellow. Like, this color palette's all over the place. Ampharos is crazy. We completely lose that sheep idea for Ampharos, but we keep everything else. Like, it's still got the stripy tail and the, like, you know, gem on its tail and the stripy ear things. And it's just like, what happened to the fur? But I'm not mad. Ampharos is another really solid. What's up with its flipper hands? They're not really paws. I don't think I've ever seen it, you know, do a hand nya like kind of motion. I think it keeps its arms straight for the most part. It's got more flippers than hands. I think it is as strong as Flaffy. I gotta be honest. I think Mareep stands above the other two, but A tier right there. Mega Ampharos is hilarious because they just added the fur back, and made it a dragon type. So many questions with the whole Mareep line, and I adore it for that. I think that's as good as Mareep. That's an S tier Mega right there. Oh, wool. Right. Not hair. Excuse me. Blossom! A cute new way to evolve your Oddish. I think Blossom stands just as strongly as Vileplume. A cute little dancer guy, as opposed to Stanky Corpse Flower, but it's still so, like, you can see how Oddish becomes this. And it is, Vileplume's shiny color. They alternate between the blue and green, depending on their shinies. So Vileplume is this green when shiny, and Blossom becomes blue when it's shiny. That's pretty neato. Where did I put Vileplume? Where did Vileplume go? Help me find that stinky flower. Oh, no. B! I put Vileplume down here in B? No, that's wrong. I gotta put Vileplume way higher. Vileplume's an A. An A tier design right there, and Blossom is just as good. Fun fact, Blossom is one of the few Pokemon that gets smaller when evolving. It's true, it's teeny weeny. It's so weird that they gave Blossom and Slowking the same stat total as Vileplume and Slowbro. It's just a question of whether you want Poison subtype or not. I think also it's like, the allocation is different. Like, I think it's got higher special attack? Question mark? I don't know. But, what was Past Twins thinking? Past Twins was a loon. Was crazy and dumb. Marill! There's a reason why Marill gained so much traction as Pika Blue. This is a fucking perfect design. A little blue mouse guy, and also its tail is a buoy. Like, so it floats. It is genuinely just as good as Pikachu. It could have easily stood alongside Pikachu as a mascot. A downright perfect design. And similarly, just like Raichu, Azurill is just as strong as Raichu. It's just bigger, cooler, stronger version of the same cutie pie that it evolves from. So yeah, they can just be separated by Mewtwo. Sudowoodo was hilarious. It's a bonsai tree, but it's fake. The fact that it's rock is hilarious. It's what a weird. So Sudowoodo works a lot better in sprite form, where you can't tell what it is. The jump to the third dimension makes Sudowoodo hilarious because it sucks. No one thinks this is a tree. That was the whole gimmick. You had to go water Sudowoodo, and it would go, ooh, I don't like water because I'm actually a rock type, and then fight you. And everyone was like, oh my god, I thought it was a tree, and it's not. But now, we see the trees, and they don't look like, Sudowoodo doesn't look like a tree, Sudowoodo looks like a fucking freak. Sudowoodo looks stupid, and I love it. Sudowoodo's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. I think that's an A-tier Pokemon. That can go next to Togetic, yeah. Easily. Oh, Politoed. Politoed's fascinating. I remember Politoed so clearly. For some reason, I was just very into Politoed growing up. And I didn't like it, but I just... It just followed me. Like, I would draw it in chalk. I couldn't think of any other Pokemon. Politoed does not look like the rest of the Poliwag line, being green. So, and I don't love that. But if it was blue, I feel like it would look more boring. Maybe I wish it was a bit more blue-green, but I do like that this is our only green frog in Pokemon. Every other frog that we've had so far is blue. This is the only green frog. And I think this is far better than boring-ass Poliwrath in terms of design. Is it as strong as Poliwag and Poliwhirl? No. I think it's a B tier. Yeah, B tier design. It could be a lot better, it could be a lot worse. It's just kind of middle of the road. Bellibolt, I would argue Bellibolt is blue. Let me find it. Oh, that does wander pretty close to green, doesn't it? Barely a frog, but I don't know if I would call it a frog, but it is green. We'll get to that at some point. Hoppip! Hoppip's another solid circle Pokemon. The whole line is solid circles. Skiploom is the weak link in the middle, looking all oblongy and weird. I like its funny ears. But Jumpluff is basically perfect. So Skiploom is pretty cute. I think that's a B tier design. That can go up next to Vulpix. And then Hoppip and Jumpluff are going into the A tier together. They're going with my little circle collection next to Chinchou and Oddish. Hell yeah, absolutely. Again, I love the color progression between pink to green to blue. I might want to make a cute circle tier. Hang on, we're adding another tier. Add a row above. And we're gonna make this... we're gonna make this B plus parentheses circles. And we're gonna make this, this blue color. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's schmoot my circles up, I think. I think they deserve to have their own tier. Cute, perfect circles. Primeape does get to play. Primeape gets to be in the circle tier. Egg tier was prophesized. That's green. That is green. Skiploom do be green. Perfect. Okay. Apom! Why is it purple? It's very similar to Rattata in a lot of ways. Having a hand at the end of its tail is adding a lot. I think that will put it above Rattata. But not by much. Where did Rattata go? Where did I put Rattata? It can't have been that high. There it is. Oh, is it a B tier design? Yes, I think it is. I think it can go up here with Lickitung in the B tier. C-Dot! Oh my god! Obviously this is going in our circle tier. C-Dot is fucking cute. I adore C-Dot. Look at those gigantic fucking eyes. And that cutie pootie little mouth. They were really huffing the cute vibes. It's like they got the Sanrio guys to come design Pokemon for them. You know, up there with like Hello Kitty. I love Sunflora. It is just a sunflower. I think it's it's as interesting as Bellsprout, at least. Or maybe at least Weepinbell. How high did I put Bellsprout? I can judge that. In terms of design. It's not quite as interesting as Victory Bell, I don't think. But, I do love this guy. Just a cute little sunflower. I kind of wish there was more going on. It's very just yellow and green. But, a cutie pie. Sad that it's not a better Pokemon. Yanma! We have our very first ugly bug Pokemon, I'd say. We've had boring bug Pokemon, we've had cool bug Pokemon, we've had pretty bug Pokemon, cute bug Pokemon. Yanma is ugly. It's too much just a dragonfly. That's a D tier. Sorry, Yanma. Oh! I can sit next to the other ugly, ugly bug Pokemon that I forgot about, Venomoth. What's this? Let's pretend that was C-Dot and not tell Twiins. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say wrong? Did I call this C-Dot? What is it? What is it called? What is this Pokemon called? Sunkern! Ah, whoops. That's fine. C-Dot will join the circles. But you can see how that happened. That's a seed. Wooper! What a fucking cutie pie. I love Wooper. And Alolan Paldean Wooper is also very solid. They're, like, it's all the best features of Wooper, but just, like, tweaked a bit. The brown color to lead it towards its ground typing is 10 out of 10. And this normal old Axolotl, so good. What a fun pull to make an Axolotl Pokemon this early in Pokemon's lifetime. I think these are so fucking iconic. There's a reason why there's such a Wooper popularity bomb across the internet, and it's not just because Smallant likes them. I think they're absolutely A-tier designs. I think they can go up here next to Vileplume, for sure. You can lie to me about every Pokemon name at this point. So, here's my hot take. Quagsire, I don't think it's as good as Wooper, but I don't think it's bad. I love his doopy face. Stupid doopy face. I think he's a little plain, but not bad by any means. I think he's a solid B-tier design. Up here with Onix, for sure. We got more evolutions, Espeon and Umbreon. I think these two are honestly my least favorite two evolutions for Eevee. I think I'm going to be biased and put all the evolutions into S tier because they are still very smart. But Espeon and Umbreon, they lose all the furry accoutrement, like the neck accessories, that I feel like are pretty important for evolutions. So they can sit near the bottom of the tier, I think. Murkrow! That's just a crow wearing a hat. I guess it's more interesting than, like, Pidgey, but it's not amazing. I think that's a C-tier design. Honestly, that can squidge between the Raticates. Now, Slowking! Now that's how you do a new evolution. That's another branching evolution path right there, and I love it. Slowbro was already so fucking cool, and Slowking is just as iconic. Honestly, where's Slowbro? Slowking needs to... Did I put them in B? No. These These are A-tier design Pokemon. What was past Twiins thinking? Slowbro gets up here next to Haunter, and Slowking can be right behind it, I say. In the A-tier. The Galarian Slowking. Similar to the other Galarian, Slowbro evolutions, I don't love it. Yeah, C tier. I think it's better than Stupid Cannon. But not much. It's between the two. I'll put it near Mega Alakazam. Misdreavus! She's just ahead. There's a yokai that's like this. Most ghost-type Pokemon are based on yokai. I like that. She's just ahead. We know by now, I like it when a Pokemon doesn't have all its limbs. The necklace is also a great touch. It's clearly ghosty. Honestly, I'm sad that Miss Magus, I feel like, isn't quite as interesting as Misdreavus. I think Misdreavus is really solid. I think that's a cool Pokemon design. Not quite a circle, but pretty up here. I think that, better than Totodile, I say, in a high B tier design. I see a hat-wearing bias. Sure, it's cool where the pink one does it, JK. Miss Magus's problem is actually, I think, the rest of the design. The hat is the best part of it. Unknown! Okay, I love Unknown. How do you even fucking categorize Unknown? I think Unknown needs to go into its own tier. A tier between C and B, I think. Because, I'm gonna call this, how do you even? And I'm gonna make it, this, like, white color. Yes, okay. Because, how do you even rank Unknown? It's all the letters of the alphabet. That's hilarious and awesome, and they all look different, and that's cool. And it's like cool, but it's also really simple. And why are we using F as the example letter? I love every time Unknown shows up. This is what happens. Elsa and I both did this. If, for example, in Legends Arceus, you encounter some unknown writing, some you know, script written in Unknown. And Allison and I both whip out paper and we start writing it down and deciphering the unknown. And it's like, I got the answer. And then you hit A, and then the character continues talking, and it's like, it says, and then just reads it out to you, and it's like, oh. And that is what happens every time Unknown is on screen. You have to pick your favorite letter. My favorite Unknown is, N. I like N. I like that it's, like, I don't know, it's, because they're always spinning around, and N has, like, a nice angle to it. Z is also cool, or Z, for all you Canadians, where, when they spin, they look nice. Unknown's career peaked in the third movie, and no one has given them a second thought since. And, bonus fact, so, yes, that did happen, and then years and years later, I was in, like, high school, I think, which was way after the third movie came out. I had a dream where there was an Eevee and a Togepi that I was trying to save, and I failed to save them, and the Unknown were the problem. And I started punching Unknown as they were trying to come out of a portal. And then I woke up, and ever since then I've kind of hated Unknown, but also they're awesome. Anyway, Wobbuffet, what a hilarious guy. He's just based off of a comedian. Just a real-life comedian. That's bananas. His shape is, I like that he kinda is shaped so amorphously, very similar to a punching bag, literally. Cause that's the gimmick. You hit him and then he does mirror coat. And the fact that the tail has eyes, implying that the tail is actually in charge, like that is the Pokemon and the rest is like a decoy, that's bananas. I think he gets a lot of good screen time that helps him a lot. But also I think Wobbuffet looks kind of ugly. I think this is a C2 design. Kind of too boring and ugly for how interesting he is. I also always like Girafarig. I like that it's a palindrome. And that the tail is also alive. Like, I do kind of wish they played with that more. Like, it's clearly the giraffe head is the real head, and then the tail is a tail. A part of me kind of wishes it was more like cat dog, you know, where just like, because that's the gimmick, it's a palindrome. Giraffe-a-rig is the same forward and back. And I kind of wish they played with that, but it's a nice way to do more than just a giraffe. I think a solid little B tier design here. B tier for Giraffe-a-rig. Pineco! That's just a pine cone. I'm sorry. It really is just a pine cone. Fortress. Fortress is crazy. The color palette, crazy. So few Pokemon have this color palette. And then the cannons, bananas. I love Fortress. What a wacko Pokemon. That is absolutely an A tier design right there. That's so cool. He's cooler than Doug Trio. A tier. Give more Pokemon cannons. Dunsparce. Dunsparce is befuddling because it's based off of such a distinct yokai, and then it's just like this funny worm thing, and it's also humongous. You expect it to be a bug, but it's not. It is normal. Why does it have wings? That's weird. What's with this color palette? These are also not fangies. Those are chin spikes. Everything about Dunsparce makes no sense, and the fact that we were all so obsessed with it getting an evolution growing up also doesn't make any sense. I like Dunsparce. Does it look good? I feel like if you ask someone to draw Dunsparce, they would have quite a difficult time. I think Dunsparce is as good as Apom in the B tier. Yes, Sunchinoko. There we go. I just gotta calm down. Slow down. Hydration check. You've been doing this nonstop, yeah? Got any water? I am constantly drinking water, and I have a smoothie as well. So, yes. And in fact, we're gonna do another bathroom break in the not too distant future because I'm drinking so much water. But first, let's get to... We'll just keep moving for a moment here. Gliscor! What a little weirdo. This feels like kind of Temu Golbat. I don't understand the pink color, but I'm not mad about it. The fact that it's like a flying scorpion bat guy, confusing. It feels like they... But I kind of like it. It's kind of like you see Rhydon and it's like, what is that guy, you know? And I like that. That's just like an imp. A funny little imp. I think not as strong as Golbat, funnily enough, but definitely not bad. A B tier design, but like right here next to Hypno. Hell yeah. Steelix, what an amazing evolution decision for Onix. Genuinely, this can go right next to Onix. Steelix is so smart. It's just Onix, but now bigger face made out of steel. I love it. That's so good. And the Mega's good too. Really adding to like the magnetic and crystalline kind of bullshit. That's one of the smartest Megas we've gotten. I think that's an A tier Mega right there. Hell yeah. Smart. Good. I like it. Okay, I adore Snubble, but let's have that little bathroom break. So let me turn off my music. You all can let me know what you think about doing a midnight release versus waiting till 10 a.m. to get a Nintendo Switch 2. Let me know your thoughts on that, and I will be right back. returned. Here I am. I'm back again. Come on back. Even though I never used a Mega Steelix, it's so goddamn cool. It's really cool. It really is. Okay. Great. Snubble. I fucking love Snubble. I adore Snubble. It's so cute. It's what a cute guy. I'm so glad it gained the fairy typing, because this is the most fairy type Pokemon I've ever seen in my life. And that's not even a joke. So, I think it's really cute. Does that mean it's a good design? The ears are kind of goofy. But I love the little, like, it's such a fun idea that, you know, these women will have these ugly little dogs, ugly little bulldogs, and parade them around in cute little clothes. And that's the gimmick. I adore Snubble, absolutely. I think, you know, I am letting my bias show. I think that is an S-tier design. Granbull, not as good. I think Granbull is cute, but I kind of wish it still had some cute little accoutrement. It loses all, like, its cute little skirty-doo, you know? And kind of just a dog. So, since it is just a dog, I think that's a C tier. It can go next to Meowth. Quillfish! And then also we have Hisuian Quillfish. I can't remember, so Quillfish is just water poison, and then Hisuian is dark poison, I'm pretty sure. They are kind of just pufferfish, but I think they do just pufferfish interestingly enough that they can go next to Murkrow, I think. I think they're at least that interesting. I'm gonna put Hisuian over normal Quillfish just because it's got a cooler color palette. Quillfish is so boring. The Hisuian one has better colors and that's it. Yeah. You know what? You've talked me into it. I think they should be D tier. Caesar! Caesar's so fucking cool. Where'd this red come from? I guess that's the Metal Co, right? Scyther was already sick nasty, and then they made it even sick nastier. It's just cooler Scyther. And I'm glad that even though we lose the blades, we get these big cool grippy claws, which are also very, very cool. Absolutely. Where did I put Scyther? I've lost there he is, A tier, and yeah, I think he can go right next to Scyther in the A tier. Water poison and dark poison. I got it right, yes! Mega Caesar is not only a worse Pokemon in terms of, like, gameplay, like, actively a bad Mega. It, like, ruins. I think it changes his ability, and that's what makes it, like, unusable. But also, I understand changing the Grippy Claws into these, like, Jaws of Life. It's just not as cool. I think if its hands kind of returned to Blade mode, then we'd be talking. As it is the weakest iteration of the Scyther line. Still pretty nifty. I think it's still better than, like, Voltorb, but, yeah, and Gigantamax Lapras? No, better than Voltorb, but that's about it in the B tier. Shuckle, what a weirdo. What is this guy? So obviously it's, like, turtle adjacent. What's this thing based off of? Fucking worms? I love it. I don't get it, but I love it. It's a pretty damn simple, good design. Funny little color palette. Like, why is it yellow? I don't know, but I like it. That means it can go, yeah, absolutely next to Sudowoodo. Hell yeah. Heracross. Heracross is just a beetle. And I'd think it doesn't even benefit like how Pinsir did. Pinsir had like a funny little mouth, and that got it into the B tier. And I think Heracross is not as interesting as Pinsir. Its characterization helps it a lot from the anime, but it's no more interesting than just a sunflower, honestly. Mega Pinsir is also bad. That's fucking ugly. I don't like that either. Where did I put Mega? Oh, am I calling these Pinsirs? It's Heracross. This is Heracross. This is Heracross. They're Heracross. It's Heracross. And Mega Heracross. Where did I put Mega Pinsir? Pretty low, yeah, in the C tier. And this is worse than that. I don't like it. That's ugly. That's an F tier design. Yeah, Heracross, Mega Heracross, Ugly, bad. Sneasel and Hisuian Sneasel. Hisuian Sneasel is fascinating. It's so femmy now. And it changed to, like, so this is dark ice, and it changed to fighting poison. I love that. I think I like these both a whole lot. I like this one's color palette more, just like on a personal level, but these are both really strong color palettes. I think these are easy A tier design Pokemon. Maybe even S tier. Yeah, I think so. I talked myself into it. Gotta smooch them up together so I can keep track of them. S tier. Yeah. They are cooler than Jigglypuff. Easy peasy. Just peak little guys. Absolutely. Sneasel, so bad in Gen 2, so broken in Gen 4. Yeah, giving Sneasel an evolution helps a lot. 1000%. Teddy Ursa! So, that is just a teddy bear, but with a moon. There's got a real moon theme with Teddy Ursa. It being just a teddy bear, I think helps a lot. It implies that there's more to see. I think it's got as solid of a design as most starters, honestly. So, high B tier for Teddy Ursa. Ursa Ring is just a bear. It's just a bear. A bear with a circle on it. Listen, I like Ursa Ring. That doesn't mean it's got a good design. That's just a bear. D tier. I've always disliked Ursa Ring. It's so boring and lame for a bear. Luckily, both forms of Ursa Luna are much better. It's true. Ursa Luna does a lot for the line. 1000%. Slugma, these nuts, doesn't even make sense, but, Slugma and Macargo, I love these guys. Slugma is so fucking peak. That's just a glob of magma. It's like with, Tangela, how I discussed earlier. How it's just like a goofy little guy. Like, I love these Pokemon designs where it's just a thing with eyes. Macargo is also... I know, yes, Houndoom is also only in Kanto, which is dumb. Macargo is also really solid. It being a magma snail, and the shell is like, you know, like molten. It's so smart. What a good design. And I think it does deserve to go up here into the, where did I just put? In the S tier, yeah? Yeah, I think it gets to stick with Slugma. I think they are S tier designs, genuinely. Snubble? Snubble, yeah? That's boring. This is a boring design. It avoids being just a cute circle by having kind of too much going on. Where did I put Sentret? I think it's kind of near Sentret, near Furret. As interesting as Electrode in the C tier. Piloswine, much better. Look at that guy, a unit, a little man. Now that's a Pokemon. I like how shaggy it is. That's a B tier design, absolutely, right above Politoed. A Macargo Liker in the wild? Corsola! Corsola is Coral. And then the Galarian version is Dead Coral, which is sad, but interesting and important to know about. We're destroying our own environments, but that's a talk for another time. What a smart way to do a ghost type Corsola as well, by the way. I think these are really solid. I think they can go into the good circle tier, up here. So there's our how do you even, and then above the B tier is our good circles. And I think Corsola can absolutely go into that. I like that it's pink as well, because Coral is pretty colorful like that. Remoraid is just a fish. That's boring. Octillery is an octopus, which is a pretty boring design, I gotta be honest. Octillery's orange color is the best thing it's got going for it. But it really is just like a funny octopus. I think that's a bottom of the C tier design right there. Cool name. The name is the best part of Octillery. Delibird, it looks kind of goofy. I like that it's Santa. I like that it's Santa well enough. I think it's no better than Jinx in the C tier. Mantine! Mantine is cute. I like Mantine. What a fun idea as well, making a flying water type because they get air. Is it a great design? No, it is bolstered a lot by its humongous size. So I think I like Mantine, but it's kind of simple looking. So actually, I think I'm gonna put it in the C tier, right above Alolan Grimer. Skarmory is an amazing design. First of all, Sky Armory is its name. That's where its name comes from, which is brilliant. And it's a bird that's made out of blades, also brilliant. And it's based off of like one of Hercules's. There was a whole thing in a magazine I used to have detailing how smart Skarmory is, and it is. It's just a really smart design. A totally underrated Pokemon, honestly. S tier. Really stunning work. Both Remoraid and Octillery are funny because the concept art showed that it used to be a gun that evolved into a tank. That certainly explains the name. I agree. I wish Skarmory could get an evolution or a mega or in a regional variant. Scrolling too far. Houndour! Okay, so I adore Houndoom. And I think Houndour is actually a pretty smart design. Helldog. You know, we've always got these, like, hell dogs in fiction. And, I think, you know, that's as good as... Where'd Growlithe go? I think it's as good as Growlithe in the C tier. High C, right below Ivysaur. And then Houndoom is just that but better. Kind of like Arcanine. It's just... With the horns and the tail, you don't even realize... And that's just a Doberman. That's really smart. You don't even realize that, that it doesn't have ears. That's an S tier design, and I might be a little bit biased, but I do not care. I absolutely love Houndoom's design. 1000%. Mega Houndoom, it's kind of just more of the same. I don't know if I can call it as good as normal Houndoom. It kind of doesn't... It doesn't innovate too much. It just kind of puts some spikes on Houndoom. Makes it look like a World of Warcraft boss. I think I can put it next to Hisuian Arcanine. Where did that go? Did I put that in B tier? Surely not. I did. Yeah. Hisuian Arcanine. Yeah. Dobermans are from hell confirmed. It's just the truth. Or Rottweilers. Kingdra! Coolest form of the Seadra line. Kingdra, so smart. It does look kingly, despite still being so simple. What a great design. If Seadra's in the C tier, then Kingdra, I think Kingdra might be an A tier design, honestly. It's just really, really strong. A real strong design. A tier. Fanfy! Fanfy is so fucking cute. Cute little elephant guy. I'm not getting ground in any way. But a cute guy. I think as good as Crocodile, for sure. A cute little dude. Kingdra is ugly. I think it looks regal. I can understand why you think that. I think its sharp face features. It's made to look kind of like a gun. But I can also see how you could be like, ew. Donphan! I adore Donphan. What a smart design. I'm so glad it got so much love in Scarlet and Violet with its paradox forms. Donphan's just really solid. A pachyderm that is also treads, so it spins like a wheel. It's brilliant. It's nothing short of brilliant. I think that's yeah, high B tier. Fanfy is so friend-shaped. Porygon 2! Porygon 2 is going... All of Porygon's evolutions are gonna go right alongside Porygon. Because they're all just as brilliant. Porygon 2 is just up now. Now we've upgraded. Everything is funny and smooth in the world of 3D graphics. Standler, that's just a deer. The fact that its horns or antlers are supposed to convey eyes, they don't. And that's just a deer. Donphan is disappointing for me. I'm glad Copper is the better elephant. Yeah. Copper is a good elephant. I think Donphan isn't trying to be an elephant and instead just kind of general pachyderm. But I understand. Smeargle! I'm conflicted about Smeargle. I think it's annoying that it's every artist in game has a Smeargle, and I think that's boring. I wish we had more art-themed Pokemon. And it is really just a monkey, but the tail is a paintbrush. It's a cute enough idea. I think I can't put it any higher than where I put Meowth. I think it's just as decent as Meowth. Let me find that motherfucker. There he is. Yeah, in the B tier. No, it's an ugly deer. It is an ugly deer. Tyrogue. Okay, so, being the prevolution of Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, I don't get that at all. It doesn't look like either of them. What an ugly little guy. I don't like Tyrogue. I like how Tyrogue works. I don't like how Tyrogue looks. Hitmontop is hilarious. Being upside down, and spinning on its little top head, even right side up. It's a pretty cute little design. Is it as strong as Hitmonlee? At the top of the A tier is where I had it. Yeah, no, not quite. But I think it is a solid B tier design. Where'd Hitmonchan go? Yeah, better than Hitmonchan. A tier. No, yeah, it's an A tier design. Bottom of A, maybe. Above Spinarak. Yeah. Oh, I've got the hiccups. I need water. More baby Pokemon. Smoochum does not look anything like Jinx. It's a cute little guy. I like Smoochum. Doesn't look anything like Jinx. It's just like a cute guy. I don't know. I guess I'll put it near Jinx and just one below, in the C tier. It's not giving a whole lot. That's a Kirby enemy. There we go. Elekid and Magby, on the other hand, like, okay, so they're just little versions of their evolutions. They're so smart and good. I think I gotta put them up high. They're such smart iterations of these designs. Quite frankly, I like how Magby looks more than Magmar. And Elekid is also kind of more iconic than Electabuzz. I think I might like these guys more than their evolutions. I talked myself into it. I think they are S tier. Yeah, they can go right behind. They can separate Mareep and Ampharos. Yeah. Smoochum's cute. There's just not a lot to it. Miltank. What a cool design. It is just a cow, but it's pink. So that makes it feel Pokemon-y. Bottom of C tier. I think there's more we could do with a cow. Blissey! What a great way to evolve Chansey. It really is. It's just like, it's kind of like a magical girl transformation. Like when they get an upgrade and, if you pay attention, you know that like, well, actually, now Sailor Moon's sleeves have 3 segments to them and the wings on the back are a different, like they're bigger and the skirt has a pink stripe in it. But as a normie, you see all of Sailor Moon's outfits and you go, that's all Sailor Moon. That's how it feels, which is all complimentary. I think that's as good as Chansey for sure. A tier. Love Blissey. The Legendary Beasts! I love these guys. I think they're all, so solid. Cool that Raikou is Electric Tiger, but with a purple thundercloud on the back, and this cool blue lightning tail. Finally starting to see some variation in colors for Electric. Entei, with its main tail looking like a volcano cloud. And then, honestly, Suicune? Is that what it's called? Suicune was always my least favorite. But it's not bad. They all look great together. We're just not getting that, like, kind of... Like, I don't know what this purple bullshit's supposed to be. Mist? Whatever happened to that variation design they had in that one movie that just came and went? I do not know. But I think these all look really stunning. I think they're a great combo. And you know what I'm gonna do? I don't know if this is gonna be controversial, but I'm gonna put them all into S tier. But not just into S tier, pretty damn high into S tier. And the thing that makes it controversial is I am putting them next to their corresponding evolution. Because that is how it shakes down. They kind of perfectly match the evolutions. So there you go. Suicune is so odd. Like, it looks like both a dog and cat. Yeah, it's why they're... But it's smart, though, because they're just beasts. Like, Entei also has cat and dog features. Raikou is more confidently in the cat kind of category, but yeah, I like them. I am a bell tower truther, yeah. T-Tar. Pupitar, Tyranitar, Larvitar, Pupitar, Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar. Okay, I got it. And then Omega. Okay, so Larvitar is a cute little guy. I do like him a lot. I like when the babies are kind of like Digimon, you know, where they're cute little guys. Larvitar, you can tell that there's greatness in store for him. He's just a little simple right now. I think that's a really solid design. Up there. A tier. Pupitar, yeah, that's just the problem. You listen, chrysalises are just kind of boring. More interesting than Metapod and Kakuna, but not by much. I'll put that Pupitar right there. But now, Tyranitar, that's Godzilla. That's cool. That is a cool design. I don't think it's as iconic as Dragonite. And there's kind of a lot going on. I feel like it's almost a messy design. Absolutely a solid A tier up there with like Feraligatr and Snorlax, in terms of design. Great stuff. I love T-Tar. And then the Mega, that's ugly. This is just, what if we make the spikes bigger? I don't like that at all. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. They could have done so much better. They could have given him wings. And they didn't. Lugia and Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is way prettier than Lugia. Ho-Oh's multicolored wings, this green alongside the gold and the red, Ho-Oh feels important. Lugia is a funny fish bird with hands. Lugia I've always thought looked way worse than Ho-Oh. I think Lugia is a C tier design right next to Mega Charizard Y. Ho-Oh is a way stronger design. Ho-Oh can actually stand alongside the other legendary birds that we talked about earlier. Ho-Oh can go into the A tier alongside... Where did I put Articuno? Oh, B tier? I think it's better than Articuno, for sure. That's an A tier design for Ho-Oh. The Guardian of the Sea. Psychic flying, clearly. Yeah, so weird. I don't know why they did that. Celebi, cute. It's a little onion fairy. Celebi's got such a great design. Is it as like flawless as Mew? Not quite, but it's by no means bad. It absolutely deserves to sit in the A tier as well. That's an iconic design right there. Yeah, grandmas recognize Celebi. Oh my gosh, and we've made it to Hoenn. Wow. I would have finished my lunch break if I were at work today. I still haven't finished my smoothie. So, Hoenn. Hoenn is fun stuff. I like Hoenn a lot. How deep does Hoenn go? Hoenn ends with Deoxys. Not bad. We're making great time. I don't think I'll finish, but we're making great time. Trico! Okay, so, more huge shoes to fill. Trico, I think, is solid. I think everyone likes Trico. Everyone likes Trico. I think Trico can stand alongside the likes of, like Charmander and Squirtle here in the B tier. Next to, yeah, we'll put Trico right there. B tier for Trico. Grovyle's where it's at. Everyone likes Grovyle the best. Everyone's like, oh, I'm gonna get Trico because look at what it evolves into. And then you see Sceptile and everyone's like, oh. Some good starters. There are some good-ass starters. Look at how fucking cute Mudkip is. We'll get to it. Okay. But yeah, Grovyle is clearly where it's at. Grovyle is one of the few times where the middle evolution is where it peaks. Especially for the starters. I think this is a strong-ass design. That goes with Wartortle up here in A. Sceptile, not quite. Sceptile's like, I don't know. It gets the job done, but I think the tail is kind of ugly. I like that they're lizards, but it's just the weakest part of all of this. I'm gonna put it next to Mega Venusaur. Mega Sceptile is cool. I like its missile Christmas tree tail. I agree. Sceptile benefited a lot by getting a Mega. I think this kind of helps save a Sceptile in the long run in terms of design. It looks so fancy and important, which is good because it gains the dragon typing. The crazy missile Christmas tree is also, tail, is also a fascinating addition. Is it an A tier design? No, I don't think it's quite as good as Grovyle still, but I think now it can be a pretty damn solid B tier design. Absolutely. Which isn't bad. Keep in mind, B, that's still, you know, top half of the board. Torchic! Oh my gosh. I adore Torchic. I really do. What a cute, first of all, hilarious name. Torch and Chick. Torchic. I think Torchic is one of the most iconic starters. It's so cute. It is just a chick, but orange. I think it can go up here with Bulbasaur easily. Maybe just below, but yeah. 10 out of 10 stuff out of Torchic. I adore Torchic. Combuskin is shaped like a penis. We just have to say how it is. Do not eat friend-shaped Torchic. It is spicy chicken. I'm getting hungry. Combuskin doesn't look bad. I think, funnily enough, its goofy long arms and the funny long claws are helping it a lot. If it had more, shorter arms, I think I would like it a lot less. It's still not amazing. In terms of design, I think it's around the same level as Cyndaquil, for sure. Blaziken, again, great name. Blaze Chicken. That's great. And Blaziken is another really peak design. I think that is another S tier starter design. Blaziken is, it's just so iconic, and it's so simple, too. You kind of just have these three colors on screen, and it's like, oh my god, that's Blaziken! Yeah, that can go, above Meganium. Nice. Mega Blaziken, that looks kind of goofy. It's not, D tier or anything. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like they didn't quite know what to do. They were really hindered by the fact that, the C tier for this one. They were really hindered by the fact that, okay, how do we now make an S tier design look better? Or an A tier design look better? And that's hard. And then they fumbled the ball. Mudkip is one of the cutest fucking things I've ever seen in my entire life. And another axolotl, how nifty. Mudkip is so iconic. It's just as iconic as a lot of the original starters, honestly. Genuinely, Mudkip is the first S tier first stage starter, I think. And I think it does deserve that. Above Jigglypuff. Nope, we're gonna go even higher. Above Snubble. That might be a spicy take. Mudkip, then Marsh Stomp looks goofy. Marsh Stomp drops the ball. This is kind of disappointing, honestly. Marsh Stomp, that's a C tier design. And then Swampert is much better. Swampert, we rubber band back up with Swampert. C tier for you know, we all have our lows, and then we have highs. I don't think it's an S tier design. I think it's got kind of a little too much going on. But an A tier design. It can go under Totodile. And then, the Mega is, I hate this. I know Allison likes it. I know it's got its fans. I'm not gonna put it in the F tier, but I am gonna put it in the D tier. I think this is goofy and I don't like that. I don't like that. That can go above Yanma. Poochyena! Cute little guy! Cute little dog guy. I always wanted, like, I like Poochyena a whole damn lot. I think it's better than Rattata. That's for dang sure. But it's not super exceptional. I think it can be, a solid B tier design. I like it a whole lot, but that doesn't mean it, you know, it's anything too special. B tier. Hell yeah. Now, oh man, now we're talking. Fucking Mighty Anna, I was all over this shit, and I still am. This black and white design is doing everything. It's not even a hyena. That's where its name's pulling from, and it's not. It's not a hyena. That's clearly wolf. It's not giving hyena in any way, and I don't even care. I'm letting my bias show. I like Mighty Anna a lot. That's an S tier design. Yet another bad guy Mookmon. It so is. Zigzagoon! The weak- oh man, okay. And then Galarian Zigzagoon. Galarian Zigzagoon is so much more interesting by making it fucking goddamn Ziggy Stardust over there. Making it kiss the band. Zigzagoon is kind of cute, but really nothing that special. C tier, lower than Raticate. And then the Galarian one, wow! What's up with his color palette? What's up with the stars around its eyes? What a cool guy! That's a B tier design suddenly, right below Mega Charizard X. Linoon looks bad, and Galarian Linoon also looks bad. The color palette for this one is more interesting. I get it that it's a line. This looks stupid. This looks like fur it got run over. I've never liked Linoon. Linoon that's a D tier Pokemon. That's under Metapod. The Galarian one has a cooler color palette though. Why red eyes? Is it on drugs? It's because it's a dark type. So they glow in the dark. Wurmple! Cute! A good way to recapture kind of everything that was great about Caterpie. Honestly, it really is just, you know, like Caterpie 2.0. Where did I put Caterpie? Pretty high, if memory serves correctly. Where'd Caterpie go? Caterpie, B tier. There we go. Okay, I found you. Yeah, it can be between Caterpie and Weedle. Cause it's just as good, honestly. That's such a solid design. That's another one that's also just a caterpillar. Just a real caterpillar. We're gonna do the chrysalis forms next. These are fucking dumb looking. I get it, but they're not even like they're so nothing. There's nothing. They're lower than that. They've got to be lower in the D tier because they're so boring. I hate them. They're not F tier worthy, but they're just so boring. It's interesting that the spikes can retract. I will give them that. But golly, what a letdown. And then, final form, Beautifly is, I'm gonna call it at least as good as Butterfree. I think they went a little bit more literally. Like, it doesn't have Butterfree's weird fuzzy purple bullshit going on, but they went harder with the wings, and I think that looks really nice. I think it's got all the same similar kind of good qualities as Butterfree, but just allocated in a different way. Now I just got fine Butterfree. I had high praise for it. So Butterfree. Oh, where did you go? I've lost you. Goddamn, where's Butterfree? Somebody help me. There it is, I found it. Okay. So yeah, right below Butterfree. And then Dustox looks bad. It's better than Venomoth, but it's just not as interesting. I don't understand why the moths have so far not been allowed to be, like, cool looking. Like, they all have to be, like, funny little shapes. I don't know, it looks less impressive by a long shot. I think Dustox is C tier. Lotad! Cute guy! That's a circle. That's absolutely a circle Pokemon right there. No, cutie pie with funny little legs. I like him. Good. Lombre, hot take, I like Lombre better than Ludicolo in terms of design. I like that Ludicolo does look like a pineapple and has a sombrero. But something about Lombre, it just does it for me. I can't even explain that. I don't think I can separate them too far, though. I think they will end up very close to each other in my list. Now it's just a matter of figuring out if they're B or A. I think, you know what, they can hold the line, currently. I think Lombre is bottom of A, Ludicolo is top of B. Yeah. What if Mexican Kappa? Exactly. And you know what? That's a great question. Now, actually C-Dot and not Sunkern. C-Dot, that's another circle right there. Goddamn, and I'm gonna put it next to Sunkern too, because they're so similar. C-Dot! Alright, Nuzleaf. Most popular for creating, like being the genesis of Nuzlocke. It was a Nuzleaf that kinda where the name came from. Crazy stuff, isn't it? Honestly, Nuzleaf's design is, mid. Why doesn't it have nipples? That's confusing. I don't understand that. He's like a good little guy. Where'd Gliscor go? Yeah, I'm gonna put him next to Gliscor, where they're just kind of confusing little guys. Yeah, in the B tier. But Shiftry is where it's fucking at. Shiftry is so cool as like a ninja samurai tree guy. Like Shiftry is unfathomable, and I love him. He's fucking cool. That's up there in the A tier. Swellow and Talo are so fucking similar. It's just one is cute, one is cool. So they do go together. And they are finally some interesting, normal birds. Not legendary birds. Interesting, at least in terms of color palette. But they really are still just some birds. Right below Golduck, I'd say. In the C tier. Shiftry is inspired by Tengus, I'm pretty sure. Which makes sense, because they go hand in hand with the Kappa flavor of Lotad. Wingull, Pelipper. Okay, so Pelipper, that Pelipper is just a pelican. That's a boring design right there. Wingull, more interesting, not amazing. That's a C tier design, but not by much. That's better than Persian. Ralts. Okay, the Ralts line. Everyone calm the fuck down. This is great. This is really peak. Everything in this line is S tier. This is one of the smartest designs. One of the coolest designs. One of the most... Why the green? I don't know. I love when Pokemon are green for some reason. They're just really solid. And there's not a weak link in the group. It starts off adorable, it becomes bigger and cooler and cuter and prettier as it goes. And even the Mega doesn't fumble the ball. Adding enough to really feel like a special new form without just completely changing the Pokemon. There's a reason why Ralts is so dang popular, and it's not just because people are weird about Gardevoir. Yeah, these are absolutely stunning Pokemon. The whole line deserves to be in the S tier, I gotta say. We're gonna put them in order of above Meganium. Gardevoir, and then Mega Gardevoir can go right next to it. Kirlia can go above Sneasel, and Ralts can go above Snubble. There we go. Some high-level Pokemons right there. I gotta blow my nose, hang on. Great. Now then. What is next? Surskit! Surskit's boring. Surskit is a cute circle, but it's also so fucking boring. I've always kind of hated Surskit. I wish there was more going on. It's just as interesting as Remoraid. Mothim? Masquerain. Masquerain is also so dumb. I get that. Again, the wings are supposed to be eyes. It doesn't look like it. It's just what a boring fucking Pokemon. It feels like it has no features. In a world where I like when Pokemon are missing things like limbs or mouths, Mothim is unfinished. Shroomish is a cute little circle guy. What a cute little circle guy. Look at his grumpy face. Looks like, yeah, you look at Shroomish and it goes, it just humps. Breloom, a cutie. What a funny little thing. Why is it like a weird dinosaur? I think it's fighting type as well. I think in the manga its arms like shoot out. I don't know if that's canon, but Breloom is such an interesting design. It's almost too cool of a design for being just Breloom. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's really solid. It can be up here next to Mr. Mime, genuinely. A tier. Slackoth. Boring. That's just a sloth. Like, let's be honest. Vigoroth. Interesting. Vigoroth looks like it's like, okay, now we're talking. Now how funny. It's a sloth, but vigorous. That's, you know, that I like where we're moving with this. I also like the white and red fur. It makes it stand out. It's striking. B tier next to Magneton. And then Slacking. That's just a kind of a gorilla, but with like a man's face, kind of. I don't know. I don't like Slacking as much as Vigoroth. It's not terrible. I think it's still B tier, but just lower down here. I think it's above Mankey. Nincada, one of the most forgettable designs in Pokemon. What does Nincada look like? You ask someone that, they cannot answer you. Nincada it's kind of like Masquerain, no features. Shedinja and the other one, what's it fucking called? So Shedinja is one of the most interesting Pokemon designs, being the just the shell left over. Like that's fascinating. Growing up, cicada shells, yeah, like their dead skins were always so interesting. In a scary way, because bugs are icky. But making it be a ghost type with the halo and having because when cicadas, when they, you know, molt like that, they go through the back, and so that open like carapace becoming like angel wings, and the eyes look like bells, which is like symbolic. That's one of the smartest designs. Absolutely. I love Shedinja's. Ninjask! Good job. Thank you so much. Ninjask is just a cicada, but it's a ninja. It's certainly better than Nincada. It's fine. Better than Typhlosion. Better than Heracross. Better than Parasect at C. Whismur is a cute little circle guy. We got a lot of cute circles in Hoenn. I love Whismer's color palette, they're also so confusing. It's like, what are you? Are you bunnies? That's not a bunny. Like, they make no sense. They feel, like, totally just made up from someone's imagination with no basis in reality outside of, you know, things that are loud. I kind of love them. I do think Loudred's design is a little stronger than Xploud's. I think Xploud's tubes aren't as striking as Loudred. I think, but they're both still pretty damn solid. I think Xploud goes into the B tier. Just above Arcanine in the B tier, and then Loudred goes into the A tier? Yeah, A tier. Right below Beedrill. Hell yeah. Makuhita I like better with time. When I first saw Makuhita, I thought it looked stupid. As I age, I like Makuhita more and more. I don't understand why it looks like it's tied up. It looks like a bag of sand that's been tied up to look like a little guy. But I kind of love him. And I like that he looks so much like Pikachu without being like Mimikyu. Like, that's not part of his gimmick. He just happens to kind of look like Pikachu. So yeah, I like Makuhita plenty. B tier, right below Hoot Hoot. Hariyama is another one that I like more with time. The hands are hilarious. He's a sumo guy, so that's why his hands are humongous. Pretty damn solid, I gotta be honest. I think he can be at least as good as Hitmonchan, wherever the fuck he went. There he is, A tier, a little bit below, above Makuhita? Yeah. Or B tier, excuse me. Yeah. Thought Makuhita looked like a trash bag, like a colorful one? I can understand. Azurill! What a cutie pie. Great baby design. Once again, for the Meryl line. That's a cute little, perfect little circle right there. That's really good. Primeape is such a funny one to have in the circle line, because it's like cutie babies and then Primeape. But he's friend-shaped, he's circle. It's just the truth. Maybe it's not. maybe I smudge him down into B. Nose Pass! I adore Nose Pass. What a great design. He's a compass. But also, like, a little Maui head. That's not it. Easter Island head. Rockman. What a fun way to approach a rock type. I'm so glad he does get an evolution, even though I do think Probopass is... I don't like it as much. But yeah, Nose Pass, that's great. I love him. A tier. Skitty! Skitty is one of the cutest Pokemon on planet Earth. I adore Skitty. I love cats, and I love that its tail is cattails, like the plant. I think Skitty is a fucking peak. I love it. I love him more than most other things on planet Earth. This can go way up here next to Houndoom. I never guessed you'd like cats. Delcatty I don't like quite as much. I feel like it's a little aimless, but still very cute. Certainly better than Persian. At least it's not boring. A solid B tier design, I'd say. How did Xploud get here? How did I put Xploud between Golbat and Zubat? One over. There we go. Great, B tier. Sableye, what a little freako. What a little cave goblin. That's a pretty damn solid design. I gotta be honest. That's a B tier design in this world. That can go up next to Apom. And then Mega Sableye just gives it a big ass gem to hide behind, which honestly is less interesting. I think that makes this a C tier. It's just a little boring. I wish we could have gotten more out of it. It is simple but effective. Not bad, but I don't know. I would have liked a big gremlin, I think. Mawile, another cool iteration of a yokai with Mawile. With the mouth on the back of its head. It's certainly distinct. Honestly, this is an S tier design. No one can convince me otherwise. Being steel typing is also fascinating. I love it, and I lost it. I lost Mawile. Uh-oh. I was going too fast. Where'd you go? Oh no! Don't embarrass myself like this. Did I move it? There it is, I found it. That was close. Oh. Don't call me. I don't know who you are. I don't know if you could hear my phone vibrating. But I received a phone call from my beloved friend, Spam. Yeah, Mawile. S tier. Easy. And then Mega Mawile, it gets the job done well enough. I don't think it's quite as strong as Mawile. No, I think it's as good as Mawile. Yeah, I guess that's another S tier design. It's kind of just more of the same, but it's not worse. Like, it avoids being, like, I don't know what else we could do with a Mega. So, yeah, also S tier. My back hurts. I think it's stretching time. Hang on. Let's turn off the BGM. Let's stretch. Time. Everyone get up. Get up. It's time to stretch. So stand up. Okay. We're all going to stretch together. So. You're going to bend your hips and do your best to touch the floor. Keep your feet shoulders length apart. Go as low as you can without bending your knees. Do not bend your knees to get lower. Just stretch your back and legs as far as you can. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you can come back up. And now we're going to grab one arm. Take your right arm, stretch it across your front. So your right arm is now to your left, and you're going to apply pressure with your left arm to stretch that way. At the same time, we are going to lunge with our legs to the right to stretch your inner thigh on the left. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great. And now the other way. Stretch your left arm across your chest. Stretch your leg to the side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One moment. Allison texted me. I gotta read that. Let me reply to her and tell her I haven't. I haven't. Great. Okay, back to the stretching. Gonna grab your ankle. You need something to balance on for this one. Grab your ankle and stretch it back like a ballerina. You're gonna pull your leg back behind you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the other leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. And then finally, let's do another back stretch. Grab your arms. Grab them. Take your arms and put them above your head like you're an arrow. And then we're going to have them stretched up as high as you can. And then you're going to bend to your left. Do not try to overextend yourself. Keep your arms above you and bend to the left at your kind of like rib cage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good stretching. Hoof. Great. And now we're all loose and limber. Loose and limber, and I had to do a bunch of yelling for that. Still streaming. We haven't gotten through hoeing yet. That's the plan, to at least get through hoeing. But the way we're going, I might even be able to get through Sinnoh. Hoof. Good stretching. That was a great stretch. Alright. Yes, good stretching that we definitely did alongside you. I assumed that no one chit-chatting in chat meant you were, in fact, stretching alongside me. So, Aaron! The Aaron line. I think they're a lot of fun. So, Aaron is a cutie little pie. A cute little dude, want to pat him on the head real bad. He's not a circle friend, but this is up here with Ponyta, I think. B tier. Oh, hell yeah. A good one. Lairon, way uglier. Way less good. Just kind of bigger and meaner looking. I don't like him. Nothing overtly wrong with it, but it's just like, a low point. C tier. And then Aggron. Now this is where we're talking. Aaron was a cute little guy, and then Aggron is... I love kaijus like this. You should know. Seeing as how I already put the Nidos in the S tier, Aggron's going right up there with them. Alongside, like, Rhydon. I love big scary guys like this. And he might be the best one of the bunch, honestly. Hell yeah. I've always loved Aggron. It's such an awesome and cool design, and its mega is so mid to straight up bad. It is! The mega is ugly. It's... Why is it, like, washed out? Like, it's a washed out color now. The silhouette's all, like, lumpy and bulbousy and bad, and I do not like this. I think that can go right next to Mega Swampert, honestly. Terrible. Vaporeon in S tier. All the evolutions are in S tier. Yippee! Metacham! Metacham has grown on me over time as well. This is actually Metatite. Metatite has grown on me as well. Just kind of like a little guy. Nothing too special to write home about, but a cootie. A cootie patootie. C tier. Metacham, I do think it's better. I think it does a... Bless you. One of the cats sneezed. It's pure steel for some reason. Mega Aggron? That's so crazy. I think Metacham does a perfect job executing on the psychic and fighting type that it's got. A really smart design, honestly. A tier. Absolutely. Better than Mr. Mime. Now, Mega Metacham, I think it's as good as Mega Alakazam, which is to say, not very good. I think it's just kind of goofy looking. I think Mega Sableye needs to go higher than that. C tier. Yeah, in the C tier. Okay. What's this? Manectric and Manetrike? What's this Pokemon called? This one looks ugly. I don't like its long head. The green is interesting. But really it's just an electro dog with a long ugly head. I don't like its head. C tier. The evolution though, a cool guy. The head has become vert. Electrike and Manectric, thank you. Yeah, becoming more vertical, it does better conveying electricity anyway, and it no longer looks stupid. Yeah, that's a solid B tier above Cloyster. Mega Manectric, aka Stonks the Pokemon. It is so Stonks. It's kind of goofy. It is kind of goofy. Like, it's kind of just like too much. It's just someone drew some big triangles. I like the color palette. I don't think I like it as much as normal Manectric though. I think that's a C tier. Plus Laminin, solid Pikachu clones. We finally get our first Pikachu clones, which I think should have their own tier. Maybe? No. A lot of them are very similar, but I don't think that means they deserve their own tier. They are honestly kind of boring. They need to come together, cause they are, you know, positive and negative. That's the gimmick. But I think, like, individually they're pretty boring, and they're only interesting together because of the blue, because of their little duality. Like, they're kind of just nothing. They're kind of just Pikachu again, but not as good. Yeah, I think these are C tier designs. Sorry, Plus Minen. Oh my gosh, Illumise and Volbeat, some of the most forgettable Pokemon on planet Earth. I couldn't care less about these guys. Their color palettes are interesting, I guess. No, I kind of hate these. D tier. They can go above Goldeen though. They can yeah, they'll be at the top of D tier. Roselia, so pretty. No, it's not what it's fucking called. What is Roselia? Roserade. No, Roselia. There's over 1,000 Pokemon. I'm impressed that I've only really fucked up Sunkern so far. Roselia. Yes. I love the rose hands. I think this is really smart. This can kind of almost, this is as good as Vileplume. 100%. Yeah. I love the rose hands. And especially in this artwork, the eyes being closed. I don't know. I think sometimes it actually just opens its eyes, but I quite like the closed eye gimmick that it's got here. But regardless, I think Roselia is very cute. And super iconic. Now I need to find Vileplume again. There it is! It can separate the two. Yeah. Nice. Rosebud dies. Rose hands seem objectively worse than knife hands? Maybe. But they would smell better. So at least there's that. Gulping these nuts and swallowing these nuts. They're kind of whatever, honestly. They're at their most interesting when their mouths are open. But unlike Whismur and its line, like, they just don't do that very often. I think Gulpin isn't even, you know, in the good circle category. Gulpin's kind of just a boring circle. I don't even know how to explain this, but it's my list. Yeah, bottom of C tier, and then Swalot, no. Top of D tier, Swalot is bottom of C tier. It's interesting by having the diamond pattern, I guess. Being a little taller, but still being goo. Why does Gulpin have a feather on its head? No idea. Because otherwise it would be literally nothing, I guess. Worse for people who have, like, pollen allergies? That's a good point. For Roselia. Carvana! Just an angry fish. There's kind of too much going on here. I think simplifying a little bit would have been nice. As it is, it's just a C tier design. Sharpedo! That's just the head of a shark. And that's cool. Like, it's like, okay, so we can't put just a shark. So what if we just do, like, the front half of one? You know, the important part. And it's, like, brilliant. That's great. Put it in. Better than a Alolan Doug Trio by a long measure. Better than... Yeah, Alolan Doug Trio. B tier. Mega... that looks stupid. They should have given it, like, legs. Making just its face longer and adding spikes to it. It's like, what is this, FNAF 4? Get out of here. Mega Sharpedo is cool, but I wish it kept its nose spikes out. That's fair. A valid opinion. All opinions are valid. I saw some dipshit try to argue a critter on Twitter and say some opinions are more valuable than others, and I'm like, you are stupid. Some opinions can be more informed, but an opinion is still an opinion at the end of the day. Anyway, Whalmer and Whalelord. So Whalmer is just a funny whale. He's kind of adorable. He's kind of hilarious. He is the bottom of the C tier, though. Adorable and hilarious, but it is just a whale. Whalelord is saved by two things. One, it is a blimp. So it's really light. And so it just floats on the top of the water. That's hilarious. Two, it is very, very big. So it is a little bit better than Whalmer by being humongous. It is still just a whale. I will put it above Delibird. But still in C tier. And that might be a hot take. But Whalelord and Whalmer are boring. They could benefit from having a fun color. Numel, the only fucking camel Pokemon we have, and it doesn't even look like a camel. Numel's a cutie pie, a little goober, but not much else going on there. I think that's a C tier, right above Granbull. The only camel, I know, it's bananas. And then we have Camerupt, which is more cow than camel. Camerupt is honestly pretty fucking iconic. What's with the circles on the side? It looks like they got bored. They were like, drew a cow with little mountains, and then they were like, okay, well, it's boring, and then just added some blue circles. And it's like, so those aren't helping at all, but I do kind of love Camerupt. Camerupt can go right up next to Ghastly in the B tier. Mega Camerupt is kind of stupid. I like that it now suddenly, it's a volcano. It's a full volcano. What I don't like is the shape of its fur. I understand that it's supposed to imply, like, more mountain range. But it kind of just makes it look like it walks and its feet would be like, deedly 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 dee. You know what I'm saying? Not terrible. I think it's better than Numel still. But, lower than normal Camerupt. I think that's a B tier, right under Caterpie. No, we'll put it above Weedle actually. That's just Slugma again. If you squint, it is really Slugma similar. Very Macargo. Torkoal, I adore Torkoal. What a cutie pie! What a fun idea as well. A turtle, but the shell is like a kind of like a kiln. With coal on the inside and it makes choo-choo train fucking noises and smoke. Torkoal is such a smart design. It's raining. It's raining. Yeah, I love Torkoal. Torkoal is so good. A tier, S tier? I think it's only A tier, but pretty fucking high. Only. Pretty high up here. I think above Cleffa. Spoink! That's a cute circle. That's a cute circle friend. What a cute little guy. How tragic that if it stops bouncing, it heart stops. Why would they do that? Grumpig, I've never liked Grumpig. They had a cute little circle and then they just made a pig and I don't know, it feels like we took a huge left turn. Grumpig, I can't see how we get Grumpig out of Spoink. Other than, black and spiral tail shape. I don't know. I don't like Grumpig. I just don't like it. Better than Ursaring D tier. Spidna, a cute guy. Funny little, dizzy red panda. And that's kind of all there is to it. C tier. Trapinch, adorable. Also, I like that it's a trap that pinches you. That's cute. What a cute little guy. I think he is a B tier for sure. B tier above Alolan Raichu. Vibrava is a goalie. It's just as good as Yanmega. They are the same picture to me. I hate Vibrava. Vibrava is, the low you need to get through to get to Flygon. One of the coolest Pokemon designs. I love this, cool dragonfly kind of adjacent idea. I like the compact eyes. I like the unique color palette and shape of its wings. Flygon is super fly. And no pun intended. That's cooler than Diglett. I'm starting to think Diglett doesn't deserve to be up here. I'll consider it, but yeah. Cacturn and Cacnea! Cacnea is a cutie. I love that we've got like a prickly pear cactus and then a saguaro cactus. That's so fun. And what cool little designs. I think they both are, they're very similar in all their like good qualities. I think they gotta stick together. I love them. I like it just one cute one, and then it becomes big and cool. B tier or A tier? I think they are a little simple. Some B tier designs right behind Sableye, but I like them a lot. Would our lives be better now if Flygon had been Salamence and Salamence had been Flygon? I don't think so. But that's just me. Swablu, so cute. What a cute little, and what a fun, I can't believe it took until Hoenn to get a cloudy kind of bird Pokemon. One of the most fun, you know, kind of, you know, normal birds that you can find, and it's barely normal. It's because it becomes a dragon type. So yeah, super fun having the cloudy idea. A tier, and then honestly Swablu, I should have just grabbed Swablu, or Altaria, and Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria, I think, adds to what is good with Altaria already. I think they're very similar in their good qualities, which are really just like Swablu, but even more and prettier. And I do like the lightening of the color with Mega Altaria a whole dang lot. So if Swablu's A tier, I think Altaria is still A tier, but pretty damn high. Yeah, right below Pichu, I say. I bet it would also give great hugs. Zangoose and Seviper, they kind of go together because that's the gimmick, you know, cobras or snakes and mongooses, like they fight. That's the deal. Their wounds come from each other's, you know, kind of attacks, except that's way clearer with Zangoose. Seviper is a snake with a cool scythe on its tail, which is neat, and then some purple streaks, and it is not well conveyed that those purple attacks come from Zangoose. Zangoose, however, is a white mongoose, but then with red, edgy boo-boos all over it. So Zangoose is just cooler. I hate to say it. I like snake Pokemon a whole lot. I think Seviper is cool. It's cooler than Arbok, but not by too much. Where did I put Arbok? I think I put it in A tier. Yes, I did, and it's cooler than Arbok. I think it's around the same, above Psyduck. And then Zangoose is just cooler. It's just the truth. It's cool that it's edgy and white and red. Without being Christmassy. Zangoose and cool and all, but would you want to live being angry all the time? I am angry all the time. That's my secret, Captain. I don't think it's an S tier design. I just think it's higher in the A tier. Up here next to Xatu at the A tier. Lunatone and Solrock are boring. They are interesting because they go together again, but that is just a rock shaped like a moon and a rock shaped like a sun. They are just kind of boring. I don't think they're D tier, but they're not high into the C tier. They are below Beedrill. C tier. They are boring. What's this bitch called? Barboach? Barboach is, I constantly forget Whiscash isn't just, that it evolves from this guy. That blows me away constantly. Barboach is so fucking boring. Barboach is, it goes next to Alolan Slowpoke, honestly. Whiscash, great. A great design. A great idea being a, cause that's the folktale that there is a big catfish that rides around under the earth, and that's what makes earthquakes. That's the folktale. And then Whiscash is that, being water ground. It's giving a lot more water than ground, but it's a pretty solid design. I think it's at least a C tier, up here next to Growlithe. Salada, more like Salada nothing. They should fuse the rocks for an Eclipse evolution. You're so right. I'd love more catfish Pokemon too. I agree. I think that sounds fun. Corphish! Corphish is as interesting as Krabby. Now, Crawdaunt though, what a guy. God damn, he looks so mean, which is perfect. He's a dark type. It's just intimidating. Scary. This is a fucking Splatoon enemy, you know? Like, I like Crawdaunt a whole lot. Definitely one of the better crustaceans we've gotten so far. B tier, next to Hypno. A Baltoy and Claydol. I like that Baltoy is a dreidel. It's pretty simple. I think, and so is Claydol. Claydol baffles me. Claydol's difficult to grasp. Baltoy is much easier to grasp. Claydol, I don't dislike it. I think I like Baltoy. They're so similar. Honestly, I think I gotta put them into the unknown tier. I feel like they're like, how do you even rank these guys? No, I'm better than that. I am. I think they're kind of no better than Voltorb. Yeah, they got the bottom of the B tier. Like, it's like, that's solid, I remember them. But they just kind of are missing a face that might help a little bit. Claydol is so cool to me, and I don't know why. I've only used it once. I guess it just passed my vibe check. That might be the thing. I'm like, I think if I used Claydol, I would like it a lot more. I also don't like that it looks like the color's not right in like Emerald version. like it looks like it's sunburnt or something, and there's no better way to explain that. Anyway, the fossil Pokemon. These ones are crazy. So Lileep and Cradily, why do they have penises? Like, there's just no getting around it. They look like penises. I don't know why they went with pink and red. I don't know how that got past anybody. What are they? Are they weird plants? I kind of love them, but they are weird. I think I can't put them higher than the C tier. I do not see what I want to see. I see what is on screen. This ain't no Rorschach test. This is a seeing eye chart. C tier for these two freakos. I'm gonna put Cradily a little bit above, just because I like its cool eyes and face. Anorith and its line. I can't remember what these guys are called. I think I only like Anorith because I used it. This design is too fucking much. And admittedly, this is just like a real, again, another real fossil specimen. But just, though, there's just a lot going on. The eyes, the claws, the feathers, and then it becomes like a kaiju. I think it's not very cohesive. You ask someone to draw Anorith, and you probably be met with, what? Before they even know what Pokemon they're supposed to draw from memory. I think they are weaker than Cradily. I do. Not D tier, but, I'll put Anorith up here next to Cradily. Yeah. And that's just how it is. Armaldo. Armaldo is so weird, and I love him. I don't know why a prehistoric shrimp turns into a dinosaur, but it's cool. Undersea plants, I think they're extinct IRL, if I remember correctly. That do make sense. They tend to do that for fossils. Milotic, my beloved, who I never raise because to hell with beauty contests. I like contests. Having a Milotic is a lot more accessible in future games where all you need is a prism scale and a friend you can trade with. So Feebas is going to go right next to Magikarp. It's the same picture. Made ugly on purpose. Ugly and unassuming on purpose. Actually, it's a little weaker than Magikarp. It's doing the same thing as Magikarp, so I think I'm gonna keep it in the B tier, right there next to Vulpix. Cause it's just not quite as iconic as Magikarp, but it is ugly and unassuming on purpose so that the beautification hits harder, and Milotic is another really solid design. A really gorgeous design. Who'da thunk? You go, what if we do an oarfish, but it's pretty? Who thinks that? A genius, that's who. I think this is a really, really great design. Up here with, not quite all the way up there with Gyarados, but a solid S tier design. Cast form. Too plain, too boring, too dumb. I don't like the titty cloud bits on its front. There's just, too many people have said that, and now I've been conditioned to see it that way. Just kind of boring. I'm gonna put it at the top of D tier. Cast forms, other forms are inherent, by design, more interesting, but they, 1, don't get shiny forms. That's stupid. And 2, they're barely any more interesting. They will surpass normal cast form only barely. And that's it. In this order, the windy one is the coolest one, and then sunny, and then rain. And then that's how it is. Kecleon, that's just a gecko, but I do like the stripe giving it away. Kecleon's design's kind of iconic for being just a gecko. A solid C tier. Yeah, for sure. Shuppet is exactly like Misdreavus in my eyes. It's cute that, like, this is a thing you can make, in Japan. I mean, you can make it IRL. You can make it anywhere. But yeah, little funny ghost guys that you hang, in your windows, and so that's cute to actually make it a Pokemon. The horn is fascinating. I love it. Let me relocate Misdreavus so I can put Shuppet right next to it. There it is in the B tier. Okay, cool. Where'd you go? Oh, in the B tier. Hang on, I'm done. There it is. Okay, cool. Yeah, a little lower just because I do think Misdreavus has a little bit more going on for it, but I like Shuppet plenty. Yeah, my Edgar from my latest playthrough. Yeah. Bayonet is also very cool. I think Bayonet takes what is an interesting design with Shuppet and just cranks it up. And Mega Bayonet is also pretty fucking fly, having these like icky red innards and even more zippers. Like, it's giving Kingdom Hearts in a good way. So yeah, what a really solid Mega to go with Bayonet for sure. Bayonet looked out. An A tier design, I think. Yeah, not quite S tier, but really, really good. Up here next to Flaffy, and then the Mega can be right next to it. Hell yeah! Oh my gosh, Duskull! I love Duskull. Duskull's a cute circle. It just is. What a fun design for a ghost type. No, it's not a cute circle. I'm gonna put it next to Ghastly. I think it's just as strong as Ghastly, which was pretty high if memory serves correctly. I've gone too high. It's not an S tier design. Where, oh where could Ghastly be? There's Haunter. And where did Ghastly go? Oh no! There it is in the B tier. Okay. Come here. Is it as good as Haunter? In the A? Is this an A tier design? I think so. I think the eye does a lot. The eye and the little skull face, I love it. Absolutely love it. It looks like a Zelda enemy. Dusclops! A little harder to get behind. Once you do, Dusclops is great. I like his funny little legs. I like his funny little hands. I don't think he's quite as iconic as Duskull, but not bad. I think he can still be a B tier guy, but just lower. Like down here next to the Nidorans. Tropius would be better if it was actually big. It being a short little guy hurts it a whole lot. But flying tree Brontosaurus with bananas growing on its chin is iconic AF. Like, it could benefit from being bigger. That doesn't mean it's not still an S tier. S tier, easy. That goes up here next to Gengar. Chimecho! It's just a wind chime. It is everything it set out to be, I suppose. C tier. I hope Tropius gets the Farigiraf treatment. Ooh, that would be cool. Absol! Absol and Mega Absol. That's a very exciting Mega. I do really like Mega Absol. Giving it wings, it's so edgy. It's so a 15-year-old drawing, you know, it's like self-insert Pokemon. And it's Absol. It's a harbinger of death. And then it's Mega is an angel of death. You damn near hear the din it, like one-winged angel starts playing, even though it's got 2 wings. And they're iconic. They are amazing. I do love Absol. I think Absol gets a bad rap for being edgelord bait, but let's be honest, it's cool. It is cool and good, and everybody likes it. Everybody likes edgy shit. S tier. Hell yeah. Love Absol. That's a good guy. Why not is just cute Wobbuffet. So that makes it better than Wobbuffet. It's Wobbuffet, but in a cuddly toy form. B tier. Oh my gosh, Snorunt! I fucking love Snorunt. I caught a shiny Snorunt. I hunted for a shiny Snorunt. It was male, so it had to become a Glalie, but that's alright. I like Glalie plenty. Snorunt that's a cute circle friend. Look at that circle friend guy. Oh, he's so chilly. I love them so fucking much. Glalie is an angry soccer ball. Confusing. I don't understand Glalie. I like him. Don't understand him. Is he good? I don't think it's better than Snorunt, honestly. I think Glalie is a pretty high C tier design. Mega Glalie, horrifying in a good way. Making its mouth just a big open. I didn't know that's what I wanted, but now that I do, that is what I want. So higher for sure. B tier, above Ariados. Snom's best friend, Snorunt. I like that. Spheal is adorable. That's just a spherical seal. It's everything that they set out to do. It's not going in the circle team because it's actually better than that. That's an A tier design. Celio and Walrein, we dropped the ball. I gotta be honest. Celio is like bigger and oh, what a funny little mustache. And then Walrein's like, this is a walrus. It's just a blue walrus. So I think Walrein is the weakest of these. I think that's a top of D tier, personally. Celio is, you know, a middle evolution. Nothing really to write home about. C tier. Clamperl, and then Hauntail and Gorobus. What a wacky line. Clamperl evolves into both of these, and none of that makes sense to me. Clamperl, I like Clamperl. Clamperl looks like it should have so much going on. Clamperl looks like it should become, like, Milotic, but, like, super double, extra, super cool. Hi, Mappafa, we're in the middle of Hoenn. Wow Willikers. So welcome. Come on in. Yeah, Milotic or Clamperl looks like it should become something phenomenal. That's an A tier design. I really like Clamperl. And then it just evolves into these guys. These guys are so mid. Huntail and Gorobus are non-elements. They barely exist. They are bottom of the C tier. I gotta be honest. Lamo. I've never seen Celio in my life. I thought Spheal was a 2-stage evolution. I know that's the thing. Celio, it's like, Celio I like better than Walrein, but it's not very good. Never got a chance to say, but while playing Violet, I caught my first ever shiny. It was a cloth. I love cloth. I had a cloth on my team for a good while in my first playthrough. So hell yeah. Clamperl, so baby. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed it does become something cuter. Either something cuter or like Milotic on drugs. You know, that's what I wanted. Relicanth, or is it Coelacanth? Which one's the real animal and which one's the Pokemon? I think Relicanth is the Pokemon. So that's just a Coelacanth. That's a real fish. But that's nifty. It's nifty that we discovered that this real fish was still alive, and so then they made it a Pokemon. And so that makes it more interesting than like the just a bear. So yeah, I like Relicanth a lot. I feel like we could be doing more with Relicanth. Bottom of B tier for our cool ancient fish man. Relicanth is forgettable. It kind of is. If you're going through like all the fish Pokemon, and I think it's a good design, but I feel like it's not given the opportunity to do much. I'd love a Mega Evolution or a regional variant or for Relicanth, honestly. I like it only when I remember it exists is so correct. Love Disc, a shit Pokemon. What an absolutely crappy Pokemon. Love Disc is... Why does it exist? Because they can't all be winners. But, cool design. I like that it's a heart. It makes it feel like, and that's adds to the disappointment. Kind of similar to Clamperl. It makes it feel like it's like, oh, where's this going? What an interesting concept. And it goes nowhere. It's there for heart scales. You're so right. Love discs exist to be traded for Steelix. Yeah, so it's great for heart scales, and that's kind of it. It's not even related to Alomomola, which is a similar case. A swell filler Pokemon. I like that it is at least heart-shaped, memorable, in a world where many of the fish are not. Bag Online! Oh, my shiny Salamence will not persuade me to bump this up higher. So, I think Bagon's design is fine. It's kind of up there with, like, Charmander. You know, a pretty standard, like, that's a good Pokemon design. Kind of a, you know, kind of a vibe. Let me find Charmander. Where did it go? I know it was in the B tier at some point. There it is. Yeah, up here. It can go right behind Squirtle. This is probably the best instance of a Chrysalis. You know how the pupating section of Pokemon are pretty boring, and giving it legs just gives it a lot. It's still not excellent, but it builds the anticipation, so C tier. For when it evolves into a beautiful butterfly, i.e., a fucking sick nasty dragon. Salamance's fatal flaw is that I think its wings are designed dumbly. Bagon, cute, Shelgon, love it. Salamence, kinda hate Salamence. I like Salamence. It's not my favorite dragon type. It never really has been. I like that it's blue, and I do like that its Mega makes it like a half-moon fighter pilot thing. I don't know, I think the Mega, it's a decent Mega. I like the wings. Salamence, is it an S tier design? I don't think so. Is it an A tier design? Yes, I do think so. So, bummer that it doesn't get to hang out with the likes of Tyranitar or Dragonite up in S tier, but it's still not terrible. An A tier design, I think it can, so normal Salamence can go above Machoke. And then Mega Salamence, yeah, it could be right next to it. They're pretty similar, honestly. What's your favorite dragon type? I really like Haxorus, and I really like Hydreigon. So probably those two. Murderous Croissant. The entire Beldum line and Mega Metagross has my personal favorite shinies of all time. What color are their shinies? Are they just green? Bro, flying 3D Salamence makes me want to point at it and laugh. Its body is super wide, its wings are tiny, and the way it's animated makes it look like it's being dangled from the ceiling by a piece of dental floss. It does kind of... White with gold details, that is really cool. Yeah, the wings are the weak part of Salamence. It's what makes the Mega work, I think. Beldum, yeah, so the Beldum line. They're pretty similar to Ralts in that I think the whole line, including the Mega, will all go together. Are they S-tier designs? No. I think they are A-tier designs. I think the fact that it's like, you know, you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, but you is, like Magnemite to Magnezone, where they're building up, you know, it's one arm, and then it's a torso, and then it's got legs, and then the Mega, I kind of do wish the Mega sort of was just like, Zygarde 100% form, like just like a Robo-Man, but as it is, it being just like floating arms instead of, you know, the legs, it's pretty solid. It's giving the kind of Voltron vibe still. I lost one. Where'd it go? Oh no. Hang on. I've got Beldum. I'm looking for Mega Metagross. Somewhere. Oh no. My eyes. Like a Robo Spider supercomputer. Exactly. Where did it go? Guys, help me. Where'd Mega Metagross go? Where did I put it? I lost it somehow. I'll come back down and look for it. I'll allocate these properly into the A tier where they go, and then I'll find Mega Metagross to clump it in with the rest of them. I think they are pretty high. I think they're right below T-Tar. Hang on. And then we're going to go in descending order here. Oh, lost one. We super lost one. Oh, there it is! I found it! There we go. Nice. And we'll put... There we go. Yippee! And now for... I love the noises the Reggies make. Small PA system. Can Mega Metagross please make its way to the lost and found? Your family is waiting for you. The long line of legendaries. This is a lot of legendaries. So yeah, Regirock, Regice, Registeel. And then the others. So design-wise, I kind of love them. They're honestly S tier. And I don't think there's any arguing with it. They look like freaks, in a good way. They're like golems, like, you know, like real life golems, like golems, you know, like of Jewish mythos, but like evolved, as it were. And I love the braille on their faces. Everything about the Reggies is 10 out of 10. There's no denying it. Alright, so yeah, they're S tier for sure. They can go, above Mega Gardevoir. All three of them. They all go great together, honestly. Nice. Yeah, they separate Mega Gardevoir from normal Gardevoir. Hell yeah. I wish the Reggies got more. They're all missing a little something. I wish they could fuse together. I like Latios more than Latias, but I wish their Megas were different aside from eye color. I agree. These are going in the F tier. The Mega Latios and Latias are dumb. I don't like them. Latios and Latias, it really comes down to a color preference. Do you like boys or do you like girls? They are jets. They're flying jets. They are aeroplanes, and that's kind of it. C tier, I think they're better than Quilava and Typhlosion, and that's about it. Kyogre, okay, Primal Kyogre, and then Groudon, and Primal Groudon. Okay. So the Primals, I don't really care about. So I'll just keep them with their guy, but honestly, these four are all going together, and they're all going into the B tier, I think. They definitely convey kind of size and power successfully. They feel like legendaries, but they're just not. They don't quite have that sort of je ne sais quoi that, like, the legendary beasts and birds had. Powerful, but just missing a little something. And I think it might be their limited color palette that's doing that, for me. But yeah, I don't think I can put them any higher than Galarian Ponyta. And they're all going together. This order basically doesn't matter. Yeah. Where's Regigigas? Gen 4, correct. Yeah. The primal form for Groudon and Kyogre make them much cooler. I kind of disagree. I feel like it just makes them bright. The funny thing to me is their designs convey size, but they're so small. They are actually really small. The anime tends to love making them, you know, humongous kaijus, and I see why, because they're better that way. Hot take, I think both Rayquaza and Mega Rayquaza are overrated. So I think Mega Rayquaza is, I don't love it as a Mega. I think Rayquaza is a pretty cool design. Quetzalcoatl Pokemon is, and also a Quasar is cool. I like it. The green, I think, hurts it a little bit. I think it actually gets a lot of benefit from being shiny, even though it's a little overplayed. I really like Rayquaza's design. It kind of does everything it needs to, really successfully. I think that's an S tier design. Diglett doesn't belong up here. I've decided. Diglett is not an S tier design. Diglett can go down here in the A tier, next to Clamperl. A huge downgrade for all Diglett fans. Sorry about that, but it's just the truth. They just never belonged. I needed to follow my heart of hearts. Mega Rayquaza is just kind of too much. It definitely conveys its power, but it's just, again, kind of too much. Too much going on. You're gonna go right next to Crawdont in the B tier. It isn't sharp enough. It isn't quite sharp enough, and the Mega didn't really help it with that. The big thing holding Rayquaza back is that its teeth are red, and it's got a lot of red accents across it, but it makes it just look like gums instead of cool red teeth. So that's my hot take. If they're too big, you can't sell them in Pokemon Scale World. They had a hard enough time selling Steelix at 1/20th scale. That's fair, I suppose. Jirachi, this is a peak design. This goes flying straight up to S right next to Mew. Jirachi, they tend to really kick it out of the park with Mythicals, and Jirachi is perfect with the like wishing tassels on its, and it being a star, and it's got these like little drapey taily bits so it's a shooting star. That's a perfect design. Absolutely perfect. Deoxys. All of their forms. So they are the same. It's just, you know, kind of what flavor you like the best. And, they're fine. Actually, normal Deoxys is better than the other three. The other three, which is attack, defense, and speed forms, lose, I think, the thing that makes Deoxys so successful as a design. And it's its twisting arms. Because it is DNA. That's its name. It is deoxyribonucleic acid. Deoxys. DNA. And it does look alien. And I like that it's kind of humanoid. It looks like it's kind of like how Alakazam. It's like, it's too human. You can tell that it's too smart for its own good. So I think this is an S tier design. That's really smart. That can go right above Ninetales. And then the other forms, they lose that smart twisting DNA design. So I think the other forms are just B tier. Still cool, still interesting, but just not as good as normie form. Hot take? I think Attack and Normal Deoxys should be switched. That is a hot take. I'm gonna disagree. But I liked the hot take. I can understand. It does look awfully sharp for being attack. I don't know. It doesn't look like it punches very strong. I understand. I can see where you're coming from. I think I'm gonna put it Yeah, we're gonna have just a clump of legendaries here, starting with Groudon, ending with Deoxys. Yeah, to how it could turn its tentacles into hands was nifty. And wow! I got through at least Hoenn. That was my only goal, was to at least do Hoenn. And only in 4.5 hours. Wowie. So we can keep going. But first, let's have a small little bathroom break. Everyone can go to the bathroom, or go get a snack if you need one, or go get a drink if you need something to drink upon. And then we'll come right back. Oh my gosh, it's Ranger! Wait, what are you saying? Gotta go to sleep. Thank you so much.
Good luck with getting your Switch 2.
Thanks for the good luck about the Switch 2. Luckily Allison has pre-ordered one, so it's just a matter of when. But what a sweetie pie. I appreciate you, Ranger. Everyone applaud Ranger. Have fun, y'all. Don't fall in. So yeah, while I go to the bathroom real quick, you all can discuss your thoughts on the Sinnoh starters, and we'll do Sinnoh next. So, yip, yahoo, hoorah, sorry, I clonked my nails against my mic there. So yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back, here I am. I've returned. Hello. Oh, thank you, Mapofo. I always read your name wrong. It's Mapofu. And I always want to say Mapufo. Thank you. I made that. I animated that. To be honest, all the Sinnoh starters are kind of clunky and weirdly designed, like the rest of Sinnoh. That's so right. Sinnoh is kind of clunky and weirdly designed. You can call me Mappo or Mafu. Yay. And Frenape is just Blaziken at home. Alright, well, let's get into it, since we seem to have a lot of Sinnoh opinions. Sinnoh is very popular, I'm fairly certain. It's very short as well. Look at that. I can get nearly all of Sinnoh on screen at once. Each generation kind of, some of them are pretty small post the first 3. So we can only go faster from here. Okay, Turtwig, a cutie. I think Turtwig is at least as good as, is it as good as Venusaur? No, not Venusaur, but Bulbasaur. Yes, I think so. I think Turtwig is super fucking cute. I think it's easy to remember Turtwig. At the bottom of this little, behind Wartortle. Yeah. Adorable. A cutie pie. Easy to get the essence of. Groddle. Groddle is, a weak point. Are you trying to rank them all today? My plan was only to rank, I wanted to at least get through Hoenn. Other than that, I can basically keep going until Allison comes home. So, you're stuck with me. But maybe if I get close enough, by the time Allison gets home, then I'll just, finish up if I can. But yeah, it's a long one today. This is the final, before my vacation starts tomorrow. This is the last big long ass stream. It's gonna take forever to export. Might have even overgrown on you. I think Stereotype Gamer gets it right with Groddle is there. Groddle sure is just there. It's just, I can go right there in D tier. Torterra, however, is fucking genius. The turtle with the world on its back is such a smart thing. It's like, what if Venusaur had a mythos that it was being based off of? It does kind of end up being, we have Venusaur at home, but, you know, the Venusaur we have at home is pretty fucking cool, too. Let me find Venusaur. Right, S tier. Is this an S tier design? Yes, I think it is. I think the tree, the little planet on its back, is pretty damn iconic. So it's gonna go above, above Blastoise. Sorry, Blastoise. Torterra variants and Cobblemon. That's the Minecraft one, yeah? Torterra variants. People love making variants of grass-type Pokemon especially. And Torterra variants with different types of trees and shit would be fucking cool. I can see why you'd like that. Torterra is so goddamn cool. One of the coolest grass starters next to the Decidueye. It's pretty up there, you know? Made its way into the C tier. I had to convince myself, but it worked. Chimchar. Okay, so Chimchar and Monferno? Which one's the final evolution? Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape. Okay, so Chimchar and Monferno are decent. Decent little starters. A nice, Fire Monkey. What a cute little idea. I think Chimchar is a solid starter. A B tier starter. Where'd the other starters go? There they are. Yeah, it can go next to Cyndaquil, maybe even above Cyndaquil. No, it's just Fire Monkey. It's not doing a whole lot. You know, it's kind of like, listen, this isn't Kanto anymore. You can't just make a lizard orange and put its ass on fire and call it a day, you know? But Chimchar's fine. It gets the job done. Monferno is just a bigger fire monkey. Kind of like, you know, it's just like, it's kind of like Venus or Ivysaur, where it's like, okay, but what are we doing here? And then they make it Sun Wukong. This is a great design. This is amazing. I already really liked Blaziken. And while by Infernape, we were already tired of the firefighting gimmick, I like this better than the flaming chicken. I think the big cool fire monkey and also its Sun Wukong is a great idea. And they conveyed it so well. The flaming headpiece is especially cool. This is up here next to Gyarados. I don't make the rules. Oh wait, yes I do. I think Monferno's the least awkward middle stage of the 3, and I like the Monkey King inspiration. I agree. Monferno's absolutely the least awkward middle stage. Prinplup is downright fucking ugly. That goes right next to Grottle. I'm jumping to it. that can go right there. That's embarrassing. Piplup is super fucking iconic. It's one of the most iconic starters that we've ever gotten somehow. it's just a penguin, but it just is. It wasn't. I don't even feel like it was bolstered that hard by the anime. It's just everyone knows Piplup. And for good reason, I think. I think it's a cutie pie. No, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You listen to her long enough, she'll tear your heart to shreds. Empoleon is one of the greatest starters in terms of combat and in terms of design. It being a fancy emperor penguin, but they pushed that kingly idea so hard, making it this black and cool blue idea is so fun. Steel? Bitch, where? Who cares? It looks great. That's an easy S tier design. That stands right behind Charizard, honestly. Great stuff. Super powerful. Piplup was pushed hard. Was it pushed hard by the anime? I guess it did kind of feel like everyone had a Prinplup. Starly! Starly is, just a bird. And Staravia? What the fuck is that noise? Someone started up some kind of engine, and I don't even know why. Like, it's raining. No one's mowing the lawn right now. Well, they seem to have gone away. Anyway, these two are boring as sin. These are just birds. These are some shitty fucking designs. They're worse than Pidgey. By a long shot. Star Raptor. Cool name. I like the gimmick with its hair. It's got this cute little pompadour, I suppose. The color palette's alright as well. I think it's at least better than Talo and Swellow. Yeah, B tier. I think B tier is perfectly swell for it. Right behind the Nidorans. B tier. Bidoof, a meme. As it is, honestly, he's just like, kinda like whatever. I know there's like, everyone shat on Bidoof, and then everyone rallied behind Bidoof, but Bidoof is really just Raticate but cute. Bibarel is also pretty boring. Bibarel is almost worse, because it's the evolution, and it's just a big dumb guy. Bottom of C tier right there. Cricketoon and diddle 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 whoop. Alright, so Cricketoon is Cricketoon is a cute little bug guy. I like Cricketoon. He's a cootie pie right there. A great design? I don't think so. But a cute guy. Just above Voltorb. No, that's Cricketot. Cricketoon is the evolution. It being a little violin, I think they could have done that more, but also they're already so incredibly on the nose with all of Cricketoon's design choices. So a much higher B tier. I can go above Totodile. The funny alarm bug. Shinx! Okay, the Shinx line. I'm a sucker for the Shinx line. I love Pokemon with black, and also this is a good example of blue and black with yellow accents. In a world where we got a lot of yellow electric types, we finally have some more blue electric types, and they look good. Kricketot is what Volbeat and Illumai's wish they were. You're so right. Pop off, King. Shinx is a cutie, and Luxio looks kind of stupid. Luxray is cool. I like Luxray the best. Shinx is just a cute little guy. Just kind of just a cutie. He can go up here next to Talo and Swellow here. Luxio looks a little dumber. Not bad, but still in the C tier, but just lower next to Electrite. And then Luxray is cool and edgy. It's not quite as good as like Absol. I don't think it's an S tier design, but I think it's an A tier design. Very, very cool. Yes, right next to Mightyena. Hell yeah. So cute and cool, but so slow for electric types and suffering the curse of being electric physical attackers. Yeah, I remember it being not very good, but I thought it was so cool that I didn't care and I kept it on my team. Luxray is so cool, especially for an early Pokemon. I know, right? I love when they give you cool edgelords early on. Okay, this is a cute circle. This goes in our cute circle line. Badoo. Badoo is a good guy. I like Badoo a whole fucking lot. Look at that cute smile. God damn. A 10 out of 10 pre-evolution for Roselia, by the way. And then we get Roserade. What an amazing evolution! They took an already super iconic design and then just was like, and what if it was more? And they did it. I like that the head also resembles like cool hair, but also still a rose. It's nice. I need to find Roselia so I can put Roserade above it. There it is in the A tier. I think Roserade is not quite S, but still A tier. I think it can go dook 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 dook. Yeah, right there. Badoof. Great! Rampardos and Cranidos. These are our fossils for this region, so I'll also grab Shieldon and Bastiodon. Bastiodon is ugly, but it gets its point across very well. The gimmick between these two is, you know, an unmovable force meeting, you know, an unstoppable force. You know, that whole idea. They fight, and that's the gimmick. Oh, this one's Cranidos, this one's Rampardos. Did I get it wrong? Did I get it backwards? It's fine. I saw a variant of a fan-made region of Roserade done with magnolias. That is cool. Unstoppable force, immovable object. Correct. Good job. Good job knowing all the correct words. I think these two are little cuties. Little cutie guys, but nothing too special. I do think Cranidos is a little more interesting. C tier, and then Shieldon is still C tier, but over here next to Hypno, or Drowsy rather. And then Rampardos and Bastiodon are better. I do think they are like cool, and then they evolved and they became the big cool thing that they were meant to be, you know. I think they are some solid B tier designs. They gotta go together. They were just made for each other. They can go above Dunsparce in the B tier. Burmy! What a couple of boring little guys. I get it. They are boring. Which one's your favorite? My favorite is Leaf One, I guess. These guys are gonna be in the D tier. They're boring. They are boring. They can be next to Tauros, who is also boring. And then we've got Wormadam. I know a lot of people want to read it as Wormadam. No, it's Wormadam, not Wormadam. We all want to call it Wormadam, but it's Wormadam. That's the gimmick. They're all women. They can only be female. They're Wormadam. That's how it works. Mothim goes in the D tier. That Pokemon's not real. Mothim is a waste of oxygen. Wormadam is barely any better. It goes right next to Burmy. It's just the same thing again. They are the exact same. It's the same. What a shitty line. I hate the Burmy line, apparently. They're so fucking boring. This could have been great. If they got another evolution, then I'd be all in. But as it is, boring. They are just clumps of color hanging from trees. Combi and Vespiquen. Combi is adorable. It being 3 honeycomb guys fused together. Like, what a funny little idea. That's super cute. That's a B tier, right next to Togepi. And then Vespiquen, what a cool bee. I think Vespiquen can stand right next to Beedrill, honestly. Which I think I put in the S tier, if memory serves correctly. If it wasn't the S tier, it's the A tier. Damn, where is Beedrill? Did I put it in B tier? It used to be so high, so now I don't know where to look for. Help me find Beedrill! You all have such good eyes! Where could it have gone? Oh no! Wormadam does look like a feather duster. They hated Jesus because he spoke the truth. Where in the hell could Beedrill have gone? A? Did I put it in A? It's yellow! How hard can it be? I gotta stop using other Pokemon as a barometer, if I want to say it like a normal person. There is Vespiquen. And where did Beedrill go? A tier Beedrill. But where? I feel so stupid. Next to Scyther, huh? That oh my god! Okay. It was so much lower than I thought they would be. Great eye. I'm proud of you, Coral Pellet. Stereotype Gamer also helped. I appreciate you guys for being there for me. Pachirisu is one of the cutest Pikachu clones. Genuinely, I don't think it's as good as Pikachu, but it's absolutely up there. It being white and blue, like it's like a Pikachu clone, but it's really doing its own thing. Certainly better than Plusle. A tier? No, I think it is an S tier Pokemon. Not all the way up here, but an S in its own right. World champ, that's right. Best Pikachu clone, I love its color so much, and it's adorable. I think I gotta agree. Some of the Pikachu clones are pretty up there. I really like the Pawmi line, but Pachirisu's absolutely 10 out of 10 as well. Weasel and Bibarel are, you know, the more as time goes on, the less I like them. As you were scrolling, I saw it, and I said, there it is, forgetting you can't hear me, and after you scrolled past it, I yelled, fuck. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. They're fine. These two, they're very similar. I think they go together. Yeah, just kind of, just fine. I think they're, yeah, as good as Typhlosion. In the C tier. Okay, Cherubi, forgettable as fuck. Very cute. Oh my gosh, what a cute little circle guy. So forgettable for some reason, but I think we should have Cherubi do more shit so that we remember him more often, so we can get cute merchandise of Cherubi. A good little guy. Cherum, or are these Cherubi? And that one's Cherum. I don't know. These ones, okay, so it's got rainy form and sunny form, and rain form is stupid. I get it. I don't like it. It's all covered up. I can't see you. I can't see. Is it F tier? I don't like it. No, it's just disappointing. I'll put it in D tier. This one, fucking cute. Look at its perfect little face, and it's a little Sakura Blossom guy. I wish it was stronger, so that it got more screen time. But also, I feel like it's never been in a future generation. I feel like it was in Sinnoh, and then that was it. It's so fucking cute. I'm gonna lose all my marbles, how cute it is. Up there next to Cleffa, for sure. A tier. Fun fact. Rainform's eyes are on its feet. Oh my god! I see them! Wow! That was a fun fact. Oh my gosh. Shellos and what are these guys called? Shellos and Gastrodon? Gastrodon. Okay. I found it. So first off, you get east and west side. That's fun. I like east side overall, or rather, I don't know which one's which. I like the blue ones better overall, but I really actually like pink one's horns, but I think this one is uglier. But it's all personal. I think they're great. I love having these funny little water slugs in Pokemon. These goofy little super colorful water slugs, they're such perfect picks for Pokemon. They so are. They like these real life critters just look like this, and it's so smart. It's up there with like having an axolotl in Pokemon, which they've had multiple. I absolutely love these lines, even if I may sometimes struggle to remember what they're called. I like that the evolutions have like 3 eyes. They're also one of the few Pokemon that have Storm Drain pretty consistently as their ability. So that's cool. A tier. Easily A tier. I'm gonna put them up here next, above Cubone. And then I like the evolutions more, so they go above that. Yay! Angel Slugs, yes. Shellos is an affront to sea slugs. They're really ugly to me, because I know they could have been done better. I think they're still really cute, even as Shellos, personally. The Drifloon line is so cute and cool despite how horrifying their dex entries are. I think the dex entries are why people care about them so much. We'll jump to them since we're talking about them. They are just balloons. And that's kind of clever. I like the X beak they've got. I think these are designs that absolutely stick together. It's just like the same good idea, and then, oh, but then now it's a balloon. Like now it's a big balloon. That's cool. I really like Drifloon and Drifblim a whole lot. I wish they were kind of better Pokemon because of it. Are they B tier designs? Are they A tier? They can go up here next to Ghastly for sure. Yeah, they can flank Ghastly. Hell yeah. Now let's actually talk about Ambipom. Ambipom is a little ugly. I don't like its hands designs on its tails, but it is Apom but more. Like, I think it has to go at least as high as Apom. Now it's just a question of finding Apom. Oh no! I don't remember where Apom went at all. There's so many purple Pokemon. Oh man. What's tough is I'll remember like their general location, but then I'll put a bunch of shit into that tier, and so they move. Drifloon noise is so good, man. I have it as my notifications. That's why I couldn't tell you what Drifloon sounds like. I'll have to look it up. Next to Sableye, in what tier? What if Monkey Butt More is so what it is, isn't it? Next to Rattata. I'd seen Rattata. There's Rattata. You lie. You liar, plants for hire. It was next to Rattata, though. I do remember doing that. Oh, okay. B tier up here in the B tier. Yeah, I can just go right above Apom. 10 out of 10. Baneri and Lopunny, and then Mega Lopunny. So Lopunny is hilarious that they were like, what if we did Playboy Bunny? And then they did that in a Pokemon safe way. Mega Lopunny's pretty cool too, how she's like sport mode. I like that a whole lot. I think this whole line is pretty solid. Honestly, I do like Lopunny better than Baneri. Baneri is very cute though. Let's not get that twisted. I think Baneri is a fun, cute little bun. Allison hate me for putting it anything below S tier. But it's just the truth, it's a B tier Pokemon. Lopunny though, Lopunny's really smart for what it wanted to be. They did it really well. It's certainly memorable. I think Lopunny and its Mega can go into the A tier pretty easily. They can go right here next to Chansey, I say. Yeah. My stomach just growled. I wonder if you heard that. I will fight you. What? Yeah, listen. A tier isn't bad. I like both Honchkrow and Mismagius a lot. Definite improvements over their pre-evos. I think Mismagius, I wish it had a proper body. I feel, or that it's stuck to the blue color of Misdreavus. I personally don't like it any more than Misdreavus. Honestly, I like Misdreavus better than Mismagius. And that hurts to say. I know I've got some real Mismagius fans in chat, but I just can't get behind her all that much. Honchkrow is better than Murkrow by a long shot. It's the head honcho of the gang that Murkrow are. I think Honchkrow, I wish it was a stronger Pokemon, but that's irrelevant. I think it's a great design. Absolutely up here, next to Teddiursa in the B tier. I liked the one episode Miss Magus was in. That's about it. I don't know. I don't think I've seen the episode that Miss Magus was in. I fell off of... We didn't have TV for a while, so I couldn't watch all of Pokemon, unfortunately. Glameow and then Purugly. Hilarious. Purugly isn't even that ugly, I'd say. It is uglier than Glameow, but I like that it's so hard to tell because it's always in this front-facing kind of formation. It's using its tail as a corset, which is awesome. I think these are fun little guys. Certainly, like, nothing too special, but definitely memorable. C tier Pokemon, right behind Kecleon. Chimecho? Chinchou. Chinchou? No, Chimecho. Chingling, that's what it is. Chingling. Honestly, a Giga Brain design. It's a bell, but also it's got like the ropey parts. That usually bells have these like ropes attached to them for you know how bells work. You're smart. And also it's a cute little circle guy. Giga Brain. For being so forgettable, that's a good circle guy. That's a good circle guy right there. I hate Skuntank, and Stunky. I hate them. They are really smart designs, though. I gotta be honest. They go hand in hand. They really are. It's kind of just like the same design again, but in a smart way. Making its tail not only a funny pompadour, but also, it shoots like stank at you through the tip of its tail. So it doesn't have to turn around anymore. It's brilliant. You know what, actually, Stunky, I don't think goes as high, because at the end of the day, it's just a purple skunk with, like, a butt face, and that is all decent, you know? That's a C tier level design, and then I think Skuntank just kind of does more with it. B tier, right behind Mega Machamp, or Gigamax Machamp. Can we put Skuntank in F tier for being Jupiter's one pain to defeat? I'd love to, but this is a design tier list, not a how much I like it tier list. I do hate it. I hate it. It's one of my least favorite Pokemon. Bronzor and Bronzong. What funny little guys. I think Bronzor is a little too simple. It's not quite fun circle guy. You can go right there behind Sheldon, Shellboy. Bronzong is a lot better. Still not excellent, I'd say. And I just lost it. There it is. But not bad. I feel like I wanted to get a third evolution. This feels kind of like if we only got to, like if we never got Metagross and it just stopped. Yeah, at its middle evolution. That's what Bronzong feels like to me. So, B tier, above Luvdisc. Bonsly, a cute guy. Honestly, we've got a handful of cute guys. We'll kind of approach these three at the same time, I say. So, Bonsly, a cute little guy. Mr. Mime, a cute little guy. Happiny, a cute little gal. Its picture looks so much smaller compared to the others. Bronzong? It really does. Bronzong is teeny weeny for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's wide. With its arms out like that. All cute little guys. I think they kind of gotta go together. They're gonna be near the circle team. They're not quite circles. But they're all solid, cute little Babbo Pokemon. That do everything that they need to exceptionally well. Cute baby versions of their bigger versions. And that's just sort of it. So I think they can slot themselves safely into the B tier, right above Mega Pidgeot. Chatot! Chatot is banned from most things because you can record the mic and it says whatever you say back out at it, and people will say nasty things, and that's okay, because other than its head being shaped like a musical note and its tail is a metronome, because the idea is for you to sing. This is ugly. Chatot looks kind of bad. That's a D tier design right there. Spiritomb! Spiritomb is a cool design. What a cool color combo for a ghost dark type. And it's like, I love that it looks really evil. In a world where there's a lot of cutie pies, and even cool kaijus still look pretty dang cute, Spiritomb is one of the scariest, comparatively, Pokemon designs out there. An easy S tier with Spiritomb, absolutely. That can go above Poliwhirl in the S tier. Great design. Gibble is a Sharpedo with legs. I think it's very cute. Does that make it a good design? Yes. That's a land shark. That's a funny little land shark working off of what they had with Sharpedo and then just making it even cuter. I'm going up. We're going all the way up. We're going to A. Next to Hitmonlee. A tier. Easy. And then, so, Gabite is an awkward looking teenage phase, but still an evolution. And then, but then you get to Garchomp, where we're really cooking with gas. So yeah, let me get Gibble up here. Oh my gosh, I can just hold and scroll. Oh, I'm learning so much. I'm unstoppable now. So, another solid A tier design. I think I'll put it one under just because I think Gibble's round-ass body is cute, and I like that. But Garchomp is an easy S tier design. Oh my god. It's Sceptile but ugly? I gotta disagree. I think Garchomp is fucking sick nasty. This goes up here next to, like, Celebi. S tier. It's a perfect land shark. There's no way to improve on that. And that's why Mega Garchomp is not as good. Mega Garchomp is like, how do I improve on perfection? You clearly don't. This is the weakest iteration of the line, I gotta say. Is it still an A tier? No, I'm gonna call this a B tier design. That can separate the birds in the B tier. The middle one, not the last one. I see. Yes. Mega Garchomp is the definition of trying too hard to be cool and badass. You're so right. Munchlax, not as good as Snorlax. That's a cute guy, but it is just not as good. It's kind of simple, plain, and boring. C tier. It can go above Heracross. Munchlax is perfect. Well, I would want a toy of Munchlax, but I would rather have a toy of Snorlax. Riolu! Riolu is a necessary evil to get to Lucario. Riolu's not even that bad. I like that they are based off of Anubis, of Egyptian fame. Riolu is a cute little guy. Nothing too special, but really, you get Riolu. So you can get the Lucario. I think Riolu's a B tier design. Go right next to Alolan. Raichu. Lucario, though. And even the Mega's pretty cool. Kind of giving it an edgy, extra dramatic flair, which is not too bad. So I think they can kind of go together. But I will do them one at a time so I can scroll easily. Because even though I tend to forget they exist, I do think they are S tier designs. They can go right next to Skarmory. And then the Mega can go right next to it. Haboink. Hell yeah. Hippopotas. A great name. A dumb design. I don't like that its eyes are like that. I don't like that its eyes, and I get it that it's so like, it sticks out of the ground, like the sand, so it can see you. I don't like it. The desert camo's fun, but other than that, no thank you. Under Rhydorn. Rhyhorn in the C tier. Hippowdon. I like that the females are black instead of tan. That's cool. Why is it like that? I don't know, but it's fun. I like Hippowdon a lot. I think hippos are a really untapped Pokemon choice. A tier, right behind Kingdra, for sure. Cool idea with the sand coming out of it. Intimidating, a cool little guy. I feel like female Hippopotas and Hippowdon more like you like them. Sorry, I failed to read any of your words correctly. I like the female versions better. I just like the darker color more. I agree. I do. We say hippopot butt in this Christian Minecraft server. Hippos are scary. They're more dangerous than goddamn most other things on planet Earth. Hippos should not. I think it's fascinating, the uwuification of Mudang that we had earlier this year. The little baby hippo. And I think she's gotten older. Obviously, time progresses. I think she is just becoming a normal little hippo and is no longer a cute baby hippo. And that's why we've not seen any more of her for a while. But I was fascinated by the uwuification of Mudang. Because I'm like, hippos are dangerous, and I don't think we should be pushing this like, oh, ooh, they're so cute. I'm gonna go pet baby hippos if I go wandering out into the swamps and rivers and things. Because they're super dangerous, but whatever. I like how both Skorupi and Drapion are like a scorpion combined with an accordion. I agree. They are the ogre-faced Pokemon, Drapion. I fucking love Drapion. We'll start with Skorupi. Skorupi is a very Sinnoh-flavored scorpion. You'll notice there's a lot of like sharp edges in Sinnoh. I can't put it any higher than Paris, honestly. Skorupi is fine. I like the blue color. Drapion is sick. It being this like weird centaur, ogre-faced, scorpion accordion thing. There's so much going on, and I do love it. That's an S tier. I really do like Drapion a whole lot. It's so unique and distinct. I will do the responsible thing and pet crocodiles. At least it would be safer. It would be safer. Krogunk and Toxicroak. Cool guys. I like them. Krogunk gets a huge boon by being one of Brock's main guys in the anime. I think Krogunk is a funny guy. I like how he walks. He oozes personality, honestly. Krogunk is an easy peasy A tier right above Banette. Toxicroak is a cooler guy, but there's less going on. I think it's kind of hilarious how we have that striping at its little crotch that Krogunk has around its torso. So now it looks like it's wearing funny little undies. I don't know. I don't think I like it as much as Krogunk, but it's not like Toxicroak is bad. If Krogunk is an A tier, I think Toxicroak is also an A tier, but it can go down here below Tentacruel. Shiny Krogunk is greenish. It's a pretty cool guy. It's one of the cooler shinies. Good to also get another green frog in some way. Carnivine is forgettable, goofy, kind of just like it is there. It is there. It can go behind Wingull in the C tier. I caught a Skorupi once and named it Sting for obvious reasons, but also because earlier I was watching a Family Guy compilation and they made a joke about the singer Sting. What a fascinating story to choose to tell with the class. I don't know what I would name a Skorupi. I've never had one. I like them a whole lot, but I've just never caught one. Finneon is fucking boring. Fuck you, Finneon. You're just a fish. Luminion is a fish that glows in the dark. So it can be higher in the D tier, but it's still D tier. Mantike is trying too hard to be cute somehow. I think that's no better than Octillery in the C tier. Snover! What a funny guy. This is what an evergreen like tree, like a pine tree, making it snow and grass. That's what a funny little idea. I think Snover is right behind Nuzleaf in the B tier. And then Obama Snow, Abominable Snowman. Everyone makes the joke about its name sounding like Obama. Honestly, a great design for an Abominable Snowman Pokemon. Pretty damn fucking iconic. That can go above Pichu in the A tier. Oh my gosh, I forgot Obama Snow had a Mega. I kind of hate this. It looks like it's gone like super crazy feral mode, so that's interesting, but it's definitely not as good as Obama Snow normal form. I'll put it in the B tier above Magnemite, or Magneton rather. Sneasel, right? Weavile, Sneasel, Weavile. This one's Weavile. It's, a weasel that is also vile. That's the name. I like this design a lot. I already really liked Sneasel's design. Weavile is, I think, just a little bit stronger, which means, uh-oh, I've got to find Weavile. Or Sneasel. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I can't remember anything ever efficiently at all. S tier, and so I think Weavile belongs up here. It can go right behind the Reggies. Magnezone! Magnezone is a much cooler final evolution for the Magnemite line. It took me a little bit to get behind it, and then I'm like, it's a spaceship. That's fun. That's fun and cute. So I think this is an easy A tier. That can go right behind Fortress in the A tier. Sneaky Weasel, Vile Weasel. Oh, sneaky. I was always like, sneeze, why? It's Licky Licky. I know people don't like Licky Licky. And I don't understand why they don't like Licky Licky. I think Licky Licky looks great. I like that it's got a little bib. I don't understand the Wi-Fi symbols it's got on it, but it's just Lickitung, but like, Sinnoified, really. Is it an S tier? No. No, it's not an S tier design, but I do quite like Licky Licky. Where did I put Lickitung? Yeah, I'm gonna put you right there for right now. Where did I put? There it is in the B tier. Is this also a B tier Pokemon? Yes. It's not an A tier, but I'm gonna put it right below Crobat. Rhyperior is a letdown. Rhyperior, and I think it's the color palette hurts it a lot. The big dumb elbows hurts it a lot. I think this is a C tier design. Honestly, that can go right behind Dratini. Just disappointing. Tangrowth though. Now that's how you do an evolution. Tangela, but now it's like a swamp monster. I'd put Tangela in S tier, and I don't think Tangrowth also deserves to be in the S tier, but I think it's still a really solid evolution. That's an A tier design right there, right behind Cubone. Electivire, very cool name. Magmortar, very cool name. Their designs, not as strong as their original forms, I gotta be honest. I like that it makes them competitively more viable, but they're kind of just like, I don't know, just bigger now. It's like, oh, no, it's the same guy, but now he's bigger. And that's a lot of the evolutions, it feels like. It's just bigger. Electivire is so much cooler than Magmortar. I love the Thunder Yeti so much. I agree, Magmortar is bolstered a lot by a very cool name. Togekiss! I don't like Togekiss quite as much as Togetic. But I still think it's pretty nifty, being like an airplane. I think that is above Bayleaf in the B tier. Yanmega has a very cool cry in the anime, and it really saves Yanma. Yanma is fucking boring. Yanmega is scary and big and giant, and that's cool. I like that. It's still just a bug. I don't think I could put it very high, but a high-ranking C tier, just above Magnemite, I'd say. Oh, we got more evolutions, and just like the previous ones, I do think these ones are still S tiers. I like Leafeon a lot. I think it's my favorite, but it's not my favorite in terms of design. I think it can go up below, yeah, below Ralts, just there. And Glaceon, I like that it's designed to look like it's wearing a funny little hat. I don't think it does that super successfully, but I like the idea of it. I'll put that on the other side of Snubble. Gliscor, no. Gliscor. What's the other one called? Why isn't he on Mega Dragon type? That's a great question. It should have been. You're so right. Gliscor is, way better than his pre-evolution, whose name I cannot recall. And I can't remember where I put that funny little pink guy. Just a cute little guy, you know? But Gliscor is there he is. Gligar. Oh, okay, good. So, yeah, just better. I think this is an easy A tier. I can go right above Loudred in the A tier. Hell yeah. Piloswine? No, Mamoswine. So, I don't love this jump for the Snubble line. I can see how it happened. It's not super jarring, but I just don't love it too much. So I'm gonna put it at the bottom of the B tier there. Porygon! All the Porygon designs are S tiers. Porygon Z being a corrupted version of Porygon. Its head is upside down. That's its neck. Not a little horn. That's fascinating and great. And I love that. What a little freak. And Porygon Z only gets better and better as we get to engage with it in the third dimension. Genuinely. Huh. People keep Gligar instead because it has better typing. That's bananas. That's unfathomable. That's actually not too unfathomable. Oh, Gallade and then Mega Gallade. Are they as strong as Gardevoir? Mega Gallade is, but I think Gallade isn't quite an S tier like the others. I think Mega Gallade can get up there into the S tier, and then normal Gallade is a high A. Something about it just isn't quite as striking. It's an idea that will get sort of perfected with Iron Valiant later on down the line. In retrospect, pretty fathomable. Wait. Oh, wait, I am dumb. Yes, Orion is right. Oh, well, hey, then there we go. No problem. No reason to keep it as a Gligar. I am a liar, pants on fire. Probopass! The mustache is hilarious. Its arms becoming kind of more points is fascinating. I don't like Probopass as much as Nosepass, but I don't hate Probopass. He's so dad-coded. I think this is a solid B design. Right there, behind Piloswine. Dusk Noir. So, Duskull was excellent. Dusk Noir is also excellent. Did I put Duskull in the S tier? I don't think so. Do I want to? A tier? Yes, Duskull gets an upgrade. Duskull and Dusk Noir are S tier Pokemon. I think Duskull can go right there above Ampharos, and Dusk Noir is right next to it, honestly. Such a good design for a Pokemon. It's given Ben 10. You know what I'm saying? It's given Ben 10, and there's no way to explain that. I love shiny Mega Gallade, especially with how they darken the color of its cape. That is cool. I feel like it gets a lot less love than shiny Mega Gardevoir, but it's a pretty fly. Oh man, okay. We got some cool shit coming up. First up, Frostlass, which is such a cool Pokemon. It is what Jinx wishes it was, and a great new evolution for Snorunt. Being another frozen maiden is very well done. A tier. Snuggling between Grovyle and Wartortle. Rotom. Okay, so here's how Rotom works. Rotom is such an iconic design. Ghost electric, and it conveys that perfectly. All the other forms are gimmicks by design, and I'm glad that, you know, you can easily tell what type it gains, whether it be, you know, like fire with the oven, and etc. All of those pale in comparison to normal Rotom. So this is what we're gonna do. Rotom goes into S tier? A tier. It is an A tier design, absolutely. That can go above Cubone. Hell yeah. The other Rotom forms are going to go into the how do you even category, because they're just Rotom, but a fan. Rotom, but a fridge. It is just Rotom some more. So they can all just go in here. At that point, it's just kind of picking your favorite, but there's nothing too special to differentiate them, really. I agree. I like that the oven one gets mitts. And now we're on to the millions of billions of legendaries in Sinnoh. Wowee! Time for the Lake Trio. We have Mew at home. They really feel like they were trying to convey the essence of Mew. And honestly, them being a trio so hard, they have no identity. If it was just one of them, then it's like, wow, look at that guy. But the fact that they're a trio and they're so similarly designed, it kind of hurts their overall impact. You need them all to be together. So I'm going to put them in A tier. I'm going to put them down here next to Chansey. And they're all just going to stick together because they're the same design. A tier up here next to Chansey. And Uxie, Azelf, and Mesprit. Origin form Dialga and Palkia are crazy. Let's start with just Dialga and Palkia first. Dialga and Palkia are too much. This is the start of the designs are becoming too much that we see start with Sinnoh especially. And Palkia is also penis shaped. Palkia looks way stupider than Dialga. I get time with Dialga. It's vaguely clock-shaped with some of its features. I am not getting space in any way with Palkia. Dialga can be a moderate C tier here next to Electrode. Palkia, a much lower C tier. It can go behind Mantike. The origin forms, where they are fused with Arceus, are crazy. They look like horrors. Between the two of them, I like Palkia better. It getting like this strong horse leg idea. Like this innovates on Palkia so well. Dialga, I feel like is just doesn't hit as hard. I don't like this as much as normal Dialga, but only a little bit. I'll put it on the other side of the electrodes. But origin form Palkia, this is scary. I like it. I think this can go all the way up here into the B tier next to Nidoran female. Heatran! What an ugly, weird guy. I don't get Heatran. What's up with him? Heatran also can be any gender. Why? I don't know. Fuck it. C tier. Below Chimecho. Regigigas! Messiah's favorite Pokemon. What a great design. For being the Giga Reggie, like, it gets that across so well. Regigigas is great. An amazing design, honestly. It's an easy S tier. It can go up here next to Jigglypuff. Glad to see you're excited about that. Giratina has two forms. It's got Waki's form and Float form. They're very similar. I'll just stick them together. I like Dialga. Dialga does convey death. Dialga looks exactly like what a Pokemon of death would look like. However, it's a little overcomplicated in a way that's not too bad. A B tier, high B tier. We can put that above Sceptile. But I think, I don't know, it's tough to draw Dialga, isn't it? Or, Giratina, excuse me. My bee. My bee. I sometimes it's just like that. You know how I am stupid. Cresselia. And we're gonna jump over Cresselia to also include Darkrai, because they do go together. They're dating. No one can stop that. Cresselia being a moon duck, I don't understand why it's a duck, but it is very moon flavored. A solid iteration of kind of a moon maiden. Very, very successful. Up here next to and Darkrai is, I think, what is just a cooler iteration of a lot of similar things Giratina does. Giratina is death, Darkrai is nightmares, and Darkrai is just better. I think it can go right next to its girlfriend in the A tier. Thought it was a swan. I guess a swan is just a pretty duck, isn't it? Fion. Thank you, Orchid Angel. What a cool name. I appreciate it. Welcome. We're at the legendaries of Sinnoh. So what a fun time for you to pop on in. Fion feels unnecessary and kind of worthless. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I don't like Fion. It's just doing nothing. Versus Manaphy. Now that's a Pokemon. Is it as good as Mew? No. But the design, you know, it's a little water angel. A funny little water angel with goofy little eyelashes. I think that's a decent B tier design, above Squirtle. Fion confuses me. A mythical that can only be born in a human breeding center. Yeah, I don't pretend to understand Fion. Orchid Angel, let me know which of my videos do you like to watch? Are you predominantly in the Pokemon camp or the Project Sekai camp? I feel like that there's not a lot of crossover between those two camps. This just an esteemed streamer, Twiins Inc. says babies are unnecessary and ugly. I mean, it's true. Shaman, I like Shaman's cute form better than its shonen form, personally. I think shonen form is kind of just a generic Pokemon at that point. The cute little guy form is like a funny little hedgehog with a giant flower. That's just iconic. That goes up here next to Regigigas. Shonen form, it's just not quite as powerful. I think it's an A tier design. No, it's not. It's a B tier design. That's right under Lapras right there. I watched both the Project Sekai and Pokemon vids. Hell yeah! One of the few within the Venn diagram where they overlap. Sky Shaman, Sky Shaman has Sonic the Hedgehog vibes. They both have pretty Sonic the Hedgehog-y vibes, but that might just be because of a comic I saw once. Arceus, or Arceus, I think is actually the pronunciation, is fascinating. I think it suffers from similar pros and cons as Giratina. I'm gonna put it right next to Giratina, where it's Pokemon God and it's kind of too complex, but complex in a good way. It does everything it should. Why is it a goat? Because fuck you, that's why. I like Arceus. I like Arceus plenty. It's cool and intimidating, fitting with it being literal god. I agree. I can't think of any way to improve on this design, but I can think of ways to hinder it. I think a high B tier is a swell placement for it, and Giratina. Victini is boring. Victini is weirdly boring. I can't even explain it. It just doesn't make my heart go doki doki. It's just Spinda, but exciting. C tier. Oh wow, that does actually sound more correct. Arceus? Yeah, because you get an ARC phone. You don't call it an ARS phone. You call it an ARC phone. It's Arceus. But, it is what it is. Oh my gosh, we did Sinnoh! Wow! And we've, landed into Unova. Unova's another big one. Unova's the last big one, honestly. With a full Pokedex all to itself. I think I need to eat a little bit of food, though. I think I had my smoothie, but I think I need a solid in me. So I'll be right back. Here, let me stop the BGM. And, you all can, go to the bathroom if you need to. And, yeah, a little break while I shovel some, chips into my mouth really quick. And then I'll be right back. I ate like 10 chips. So we're back and ready for the action. I like how the Unova starters reflect the atrocities they're based on. No, not atrocities. I was gonna be like, Orion, this is a weirdly not okay take. Aristocracies. I was like, there's no way this is what Orion's saying. Yeah, that is nifty. So Unova. Unova's probably gonna be the last one we do. We're gonna get through Unova. So, we're gonna finish up the sprite work, designs, and then next time, we'll enter the third dimension. Pretty nifty. The BRB screen was so cute. Thank you! I made the song and I animated it, and that's why the song ended up sounding kind of scary, because I suck. I'm just very good at making scary songs. I didn't mean to, it just happens. So, Snivy. Snivy's decent, a pretty, snivy. Snivy, I think, is generally pretty popular, but, I don't know. I think it doesn't inspire me too much. I think yeah, B tier, below, Combuskin. And then Servine is one of the worst middle evolutions. All these middle evolutions really hurt. That's a C tier. That's unfortunate right there. And then Superior, we rubber band back up. I love Superior. What a solid snake. It gives that superior design perfectly. And I love its funny little arms behind its back. Is this an S tier design? I do think it is. I think it's an S tier, and it can go right behind Skarmory. I couldn't tell if I spelt the word right. No, you did. I just can't read half the time. You know how it is. You know how dumb I am. Tepig. What a fun little name. Tepig. That means it's tepid. And then a cute little. This is a slapping design. Tepig is absolutely iconic to the max. This goes up here right next to Bulbasaur. Yeah, that's a 10 out of 10 design. Embor. Okay. Pignite is, it's okay. I like the singlet design. It's got this, like, wrestling singlet. Hang on, I need water. It's just kind of awkward. Kind of awkwardly shaped. A cute little piggy. Embor, though. Embor's cool. Isn't it an S tier design? Yeah, I think so. I like the Chinese influence. And so while we were all incredibly bored of firefightings at this time, I liked that this was a heavy. It was like a heavy wrestler as opposed to another karate master. So yeah, Embor's pretty solid. Oshawott is a rare case when a starter is adorable enough for me to pick him because he's cute. Fascinating. Samurai. Okay, Oshawott is really cute. This is another super solid, kind of iconic level design. I can go up here next to Squirtle. And then it's all downhill, honestly. Do what implies great things to come. It's kind of like with Charmeleon. Charmeleon was like, oh man, this is, we're going somewhere. Now I gotta find Charmeleon. And then Samurott just disappointed us. So it's like, oh man, we're going somewhere. We're doing something. And then it became horrid. It's boring, it's clunky, it's bulky, it's ugly, and the Hisuian form doesn't even save it. It's all the same problems, but with like a slightly cooler shell design. So, no, these aren't, that is a D tier Pokemon. And the Hisuian form is only slightly more interesting. Pat Rat is a rat with some funny eyes. That's it. Where'd all my other little rats go? Where's like Sentret and stuff? Yeah, you can go there. In the D tier or C tier. And then fucking the big one. What? A big rat? I can't remember. That's just, no, that can go next to its buddy Barrel. These two look like they'd be a comedy duo. Oh, Lillipup. I don't think Lillipup is cute. I don't like its shaggy face, but the essence is cute. I like what they were going for. It's a little simple. I think it can go above, it's right under Furret, for sure, in the C tier. And then Herdier, it's the same thing but bigger. So I'm just gonna put it right under Lillipup. And then now we got a dog with Stoutlands. Stoutlands, what a fun new way to do the kind of token dog type. I don't love it as much as like Houndoom, and it's hurt by just being a normal type. It's just kind of a boring design for a boring type, but it's not terrible. That's a B tier dog right there. Watchog, that's it. That's what it's called. And the shiny looks like it stepped out of a laser tag arena. That's pretty hilarious, honestly. Honestly, I love both forms of Samurott. I just wish it was bigger like it was in the anime. I wish a lot of Pokemon were bigger, like how they were in the anime. That's a pretty reoccurring sentiment, honestly. Purloin, great name. To purloin is to steal, and then Purloin, it's a cat purrs. It's Gigabrain name. The cat itself, I like it better than Meowth, but not very much. I mostly just like it because it's purple. Where did I put Meowth? Yeah, actually, honestly, it's just Delcatty. It's just Delcatty again, but with eyeliner. And then Liepard is less interesting, I think. It's just a leopard, but I feel like the tail wants you to think something more is happening than it just being a leopard. Honestly, I'm gonna put it just above Persian. It's more interesting by virtue of being purple, but barely. Can we put all the monkeys except for Simisage in F? No. But we are going to approach them all at the same time. So, they are the see no, hear no, speak no evil monkeys. That's why Panpour has its eyes closed, and Panseer is listening, and then Pansage is trying to chit-chat to you. And then they continue that with their evolutions. So these guys, they're all gonna go together. They're all just kind of little guys. I think they're cute. I think their evolutions are disappointing, but I think they're cute little dudes. They can go up here next to Nuzleaf. All three of them are gonna go in the B tier next to Nuzleaf. Gotta scroll forever to do that, but yeah, I never understood the hate they all got, honestly. Felt a little forced. It felt like one popular streamer said they didn't like them, and everyone just said, yeah, that's my opinion too. I do think the evolutions are a lot worse. They're all really different, but none of them are particularly good. I do like that their hair is distinct, but yeah, they can go into a low C tier behind Whale Lord. So no, not quite an F tier, but they do not inspire much joy. Easy to ditch them early on in your playthrough. Munna. What a hilarious little guy. Why has it got flowers? I don't fucking know. I like that. I like that it's like a tapir, but not quite. And it's more tapir-y when it evolves, which makes sense because the tapir in your dreams. It's the same thing Drowsy's based off of. Munna is befuddling. And I do like it because of that. I'm gonna put it next to Cricketune in the B tier. Musharna, I do think, I mean, it's boring, but also, I'm just gonna put it on the other side of the Voltorbs, also in B tier. Like, a little bit worse, but not by much. I do kind of wish it got, like, either a Mega or just another form, like another evolution. So, yeah. It feels like a middle evolution. P-Dove, that's just a boring fucking bird. That can go right there. Oh my gosh, this whole line sucks. What's this one fucking called? Tranquil? Also boring, that's just a bird. Then Unpheasant, so female Unpheasant is boring as sin, that's just a bird. And then male Unpheasant at least gets interesting plumage. Still just a bird though. They're all in the D tier. Male Unpheasant is the highest by virtue of having color. And that's about it. The worst regional bird by a long shot. God damn. Zabstrika and Blitzel. Oh my god, I love these guys. Their black and white colors are perfect. I'm gonna put Blitzel next to Giraffarig. Gotta find Giraffarig now. Uh-oh. There it is in the B tier. Right below Zapdos. Zebstrika, however, that's an S tier design. That is cool. I can't believe we haven't had another black and white design like this since. Fucking rad. That can go right above Machamp. Hell yeah. Okay. Raggenrola, Boldore, and Gigalith? Is that all their names? I hate Raggenrola, and that's an irrational hatred. I can't describe it. I think it's because there's not enough here. I can't discern a real face. So there's like a level of, I like when Pokemon are missing features to, this is not enough features. And Raggenrola crosses that line. I'm gonna put Raggenrola above Walrein. I do think it's better than Walrein, but I kind of hate him. Boldore is also pretty goofy, better than a D tier, but not exceptionally so. That's better than Carnivine in the C tier. Gigalith is where we finally make landfall. Like, it's like, okay, that's a Pokemon. That's a decent guy. Is he excellent? No. But he's a C tier above Golduck. They do glow yellow in their sprites, Zebstrika and Blitzel, and that is cool. Woobat and Swoobat. I don't like them much. I don't get them. Okay, so Woobat, the little no eyes and the heart-shaped nose, that's pretty cute. It's like, oh, oh golly, I like you. That's cute. I can, as good as Zubat, I'd say. Swoobat, I feel like is less good. I need to drink water. I'll just allocate Swoobat while I do that. So that's all there is to say about him. Excadrill and Drillbur. Way less good once you realize they're tiny. Like Excadrill you'd think would be people-sized and it's not. That's a short king. And it just makes it less imposing. Drillbur is pretty boring. Simple in just a boring way. That's a C tier under fucking Delibird level Pokemon. Excadrill is cooler. I like its fun claws and like hood. Still not phenomenal though. C tier next to Galarian Slowbro. The hiccups are gone. Thanks, you did that. Audino and Mega Audino. I really like Mega Audino. It's so Magical Girl evolution like coded. Really cool. Audino is a cutie pie. Honestly, Audino does go right next to Chansey. The idea was, okay, we need to make our own Chansey. And I think they did it. They did a great job. A cute little dude. Memorable. I love the color palette, and Mega Audino is just what if Audino got a magical girl evolution. Easy and good. Okay, this is a controversial line here. Oh boy, Conkeldurr and Timburr and Girder. That's what it is. Timburr, Girder, Conkeldurr. Okay, so I know that these muscly things, people don't like how they look. They're like the muscle veins, and I agree. I also don't love how they look, but they're kind of iconic. I kind of like how also it evolves and it gets heavier things to carry around. Is it an S tier design? No. Is it an A tier design? Yes. I'm gonna put them all next to Spinarak because I do think they all go together. I do think Girder is the weakest one of the three. And Timburr, I think Timburr is solid, and Conkeldurr is in the middle, but yeah, certainly muscly. They convey fighting successfully enough. I hate how Girder looks like a clown. Yeah, the nose is a lot. There's a lot going on. I don't understand why they decided on that, but what are you gonna do? Timpole! I hate Timpole's design. I hate this whole line. They are disgusting. They are disgusting to look at. Gross. Gross, but also they're kind of great. Timpo's the weakest one by a long shot. This is a boring dude. He's not quite the perfect, simple, circles, like how we saw, earlier with, like, Oddish and stuff. And it's hard to explain why. I think it's the eyebrows, that I'm going to blame. Palpitoad is goofy looking. Better than Timple, I think, but not super much. You can go right behind Whalmer in C tier. And then Seismitoad, I think, disgusting. I hate it. But also, like, that's a Pokemon. So, what are you gonna do? It's a decently designed Pokemon. That can go up next to Golduck in C tier. I love particularly thick eyebrows. It just means Timple, I don't like him. Yep, Bird and Ernie, aka Throw and Sock. I like Throw and Sock. I like them a lot. I think they're goofy and hilarious, and they're definitely memorable. I kind of wish... I'd love for them to get kinda... Yeah, they can go next to Clamperl in A. I'd love for them to get sort of like their own Tyrogue adjacent thing. Kind of like Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee get Tyrogue. I don't know. I'd love for Sock and Throw to be properly connected somehow and maybe get a third evolution. Like, literally, just do Tyrogue and Hitmontop again. I'd be so happy with that. Where did Throw go? There you are. Okay. I actually like Sock better. That is a personal point, but I'm just gonna put him at the front there. But yeah, I love those guys. Dude. Okay, so now I got, what's this one called? It's Sawaddle and Leavanny. Cute caterpillar guy. Honestly, he's as good as Caterpie. A solid enough design. I couldn't say that's better or worse than Caterpie. It's just a little caterpillar wearing a leaf. That's cute. And Sawaddle, I like that you can still see its face. It avoids the problem that I had with, like, so many of these other, chrysalis forms, where it's like, okay, I could still see the Pokemon. So that helps a lot. It's still pretty boring by nature, so bottom of C tier, but it avoids the D tier. Leavanny is my first shiny. Technically, Swadloon is my first shiny, but, it evolved quite quickly. I love Leavanny. But I can't let that bias get in my way. Leavanny is less interesting than Scyther, as, a Mantis-inspired Pokemon. I like that it makes clothes. That's cool, but honestly, it's kind of just slightly better than Sunflora C tier. Love it to death, but that's just how it is. Venopede's line, I love. Venipede, what a funny little guy. I do like this better than, like, Weedle and stuff. What an ugly little dude. But, like, ugly in an endearing way. So, let me relocate Caterpie again, so I can make sure in the B tier, right above Trapinch, I say. And Whirlipede is another really solid Chrysalis by being a wheel. That can go right next to Venipede. And then Scolipede is scoliosis, and it's also a centaur, and it's a centipede, and it's crazy, and it's awesome. And I think centipedes are scary. I do not like them, but I love Scolipede. And that's all I have to say about that. Hi! What you doing eating here? Get that out of your mouth. Goofy goober. Silly little cats. If you ever hear me say hi like that in a cute voice, that's me talking to a cat. How you doing? I know, I've been talking all day. Cute little boys. As someone with scoliosis, that's a great comparison. Cottony and Whimsicott, QTs. Whimsicott is way better. Cottony is so boring. Cottony, okay, like, in comparison, it's kind of like Gulpin, where it's just like, it's kind of almost nothing. D tier. Whimsicott, that is an easy S tier design. A cute little cotton puff with funny little ram horns. That's so good. That's up here next to the Reggies. S tier. What the fuck is this one called? Fucking... Planto, Lilligant, and then Lilligant gets a Hisuian form, which is fun. So, Lily, okay, Lily, whoa, big jump, what a, sorry, you've got to comment on cats when they do athletics. Lilip is boring too. Lilip can go right next to Cottony. They're boring. They're just boring little guys. Lilligant, no, I don't like it as much as Cottony, but it's still really solid. A really cute way to approach a grass type, right alongside the likes of Bellsprout in the A tier. And then Hisuian form is just a new fun way to do Lilligant. I think it's really great. I love having that variety. Just as good, but just doing something different. Lilip isn't the fossil. Oh, it might be Lilip. It might not be Lilip. Planto. We'll just keep calling it Planto, I guess. What are you being goofy for? Let me get through Unova. Basculane. That's just a fish. Boring. Basculane red. Still just a fish. Basculegion. That's still just a fish. It's just boring. Boring and dumb. Okay, crocodile. And then sandile. Mid-dial? I don't know. Okay, so I love crocodile. I'm doing that one first. Crocodile, being red and black like this, and with that long nose, helps it stand out from Feraligator in such a smart way. And it gives you, it's perfectly telling you that it's a dark type. Love that guy. The other ones are a lot more kind of Route 1. It's like, oh, what if it was a crocodile, but sand? And it's like, yeah. C tier for the little one, C tier for the middle one. They can go just above Lugia. There you go. They look like Kremlings from Krokorok, that's it. They look like Kremlings from Donkey Kong. Oh, Darumaka and Darumanitan and their Galar versions. There's a lot going on here. Okay, so Darumaka and cold version Darumaka are cute. Cute little guys. Honestly, I think they can go into our perfect little circles team. They can go right next to Corsola. Corsola and Spoink. Darmanitan, I think, is way uglier and way less efficient. Like, these are based off of Darumakas, like a doll. There's a doll. You're supposed to like color in the eyes. It's a whole thing. You can look it up. And then Darmanitan is just like an angry gorilla guy. And then it enters Zen mode, and then I mean, it's just, I just don't fuck with this. I constantly forget Zen mode exists and how it even works. I think that's the C tier on par with Nummel. And then Zen mode exists. D tier. And then, Frozen form, the giant snowball. I don't know. I like it even less. I like it even less than normal Darmanitan. So, I don't know, C tier, and then this one is actually hilarious, making its Zen mode be a funny little snowman. That's great. That looks like an Undertale character. So this might be the best iteration of the whole line. I'm gonna put this one in a high B. That's where that belongs, right next to Dunsparce. Maractus! I wish it evolved. Worse than Cacturn and Cacnea. C tier. Crustle and Dwebble. Crustle is cool, Dwebble's cute. What more can you ask for? I think they're at least as decent as Golem here in the B tier. I can never remember if they are Bug Rock, even though they are clearly Bug Rock. Like, and that's a me problem. Scrafty and mean Scrafty. What? Scrafty and Mean Scrafty. Scrafty's evolution. That's got a name that I don't remember. I love these little guys. They're so iconic somehow. Scraggy and Scrafty. That was the problem. Their names are too similar. Yeah, super iconic designs. These are up here, like, they stand easily alongside starters, honestly. Scrafty is hilarious. Using the loose shed skin of a lizard as baggy pants for a ne'er-do-well is hilarious. Absolutely perfect. No notes. Sigilif. Sigilif is difficult to grasp. I like it. It's difficult to grasp, but that's why I like it. Honestly, this is an S tier design. It's too cerebral for me. I'm not smart enough for Sigilif. But I love how, like, iconic it is. Yamask and, Galarian Yamask. We'll approach these first. They're very similar. I prefer it when it actually has a mask. Its name is fucking Yamask. Versus Yamask Galar, it's got a piece of a rune that looks like the rest of its tail, which is neato, but less good. So I'm gonna put that one way below the other one here in the B tier. And then we got Cough-Egregious. Avoiding Rune Egregious for right now. Cough-Egregious has a perfect name. I love the name. Also, I love the design. It is, okay, it's cool. Scary ghost sarcophagus. No notes. How do we do that? We give it a Scooby-Doo evil eyes and big woobly hands, and that's hilarious. S tier. Torterra and Tortuga. Is this called Torterra? I think so. No, Tortuga's just turtle in... What are these ones called? What are these turtles called? One of them's got Caracosta. Tortuga and Caracosta. I was like, one of them's got a C. Boring fossils. Tortuga especially is, it's just a turtle. Another blue turtle in a world where, like, Squirtle exists. Like, you're not doing anything useful, C tier. Caracosta, big cool turtle. So, you know, at least he's stanced up. So, still not better than Squirtle, I don't think. But, better than a lowland Doug trio in the B tier. Archeops and Archen, hilarious, because this is what dinosaurs actually looked like. They were funny little birds. Archen is, I think, better. Archeops is kind of just like a funny bird guy. So he's decent and cute. He can go into the B tier, right next to Doduo. But Archen is, no, Archeops, that's the evolution, has a much more, like, it's like a winged feathered snake, which makes it feel kind of like it's got a little something going on. A very cool design for a crummy Pokemon competitively. I'm gonna put that right next to Frostlass in the A tier. Trubbish and Garbodor, and we got Gigantamax Garbodor. Gigantamax Garbodor is actually disgusting. I've never been one that's, like, roadied out by the Trubbish line. Something about Gigantamax Garbodor is just actually disgusting. I do not like it. Trubbish, what a funny way to do a poison type. I know it gets a lot of flack. I think it's funny. Like, how is that any worse than just a puddle of slime like Muck or Grimer, you know? B tier. Absolutely. I like that better than Grimer. And Garbodor is, I like his funny little fucking ears. And his goofy mouth. He's hilarious. I love Trubbish and Garbodor. B tier. Zorua, and Zoroark, and it's got its Hisuian forms. So the Hisuian forms are kind of just more of the same cool stuff. And honestly, all these go into the S tier. They knew exactly what they were doing, making more cool, edgy little guys, because we all like our cool, edgy little guys. And so they are cutie pies when they are little, and then they are furry bait when they are big. And people like that, including me. I like that they're cool. I like that they're cool and stanced up. So yeah, they're at least as cool as Lucario. I like Zorua and Zoroark as much as the next guy. but the Hisuian ones are so much cooler. They are really cool. I like them both. I think there's value to both flavors. It's like, you know, why not both? I like the black and red. I like the white and red. It's only good. And I'd happily have both on my team. Mincino and Chinchino. Chinchino is boring. Mincino is a cute little guy for being like a regional rat. I like how like magical girl mascot coded it is. C tier, right behind Paris. Sect. Cinchino is boring. They just dropped the ball. They just gave it like a scarf to wear. That's a C tier under Seismitoad. Oh, we're back at peak. The Gothitelle line. Okay, so Gothita, a little goofy looking. I like it. I think I can't put it any higher than like Smoochum. It feels so Smoochum-y. But then Gothita, Gotharita, and Gothitelle. These two are peak. And is it just because I like Gothic Lolita clothing? Maybe. Is it also my list? Yes it is. So they're both going to the yes tier. Easily. There you go. Boink. Awesome. Perfect. Excellent. Scoliosis and its line. It's just mitosis. This is just showing mitosis. This is helpful if you're in a class where you're learning about cells. Otherwise, I like how round it starts out, but the others it's just kind of boring. The middle one especially is like, yeah, you're gonna do something, and, so that's a C tier. And then Solosis is like, I'm a little guy, and it's like, I guess you did something. I just feel like there's more we could have done. I don't know. B tier, right behind Mega Abomasnow. Ducklet, that's just a duck. Just a blue duck. Kind of boring, isn't it? C tier. No better than the rat. Swanna, ugly. Ugly for a swan. Why is its wings so ugly? I think I like it less than Pharaoh. I'll put it right next to yeah, Pidgeotto. Or Pidgeot, rather. In the high C tier. The Vanillish line. They get a lot of flack and I don't understand it. I love the cute little fucking ice cream. That's cute. Cute little ice cream ice Pokemon. That's adorable. That's so fun. And then it's like a bigger scoop, and then it's a double scoop, and it's got a little straw. I like them. They only get better. So Vanillish is like a high C, right behind Executor, and then Vanillite. I can't remember what their name order, but I think these two are both A tier. Right behind Darkrai. There. Perfect. Genuinely, such good Pokemon designs. The fact that they get shit on it's manufactured. It's forced. Hi, honey. Mr. Cute Man. Sorry, I was talking to a cat and had to pet them. Okay, so fucking Deerlings, they are the same thing. We're not ranking all their designs because it is just different forms of color. We're gonna roll with the pink one because that's spring and that's first. That's kind of treated as the default option. Deerling is really cute. I really like Deerling. That's a B tier design. The others I'm going to put into the same category as... Stop looking at me. Thank you. As Rotom. With how do you even? You're way early. It's not even dinner time yet. You can calm down. I'll feed you, don't worry. Yeah, you can basically just pick your favorite between the four. Saucebuck matters a lot more in terms of design. That being said, fall and summer kind of suck. I think summer's the worst. Well, they're all gonna go right next to each other in the B tier. They can go above Hypno. Summer is boring. It's, you know, just leafy. And then fall, you know, it's got the more leaves and they're orange colored. So I do like that one better. But it's just kind of eh. Spring and winter are clearly the most interesting ones, with spring's little like pink flower blossoms. That's charming. And then winter is the special snowflake that gets not only like a special fur, the white antlers. Like it's just clearly the best. I don't make the rules, it's just the truth. Twiins is losing her battle against her cats. Amoga is another decent Pikachu clone. It's certainly better than Plusle, but it's not nearly as good as Pachirisu, because it really does feel it's a Pachirisu clone more than it is a Pikachu clone. B tier, just very middle of the road. It doesn't have its own identity. I forget this thing exists all the time. Carablast? D tier, you can go there. Escavalier! Wow, now that's a cool Pokemon. A little shrimpy snail. Jousting. What a guy. He can go all the way into A tier. Absolutely. Right next to Kadabra. Amogus and Shroomish. So, I love that they look like Pokeballs. This one's probably one of the best designs, honestly. This goes into our little circle friends, because it's so good that it looks like a Pokeball. It's hilarious. And then Amoonguss is just that, but more. I love this design, too. This is an easy A tier design for such a smart idea. It's trapping Pokemon trainers. So good. Is there an imposter among us? Yeah, it's called Brute Bonnet. Frillish has a very hard divergence in gender as well, but it really just falls down to personal preference. I like female Frillish better. I like male Jellicent better. I don't like that female Jellicent looks like she's choking with her giant head, you know? I like Frillish better. They give their ghost typing a lot more successfully. I think Ghost Jellyfish is such a smart idea. That's an easy S tier Pokemon. Jellicent, still A, maybe B, A or B. Just not quite as ghostly, I'd say. But not bad by any means. Yeah, that can go right above Steelix. It does look like the Pringles guy. Alomomola, where is Love Disc? It needs to go right next to Love Disc, because it's the same picture. It's just a random heart-shaped fish. For no reason. I'm gonna put it right there at the bottom of B. Oh, there it is, I found it. Yeah, it's just, I'll make it bigger. Like, higher up because it's bigger, but Alomomola is just Love Disc again. Joltik and Galvantula? Is that what it's called? Like galvanized tarantula? What a cool name. Joltik's a cutie pie. A cute little dude. I love me a little cutie. That can go into the B tier. And Galvantula, honestly, for being the kind of the token big scary Pokemon of the region, it's kind of mid. It doesn't strike fear into my heart like how it ought to. Still a B tier, but just a lower down, for sure. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn, what cool guys. Ferroseed especially. We need more Ferroseed shit going on in life. I want more of these to exist. Ferrothorn is such a cool guy, how it hangs off of the ceiling like that. Horrifying, and I think that's why it hasn't really showed up too much in the third dimension since its inception, but I really like Ferrothorn. What a cool dude. That's an A tier, right up here next to, Dragonair. Ferroseed Pillow, huh? Sounds like it'd be a little lumpy. Clink, clang, clink, clang. Okay. Yes, honey? It's not dinner time yet. You're early. Yo, you're so hungry, though. You think I should make chat stop for a moment so I can feed you? Okay. Vincent says it's dinner time. So, give me a moment. I'll be right back. You can use this as an opportunity to go to the bathroom while I feed the cats. I've returned. I'm back. Here I am. The cats have been fed. No reason to worry about them. Great. So clink, clang, and clink, clang. So here's the thing. The clink, clang is the only one that matters. Clink and clang are irrelevant. Clink and clang are just what you need to get to clink, clang. Clink, clang is the only one that feels like a real Pokemon. And even it's not even, I like it, but it's not even that good of a design. C tier. And then Clink and Clang are like they're just D tier. Slightly better than Wormadam. I dislike the Tynamo line, mostly because they're a bunch of cheaters. I don't like that Tynamo. Does not look like it belongs with the others. I wish it had some blue on it. Other than that, electric eels. This one's literally called Electros. Like, it's electric, Electros, Tynamo. Tynamo feels like the start of a different line. So I like Tynamo. Tiny Dynamo, what a good little name. But it lets you down because it just does not evolve into something it looks like it ought to evolve into. So a low B tier, but honestly, I still really like the whole line in terms of designs. Maybe I'm just a sucker for like eels and leeches and sea lampreys, but I just am. What can I say? A tier, and I'm gonna put Electros right next to Electric in the A tier, because they're just really solid. Not quite as good as Nosepass, but I like them a whole dang lot. Clink clank hate. Shaking my head, can't believe it. It is what it is. LGM and BEM, what cute guys. They're funny jokes off of LGM, the acronym, like the letters. Little Green Men, and then BEM is BEM. And I don't remember that one. But, what fun ways to do alien Pokemon. They do look like aliens, and they do look like little green men. And I adore them. They're such smart designs. That's an easy S tier for LGM and BEM. They can go up here next to Porygon in terms of how smart they are. I do like BEM less, actually. BEM might only be an A tier design, but still really solid. Yeah, that can go next to Xatu. Hell yeah. Oh, we're almost done. Yippee. Litwick and its whole line, Lampent and Chandelure. Such fun, smart ways to do, first, candle Pokemon, 2, ghost types that are flames, and it's ghostly blue flames. Shiny versions of this line are actively worse because it just makes the fire orange, which is cute, but it's so good with this purple blue flame. You did almost 1,000. No, almost done with up to Unova. Like I've finishing Unova is our goal for today. I've done. How many are in Unova? Actually, it's like doing the first 5 generations. What Pokemon number is Genesect? If someone can tell me that, then that's just about where we landed. Because regional variants and stuff, megas, technically inflate the number a little higher than what Genesect is, but Genesect is our hard, like, confident line of how much we've done today. But yeah, the Lampent line are all perfect. Vivian is 666. 649. Thank you, Coral Palette, for Googling it. Dill Pickle, you were very close. Like 650-ish. So, wow, where you go? Impressive guess. Why was I so close? What? I think they're all S-tier designs. Easy S-tiers. They can go right behind Dragonite, honestly. All 3 of them. Lampent is, I think, the weakest one just by virtue of being, awkward middle phase, but it's not even bad as a middle phase. It's like, oh cool, we went from one candle to a lamp, and then a chandelier, easy, 10 out of 10. I adore those Pokemon. Those are great Pokemon. Axew, Fracture, and Haxorus. Axew is cute, Haxorus is cool, Fracture is unfortunate. Axew is a cutie pootie little pie. Really solid. I think Axew can absolutely stand next to T-Tar in the A tier. And then Fracture is bad. Where's Groddle? I'll put it right next to Groddle. Haxorus is sick nasty, being like the coolest iteration of a token dragon type. The big red axe, tusks that it's got. Like, it's edgy to all hell and back, and that's what I like about it. That's up here next to Machamp and such in the S tier. Just estimated by the gens having 100-ish mons till Goldango. The best thing about Fracture is it's shiny. It's black and glowy blue. It is black and glowy blue. What do you have against my middleman? Listen, he looks like a goober. He looks dumb. Short, squat. It doesn't the face is too small for how big his teeth are. And Cubchoo, I hate that it's got its drippy, sneezy nose. I do hate that. It takes what would be a cute little guy and makes him kind of gross. I'm gonna put him next to Lillipup, or Plessalamine in the C tier. Beartic is at least an interesting, like, it doesn't just look like a bear because of his stupid little pinhead. You know, kind of like Ursa Ring. But it is still, like, just a polar bear. A cartoony-ass polar bear. Bottom of C tier, honestly. Cryogonal, I irrationally like Cryogonal's design so much. The patterning on it, the funny face within, it's just an ice type. It's not even ice ghost, but it's, what a cutie. Like I don't know, there's just something about Cryogonal. It's so iconic to me. I wish it evolved or something, because I think there's so much we could be doing with Cryogonal. B tier. Hate the snot, but his run is freaking cute. He just wants a hug. They are very cute. I just wish they weren't snotty. I want like a fire type Cubchoo where it doesn't have a drippy nose. Oh boy, this thing that's named I can't remember. Axelgore is what it evolves into. It goes with fucking Charjabug or whatever the fuck. They can go together. They are stupid and incomplete. Axelgore, nifty. He can go alongside Escavalier. They are paired in life and in tier lists. There it is. Found it. Right next to Kadabra. Hell yeah. Shelmet. That's what it's called. That's a decent name, actually. It does look like a gravy boat. It's its funny little long lips. The helmet one goes with Axelgore, not the night one. Yeah, so you trade these, and during that trade, this little man takes the helmet off of this guy, and so that's how they become their evolutions. I need to find them. Yeah, and so then it gets the helmet, it becomes a little knight, and since it loses the helmet, it becomes like a little ninja. And that's how that works. No one explains that. It is pretty neato. Stunfisk. I don't get the hype around Stunfisk. He's okay. I wouldn't call him bad, I suppose. He's just kind of boring. On par with Sorskit. C tier. Galarian Stunfisk. Hilarious. Actually, really great. The fact that it's a bear trap is hilarious. And the fact that it's got, like, a rim around its lips. I don't want to say that. Its mouth, it's got like a beak, so that now it looks like a Pokeball. It's doing the same thing that like Amoonguss had done, but now it goes ha-ka-ka and gets you with its fucking bear trap features. So B tier. B tier for that one. I like that. Main Fu and Main Xiao. Main Fu feels like it's missing something. Main Xiao is a really solid, like, elegant fighting type. Main Xiao absolutely deserves to be, like, up here, and in the A tier? No, in the B tier, though. It's like, so sleek with the purple design, and the sleeve implied fur is really neato. And then Main Fu, I don't know, it's just kind of dull. A cute guy, but just kind of dull. I think he goes right behind Glameow in the C tier. Druddigon. That's a Pokemon I never remember exists. Druddigon is kind of ugly, kind of hilarious. Why is it all these different colors? I feel like I've seen an excellent theory about Druddigon, and now I can't recall any of it. It's sort of a gargoyle. I kind of like him, I kind of hate him. Very middle of the road, right above Wynot in the B tier. Never thought much about Main Xiao until I finally used it in a run. Bro was my MVP with Regenerator. Main Xiao is a strong Pokemon competitively, so I'm not too surprised. Golett and Golurk, that's That's Al. That's Alphonse. Alphonse Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. Golet is a cutie. I like how cute it is. It's a really solid, funny little design. And then Golurk is honestly just it but big. You know, it but strong. That's an A tier right next to Torkoal. And then it just becomes a little golem guy. That's just a good design. That's right next to him. They stick together. They're both really solid. Poniard and Bisharp. What fascinating little guys. Why are they like that? In a world where everyone's always like, why does it look like ice cream? What's up with these? What's up with these freaks? I like blades on my Pokemon. Well, what can I say? It's just a cool colored Scyther. So, and also with a cooler type as well. I think Poniard is a high B, and then Bisharp is, gets into the A. A for sure. Yeah, above Zangoose. Hell yeah. They're supposed to be chess pieces. They are, which is not getting conveyed super well. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Bouffalant is a cool buffalo. I like the fro. I like the cool accoutrement on the horns. Bouffalant is hilarious. I love them. They're not doing too much. I think they're not much better than, like, Mamoswine, but I do like them. They're the best bulls we've gotten so far, I think. Rufflet and Braviary, and then also Hisuian Braviary. Mustn't forget, Hisuian Braviary is very similar to normal Braviary. Rufflet is cute. All little eagle babies are cute. It's just a little baby bird. Cute baby bird. A cutie pie up there with Ponyta in the B tier, and then Braviary, I mean, it's just an eagle. Like, it's hilarious that it is America, but it really is just an eagle. That's a low C tier. And Hisuian Braviary, just makes it a different flavor of eagle, really. They can go together. Vullaby and Mandibuzz. I like that Vullaby's wearing a skull as a diaper. That's neato. Mandibuzz is kind of boring, honestly. It keeps the, like, skirt idea, but it's not as striking when it's not a literal skull. I think Vullaby is way up here. Where did I put Rufflet? I was barely paying attention. Do you all remember where I just put Rufflet? I don't think it was an A tier design. I think I put it in the... There it is, next to Ponyta. Mandibuzz... Vullaby is better than Rufflet. By some margin. But still only in the B tier. Yeah. And then Mandibuzz is just kind of boring. Kind of like Braviary. It's just kind of boring. More interesting than them, but not by much. Still a C tier Pokemon, but it can go up here next to Latios and Latias. Fun fact, it's still a skull, but just the lower jaw. That is a fun fact. What a shame that that's harder to discern. Oh, these guys are crazy. Heatmore. What a freako. I like that we finally have an anteater that isn't, you know, like a drowsy, you know, dream eater kind of guy. What a weirdo design. So middle of the road. He's above Slowpoke in the B tier. He really works because they actually introduced the far better Durant. That's the gimmick. Durant is steel and it's a fire type because it's an anteater. Durant, for being literally just an ant but it's metal, is honestly a hilarious and great design. That can go up next to Baniri in the A tier. Dino, Zweilous, Hydreigon, they count 1, 2, 3 in German with their names, because it's their heads. They're also tanks. That's why they have the treads in their designs. Crazy. I think they're cute. Dino is really solid. I think it can go next to Axew, which was near T-Tar, I remember. Yeah, and then Dino is... What's with the two heads? I don't know, but I love it. I think these ones can go into the S tier. Both Dino and Hydreigon. I do really like them a whole lot. I think Dino is a bit lower, just above Superior, and then Hydreigon, that's a cool-ass dragon right there. And it's cool that it's dark type. It gives that not only with the black, like, wings and stuff, but, like, the vacant eyes, are Superfly as well. That can go right next to Hexorus. Hell yeah. I like that we have an anteater that isn't just a tapir again. Yeah, it is a tapir, huh? Not an anteater. Don't embarrass me. Don't make me look bad in front of chat. Larvesta and Volcarona. I've always liked these designs. They feel so special. They're going in S tier too. They feel like they should be legendaries. And they're not. They're just around. They're I don't even think they're pseudo-legendary. So yeah, great designs. I love the pop of blue, especially with Larvesta's eye. They are cool. Cool bugs. And we've made it to the 5 billion legendaries. So, golly. We've got the, of course, oh, we're in Unova. That's based off of America, so what else are we gonna have? But the French story, The Three Musketeers. The Three Musketeers are, with Cobalion, Tracheon, and Virizion, are fine. As a legendary trio, they just don't hold a candle to, like, the beasts or the birds. I think Cobalion is one of the more interesting ones of the three. I think Cobalion, you know, gets up here with, like, you know, alt form Articuno in the B tier. And then Virizion is also pretty solid. That's also another, a B tier one. Feels fancy and stuff. Not too much lower. Can go next to Skiploom. Terrakion, I do think it's just, I'm really hurt by its color palette, honestly. I don't even mind that it's, you know, big chonko, but it just looks so boring with this color palette. That's a C tier right there. My vengeance was archived. That's what you get for putting my fave in Bonita tier. The Swords of Justice are mid. Like Cobalion, Virizion the most. I like the Future Paradox ones way more. I feel like even the Paradox forms don't even help them that much. But we'll handle that at some point. First up, we got Tornadus. Is this Tornadus? Yeah, we got Tornadus, Thunderous, and Landorus. We're gonna handle their, man forms first. Being Jin, once again, nothing says America like fucking Jin. I roll. They are the same thing. I'm glad that they're alright. They have to go together. And for being Jins, you know, they do that idea pretty well. It doesn't make sense to put them in the America flavored region, but what are you gonna do? They are as cool as Machoke. A little bit higher in the A tier. So let's grab Thunderous. It's really, their allocation just kind of comes down to personal preference. I do like Tornadus the best. I like, you know, he's got a little extra color going on. Landorus is the most boring, but I think I just don't like orange, and that's my deal. So yeah, but they are fine. Then they've also got their special forms, their furry forms, where they become a bird, a lizard, and a tiger. They're based off of, it's a Chinese thing about, like, they've got there's a reason for it. Yes, yeah, 4 seasonal deities of China. Way to go, you. I'm glad you could word it in a smart way. Unlike me. I think the Therian forms look stupid. The bird one especially, Landorus looks like that's dumb. That's a D tier design. Thunderous, hard to discern, but that makes it interesting. It certainly feels like a Pokemon. That's a C tier Pokemon. Right there. Better than Ducklet. Landorus, that's bad. That is bad. That can go right next to Tornadus, honestly. That's ugly. Also, obligatory mention of the comic, son, we need to talk about the type of Pokemon you're catching comic. That one is just a man. I've not seen this comic. Some of them are just men. But that's been happening ever since we had Mr. Mime and Machoke in Kanto, huh? Oh, everyone ignore the bot. Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon. Oh, it's supposed to be a dragon. White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Which has an additional snake. I see. And the tortoise is what Enamorous is. So that's fun that they finished that up. What was with Unova and animals with man faces? That was quite the reoccurring thing, wasn't it? Now we got Reshiram and Zekrom. We'll handle these two first. Better than Dialga and Palkia. And that's about it. They're okay as legendaries. I don't think they hit quite as hard as the likes of, like, Ho-Oh. But they're fine, you know? I think they're a high B tier level of design. They can go, yeah, they can cuddle up right behind Giratina, I think. Kind of a similar level of quality. I think their monochromatic nature, while I understand, ends up hurting them in the long run. It's just a big blob of black, a big blob of white, and I know that, you know, they get red and blue accessories when they do their stuff, but as it is, they're just very kind of just one note. Kyurem, and then Kyurem can also fuse with Zekrom and Reshiram, so Kyurem is unfinished by design, and that's cool. It's giving a lot of character. It looks frozen, it looks broken, it makes you want to know more. There's a reason why Kyurem has kind of stood out in the fandom sense of intrigue. I think that's a really solid design that can go above Feraligatr, finally, in the A tier. The biggest missed opportunity was to make Shiny Reshiram black and Zekrom white. You're so right. You're actually right. Go work for Game Freak. To give the Twiins form some credit, they all have gems colored after the deities each are based on. Yeah, they still look like goofy though. I always find the fusion Pokemon kind of creepy. Why do you need to steal another Pokemon? Yeah, they're kind of pushed as bad guy Pokemon. And honestly, while it quote-unquote completes Kyurem, this is weaker than any of the others separately, all of them. So the fusion Kyurems, I'm gonna put them at the bottom of C tier. They're not as good as Reshiram or Zekrom or Kyurem by themselves, honestly. Oh, Cobalion? No. What is Cobalion, yeah? I think he's got his, like, fancy form. I kind of hate this guy's design. I hate all these colors going on. I don't get why they went ham with blue and orange. I don't even know what type this guy is supposed to be. It's not conveying that very successfully. It's just like a messy horse, C tier. And then it gets a big fuck off horn and some extra hair that just makes it honestly look even worse. Still C tier. Below Gorobus. Swadloon gatekeeping the creepy dragons. Keldeo, that's what it's called. Water fighting. I guess I got water, but it's just meh. It's just meh. Meloetta, and it's two different forms. These forms, it kind of depends on, they go together, and they're both really solid. They are obviously S tiers. It's kind of down to personal preference. I like this shade of green a lot. And I'm #1 orange hater. So I do like green. Green Meloetta. I don't know what their actual titles are. But they're both really solid. Really solid and simple and cute. Bringing us back to the kind of quality we got with things like Celebi and such. Oh my gosh, and the final one, Genesect, is man-made, I'm fairly certain. It has a lot of similarities to Kabutops. There's a lot that you can kind of discern out of that. I don't know if it is canonically connected to Kabutops, but it seems to be implied. It feels man-made because it is, and that's a smart design that they succeeded in doing that. Better than Licky Licky in the B tier. Miku and Tato, yeah. Aria and Pirouette, that do make sense. But yeah, that's all we got time for today. Wow, so many Pokemon. Oof. talked for a long time today. This is still not my longest stream, I don't think. I think my longest one was at the 8-hour mark. But that's over the halfway point for Pokemon. Not only being at Genesect being number... What was it? What was it? 650? 649? But also with all the megas and regional variants that we did. But also, like the other regions are just shorter, smaller. So, wowie wow willikers. Next time it won't be anywhere near 6 hours long, I don't think. Not unless I start dilly-dallying. I'm glad you had fun. I did too. A long ass stream. I wanted to send you all off with one big long stream right before my vacation begins. So yeah, I am going on vacation for June. Yay. I'll still be posting videos, I'm sure, because even in a vacation, I'm the busiest girl in the world. But yeah, fun stuff, and we'll return to this at some point. I hope it saves all my stuff. It'd be annoying if it didn't, but what are you gonna do? And yeah, here's our very big S tier of designs so far. I don't know if anything will beat Ditto. So, thanks for being here, especially for any of you who were here for the whole dang 6 hours. God damn. Vacationing during Pride Month? No, that's not homophobic. I'm letting the gays take the spotlight. You silly Willy. You silly Billy Bo Boy. I don't know what your gender is. I really wonder if we will see the original Dragon of Unova one day. Yeah, I know. I feel like, why haven't we done that yet? Maybe someday. But thanks for being here. I'm gonna stop talking so that I don't lose all of my voice. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Make smart choices. Drink some water. Eat your vegetables. And I'll see you on the flip side. Goodbye.